2 days removed from the onset of a grueling journey, we finally bring you the third and final day of this $125,000 main event, the pinnacle of each and every Triton Super High Roller Series Festival. Ali Nejad alongside Brian Rast, dressed for the occasion, of course. Love that you guys are here with us to kick things off. Now, Rast, it's a big day here. We've got the double XL Triton Trophy. We've got the Jacob & Co. Epic X Watch. 171 hopefuls began this process, and now we are down to just 9. An over $21 million prize pool. That's what we gathered up, 125K at a time. Multiple bullet situations obviously do exist for some of those who made their way through. Ninth place is going to pay $478,000. Six, count them, six, seven-figure scores are going to be distributed, and at the top we have $4.7 million. Also at the top, one Yong. As we take our first dive into the Triton Poker Plus app, Kin you'll see with 8.8 million in chips. The thing is, he had even more than that, and the big boost came at the expense of one Chris Brewer.
Yeah, I heard about this hand. Apparently, aces to queens, 3-bet pre, 7 high board,
yep,
all in on the flop, and just bang, queen right on the turn.
Kin check raising, and then it all gets in, and it was one of the more devastating and painful sorts of sights that we had seen. That said, there was a little bit of a lack of sympathy for Chris Brewer, perhaps because he had been the man that had been crushing people in very similar fashion in many exchanges leading into that point.
Kings versus aces. Also, I believe
Kulev was on the receiving end.
He took out Patrick, just shipped it on him with Jack 10 and flopped a straight when Patrick had kings.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, that's the way tournament poker goes sometimes. I mean, there's hands that run into each other, and sometimes the best hand, you know, doesn't win every time. That's why we see the little percentages on the side.
That's right.
The worst hand has a chance.
Yeah, no question about it. It's part of what makes the game fun until you're on the receiving end of those bad beats. Obviously, it is part of the process, no question about it. So Brewer finishing in 13th. Don't want to overlook Triton co-founder Paul Fua finishing in 12th. In 11th, it was Mauricio Salazar. He's a relative newcomer to the Triton Super High Roller Series. Very deep run for him.
He's been making runs.
Yeah.
I've seen him multiple times here on the broadcast.
Sure.
Yeah.
Paul Ivey also, Vaitiekunas of Lithuania, Baltic Brotherhood of sorts, broken courtesy of his departure on the final table bubble. He would finish in 10th and was the chip leader for a time. Now, I touched on Kin. He is a 4-time Triton title winner. You can take a look at his bio. Over $11.5 million in career Triton earnings across 18 cashes. This is just his third event played here. Interesting storyline involves the fact that one of his titles came courtesy of a heads-up victory over one Bryn Kenney. Now, Bryn comes into this one at this final table, not with a chip lead, but he looked like he was going to be the one that might final table bubble. Found a little spin, and now here he is. He's coming in 8th in chips, but a man who has a nose for the big stuff.
Listen, his stack, when I left you guys, he had a lot of chips. He had lost a little back, but he was one of the chip leaders. It looks like he slid in to the short stack side of town. But, you know, I mean, just bumping all over the place. When you have it, put the pressure. When you don't, try to stay alive. I mean, Bryn's been around these streets, so he knows what's up.
Just take a look at his bio. 38 million plus in career Triton earnings. Now, granted, 20 million of that did come when he took down the London Invitational. There it is, 6.86. I'm sorry, where's the Triton million? There it is. Second for 16.89 million pounds. Exchange rate, obviously, we're talking about roughly 20 million USD. A 3-time champ.
Second place.
All-time money winner in terms of Triton. Defending ME champ from back in Montenegro in 2019. I mean, just a very, very healthy resume on him. Do need to move on and touch on some of the others, though. I mentioned the Baltic Brotherhood. The break came as Paulie V left behind one Aleksejs Ponakovs to do battle here at this FT. Ponakovs, as we dive back in, second in chips right now, 7.85 million in front of him, plenty off of which to operate, and this is his 12th final table at a Triton Ras, third in a main event FT, fourth in Madrid, and Monte Carlo, 7th. Hasn't really cracked the podium yet, but just looks sound. I don't remember ever looking up and thinking, oh, Alex is taking a weird spot here.
Listen, Ponakovs has always impressed me as a player. A guy who seems to be very comfortable in a lot of different spots. Same thing, backing off, playing really solid, protecting his chips, making big folds, yet at the same time, the guy can get in there, make big moves, and take down pots without the best hand.
If I didn't know any better, I would think you were talking about another member of this final table who can overlook one, Phil Ivey.
Of course.
He is a 5-time Triton champ, chasing Player of the Year, because right now, if he were to win this one, he would close the gap between himself and Danny Tang to just 86 points behind Danny.
Yeah, if he wins.
Danny would receive 87 for the cash that he had in this one.
Which actually
a lot
would
of
keep
numbers
him
were
ahead.
juggling.
If he didn't cash, Ivey would take the lead with this win.
That's right.
So it was a defensive cash right there.
Exactly, very much so.
I think this is a really fun storyline to follow that, we'll keep you guys abreast of from time to time as the final table goes on. Because, again, this is the last stop for POY. This is it. When this stop is done, whoever's in the lead gets $200,000 and wins the Triton Player of the Year.
That they do. Okay, hometown man, DK, Dejan Kaladjurdjevic. Bit of an enigma. Just came out of nowhere. First ever Triton Super High Roller Festival. This, his 5th effort, and what an effort it has been. 0 for 4 coming into this one. You see him 4th behind Ivey. Those are the 4 above average stacks. Then you have Yaroshevskyi.
Listen, he's doing what everybody wants. Save your run good for the big one, okay?
That's the economic way to go about it.
4, buddy. Final table's the main.
Sure.
Good way to go.
Possible mic drop
Let's
moment.
go.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Yaroshevskyi already has a 7-figure score under his belt. We see how many are available for him here. Might it be a double 7-figure series for him? Won the Quattro bounty. That was very impressive, obviously. Vaskaboinikau, also incredibly impressive. Let's look at Mikolai. His 3rd ever Triton Super High Roller Series. Only his 6th tournament. This is his 4th final table. Let's consider that as a batting average. This guy knows how to make a deep run.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
I mean, and by the way, he didn't really, from what I can recall, get into the mud. He kind of just sat back and bobbed and weaved, showed a little bit of that deference, which is a part of the process.
Yeah, listen, he's taken some unorthodox lines, even at times that seem a little under-aggressive, but in a lot of spots it feels like it's really paid off, and he's preserved his chip stack, and he's kind of kept that run going, which just goes to show that there are a lot of ways to approach spots,
Stack preservation is certainly part of what both Samuel Ju and Elizabeth Chen owe their presence here at this FT2. They run currently in 7th and 9th, respectively, 3 million and 1.25. Obviously, situation quite a bit more critical for Elizabeth Chen. Could also be characterized as an enigma, not unlike DK.
Listen, Elizabeth Chen was on the stream for quite a while yesterday when I was in here, and I have no idea about her experience level, but I was impressed by her poise. The way that she took her time in every spot. It seemed like she was practicing and really trying to pay attention to just not giving off reads with timing and everything she was doing pre-flop. And so, I'm excited to keep on watching her today.
Her resume reads as a bit of a mirror of Kaladjurdjevic. You take a look at it, 0 for 3 here at her first ever Triton Festival, saving the good stuff for when the buy-ins escalate. That is the appropriate way to keep yourself in the black, not the red. Not to be overlooked, of course, is Samuel Ju. He had himself a deep run earlier here in Montenegro. That was a 2nd place finish, came up just short in the 40K Mystery Bounty. This is the first event he's played since that one. Actually left town, came back, and what a good decision that could prove to be for Sam. So, just quickly, Rasty, as I get us back to the table, want to see if you can identify any spots, any seats that are, that's going to be a problem, or any ones that look like a beautiful draw.
Yeah, if I was going to say the beautiful draw, it just really strikes me that Ivey got an amazing draw. I mean, he's right in position on the chip leader. Even Ponakovs, he's slightly in position on, but he's across the table. Kenney, if he gets it going, he's going to be in position on. He's got short stacks right to his left. Ivey's seat really stands out as kind of the best one for a guy who has a lot of chips right now. Yeah.
All right. So with that, we are just about set to send it down to our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, to get it underway.
An incredible 171 entries joined this 125K main event here in Montenegro. We're down to a final table of 9. They're going to compete for more than $4.7 million, this beautiful Jacob & Co watch, and the stunning main event trophy. please allow me to introduce you to your final table. In seat number 1, with 1.3 million, please put your hand together for Elizabeth Chen.
$0 in career Triton earnings, unless you count, of course, the minimum that she'll be taking home here today in her first ever ITM finish.
In seat number 2 with 3.1 million from Belarus, please welcome Vaskaboinikau.
Mikolai with the double fist pumps. We've seen that before. His only other event played in Montenegro was the 50K 8 Max, where he finished 7th for 297K.
Seat number 3 from Montenegro with 5.3 million. Please put your hand together for Dejan Kaladjurdjevic.
Dejan. Home court advantage perhaps here. 5th attempt, first cash, and what a pretty one it is.
Seat number 5 from Germany with 3 million. Please welcome Samuel Ju.
Samuel so poised, so calculated, and so pleased to have another shot at a title after finishing 2nd in the 40K Mystery Bounty here in Montenegro.
Our seat number 6 from Latvia with 7.8 million. Please put your hand together for Aleksejs Ponakovs.
Might he breach the 8-figure threshold in career Triton earnings? This is his 16th cash, 8.4 million Triton earned coming in.
Our seat number 7 is from the Ukraine with 4.7 million. Please put your hand together for Igor Yaroshevskyi.
This is Igor's 4th cash in 6 attempts already here at this festival, hunting his 2nd title here in his 10th cash.
Seat number 8 from the US with 1.6 million. Please welcome Bryn Kenney.
Under the green bucket lies the big beaming smile and the big resume with over 38 million in career Triton earnings. Might he breach 40 here today?
In seat number 9, we have our chip leader from Malaysia with 8.7 million. Please welcome Yong.
So much of the room was sweating Wykin throughout the late hours last night, and they're on hand here today to try to will him to his 5th title.
Last but not least, in our seat 10, closing down our final table from the US, 7.1 million. Please welcome Ivey.
What can one possibly add that those out there who have been following this illustrious career don't already know? It's just Ivey.
The button has been drawn on Dejan in seat number 3. We still have 60 minutes remaining on level 22, 50,000, 125,000, 125,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Daniela, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thank you, Luca. Let's zoom out. Let's get an overview of the chip counts as we launch into this 125K main event final table. $478,000 lockup, a little north of $100,000. The immediate pay jump, obviously, Chen and Kenny will be jockeying a bit down at the bottom of the leaderboard for that ladder. Although we know that Bryn is a guy that is a go for the gusto type of personality. I would imagine he'll be a bit more apt to get his chips in motion before Elizabeth does, perhaps?
You know, looking at that chip distribution, there's not clear demarcation. It kind of runs all the way down, you know, from the top to the bottom. There are the 2 clear short stacks, but then from there, kind of glides all the way up to the leader. So there's a lot in flux here. But this is the part of the tournament where the pay jumps are real.
I ask you this, Rast, when you're at a final table, how much of this first orbit leaves you looking for a tone to be set by all parties? Just kind of keeping an eye on who seems like they're deferring, who seems like they're getting after it.
You know, I know that's kind of like a thing in sports. I don't really find that to be the case too often. Actually, I feel like it's more likely to be the case in smaller tournaments. I mean, here's the thing. If at this point in time there's somebody who has a runaway chip lead and has like 2x second place, I mean, they're naturally going to be playing more hands, right? They're not really setting a tone, you know. When you think of setting the tone, you think of something going out of their way to do something different than they otherwise might in order to establish something, right? You know, he already gets to be aggro because of a huge chip lead. You know, the other thing to remember, too, is that you got to be careful about setting a tone at a 9-handed poker table. Like, even with the chip lead at this point, yeah, you can get away with some opens here or there, but if you start really going ham, I mean, people get hands. Like, there's 8 other hands now that you got to fade. So, you know, you open up an EP with the king 3 off through 8 other people. You know, the guy with short, he's not folding ace king. He's not folding jacks.
Sure.
You know, it is what it is.
That's fair.
You know, when you start adding up the likelihood that somebody gets something like 9s plus, ace queen plus over 8 hands, it's actually like decent. So to a certain extent, you just can't, well, you can try to set a tone, but you might get in trouble.
Well, trouble is apparently what may be on the horizon for Kaladjurdjevic. Ace 10 suited, plays it as a flat, a hand removed from the raise and take it from the king jack suited of Samuel Jew. Will sit this one out. Yaroshevskyi now, big blind, king queen. Note Wykin dominating both of these holdings with his ace queen suited, and note that the chip leader is expected to open a potentially broader range than all others.
I think he'll probably be happy to call here. This is a hand he might elect to 3-bet bluff to put pressure on, but he also has to be worried about the cutoff flat. I mean, that range is a little bit stronger than people might think here. Like, he's going to be flatting hands like jacks and, you know, an ace queen. So, but he does have good blockers if he does want to play this aggressive, and it looks like Igor will. So I don't expect Wykin to fold ace queen suited here.
1.35 million. Does this strike you as perhaps a touch ambitious or maybe player dependent in terms of thinking you can get this through a Wykin open more so than others, just given range?
I think it's Wykin's the chip leader. So as you said, maybe he's going to raise slightly wider. I mean, even though he's under the gun 8, that's what +1 means here. And again, the flat, relatively strong, but Igor has a hand with really nice blocker effects to make this play. And yes, he can call, and kind of, it's a really nice spot, but could also decide to do this, risk, it looks like it's 1.1 extra to win what was about 900K in the middle.
Options available to Wykin here?
This would be a pretty big laydown. And yeah, I just think too big. I like and understand this call by Wykin, and ace 10 suited just needs to go in the bin.
Well, admittedly, I wasn't thinking between fold and call, but perhaps even a 4-bet?
No.
Never.
No. If Igor has it, he has ace king or like queens plus, basically.
What Igor's got right now is a real big issue for the time being. Rasty, pardon the interruption, but queen 8 deuce. Granted, a couple of spades out there, but you can see he's outkicked with top pair and the betting lead in an over 3 million chip pot, which has been inflated courtesy of the aggressive preflop decision. And now he follows through for a downsized 450.
Yeah. Wykin's in an interesting place. He's blocking aces, he's blocking queens, he's crushing ace king. I think you kind of just call this in position. The bluffs, the ace-x suited stuff or whatever, you just can't beat you, and you're losing to the value stuff even though you're blocking it. Okay, and that's a beautiful card for Wykin. There were some runouts here that might let Igor not go broke, but this is starting to not look like one of those runouts. Igor is really in trouble at this point in going out 9th because he decided to 3-bet here and this flop came up.
Note Igor has checked this turn in spite of the dry nature of the 6 of hearts.
Wykin has a real decision here, in my opinion, between bet and check. Listen, we can see that Igor has king-queen. If I'm Wykin, while I think my opponent can have king-queen, I'm not certain of it. Okay, and Wyken does go for a bet. Very understandable. A small bet.
750,000.
I don't not see any world where Igor is getting away from this hand. If I'm Igor here, I think there's a chance even my opponent could have a hand like jacks or tens here and is making kind of like a protection set the price bet.
Don't mean to hit the rewind button, but as I recall, it was ace 10 of spades that was laid down pre-flop by Dejan.
Maybe even a
that
hand.
had the nut flush draw.
If Wyken was really ambitious pre-flop, like jack 10 suited. If this river is a brick, we could see Wyken ask for the rest.
Igor has flatted,
Ooh.
and now he hits the king
My
on
goodness.
the river.
That is a disgusting card right there. And Wyken's going to probably check that back on the king.
Well, what makes sense? The king-queen specifically, what he might be concerned about?
He's now losing to king-queen. Somehow, like ace-king of spades, king-jack of spades just gotten ahead of him.
Oh, my. Yaroshevskyi has no idea how lucky he just got. Danced with the devil and came out a winner so improbably.
Yeah, he very well might think he had the best hand on the turn.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. And look at Wyken right there. Said nothing.
Stoic. And I'll
Yeah.
tell you what, give that man a lot more credit, because his ability to just keep it together there is important in terms of maintaining his table image. There is a sixth sense that any high-stakes poker player has for when somebody's coming apart. And that can lend to some deviations and potentially more aggressive positioning.
Wow, that card just completely changed the perspective of everything I was thinking about what was going to be the consequences of that hand.
Right,
Like
of
Wyken
course.
becoming a huge chip leader, running away with it. And now there's just this cluster up top because Wyken fell back and Igor jumped up.
Yeah, in fact, Yong now runs fourth behind the level stacks of Ponakovs and Yaroshevskyi. Ivey in third. What an immediate landscape-changing exchange that was.
You don't want to try again? Smart move.
Kenny had sixes, gets a walk.
Oh, you had to try one more time. 275. No more chips, just. Oh, yeah, I was looking at the right side.
Peek there at Ivey. Up front. This one isn't going to qualify.
Well, we were watching Wyken. He handled that better than almost anyone. Like, even really high pros, sometimes you see a little, like, mouth movement or eye roll. Maybe even most people at the table aren't picking up on, but Wyken literally gave nothing away. If you looked at him, you would have no idea that he had ace-queen and got counterfeited.
Zero. You would have thought that it was just like, oh, I was beat the whole way. Like, that's what I get for getting out of line with 9-10, you know?
Yeah.
King 5 here. Ponakovs. To the right of Yaroshevskyi, by the way, with the two of them sharing the chip lead right now. Does face potential issues when opening pots. Kenny, the man to speak up, though, with the ace-9 suited jams. And Alex lays it down. Offsuit stuff into the bin. Better iteration in front of DK here. King, queen. That's a hand that's been performing well here.
Yeah, certainly has.
$250 to go. Wykin dominated with queen jack suited. Plays the small as a flat.
Yeah, Ivey getting a pretty good price here to call the min.
Jack 5 suited.
I think it's 7-1.
Ace, queen 3. Wykin outkicked by Dejan. 2 checks in front of the opener. How does he feel about it?
I mean, this flop is one where Dejan has a pretty big range advantage in terms of the nuts. But his particular hand is one that likes checking quite a bit, but it does in this spot, especially if you're not careful and balanced, it can face up your range quite a bit as these kind of like, oh, I've got ace 5, I've got kings, I've got king queen, but Wykin himself has exactly the same type of hand, so he's going to be happy to check, and Ivey just has absolute zero, so don't think this will be an interesting pot.
Oh, wow. Yet again, the outkick party manages to hit 2 pair. Now, granted, this one is a far less bloody exchange, and Wykin on this occasion will be the beneficiary. As that ace on the flop kept king, queen bashful across 2 streets.
Which is very clear value bet here. Dejan has a hand he's trying to show down pretty often, and we want to get value from it, whether king, queen, kings, ace, x. You might be able to get a check raise in on the river. It's possible, but he's going for the much safer route of just betting 2/3. Dejan has kind of a difficult decision here. I mean, yes, his hand's pretty good, and yes, he's checked it 3 times. That said, he's kind of bluff catching. I mean, he's beating queen 10. That's probably not betting, you know, 2/3 here, and he thinks the better of it and lets it go.
Yeah, so $550K does not get paid off, somewhat understandably. Was the right decision in the end.
You're also kind of thinking in a seat, like, what is Wykin bluffing with here? You know, ace, queen, jack, 8, I believe. Like, is he, maybe he's turning 7s into a bluff. Like, that's a hand that makes sense. Like, maybe if he somehow has, like, 7, 8 suited. Like, these type of hands, I mean, it's pretty hard for Wykin to not have a pair. So he might be turning his smallest pairs into a bluff. Maybe if he has like the king 9 suited or king 7 suited, those are bluffs as well. But it's not that many hands, and there's going to be a lot of like ace x, a lot. Ace x suited, maybe some 2 pairs like queen jack, straight like king 10, etc. Rivered set of 8s, or sorry, turn set of 8s.
250K to go, says Kenny, with the suited ace. Ivey, small blind. Will rip it in. Covering Bryn.
And Elizabeth. Wow. Pretty tough spot for Elizabeth here. She has less than 10 bigs.
In terms of pairs, I'm looking for a cutoff from you. Is 9s clear?
So this is a dicey spot where I'm just not sure what the Silicon Overlord prints out because of the risk premium. I would say 10s is clear.
10s is clear.
9s or 8s, I'm not sure. I probably still go with 9s, but I wouldn't like bet my life on it. And then 8s is dicey. Yeah, she decides to go with it. I think some of this is a function of the late position of these players. The one kind of pushback would be, what if Ivey moves all in and Bryn calls and we get to ladder? But this is understandable, and it's a close spot.
That ladder worth $102,000, by the way.
Raise all in.
Not to be neglected. There's
She might have
Elizabeth
also
Chen.
decided having half as many chips as Bryn, and you know he's next to last, and then a third as many chips as the people after that. You know, she does need to gamble at some point to win some chips.
Well, this gamble has turned sour for Chen. Ace-King 6 board. Ivey in front. Stays there on this turn, and might her presence at this final table be a short-lived one? Confirmed. A wrap of the rail, and I don't think there's anything for Elizabeth Chen to be upset about. That was a spot she chose to take, and she did have the best hand against both her opponents, but every now and again, we play roulette and we come up short.
I think Bryn folds 20 blinds to that rejam, by the way, with ace-7 suited. He would have won.
Probably
I don't think he's calling.
Like I have ace-7 suited.
No, nor do I.
Bryn just said he can't call. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice to see a smile on Elizabeth's face as she collects $478,000, her first ever cash at a Triton Super High Roller Series here at her first ever festival, where many were looking for intel, scouring the web, trying to figure out who is this mystery woman. A mystery no longer. She etches her name in the record book with a final table in a main. And with her departure, of course, everybody enjoying the ladder now. 8th place, a $580K lockup. $220,000 ladder if you can get from 8th to 7th. Kenney inherits the short stack duties. 13 bigs in front of him. Jack 10 suited in front of Kin, who is running 4th. Behind the now chip leading Phil Ivey, followed by Yaroshevskyi and Ponakovs. And open to 300,000, and another pretty one for Phil Ivey versus cutoff Ace-Jack.
Yeah, you know, this is a spot. I think he might find a 3-bet here. You know, you can kind of get away from a 4-bet and feel pretty good about it. You want to put pressure on this. You want to win that 600,000 in the middle at a pretty high frequency. And yeah, I like this play by Phil. You have good blockers.
3-bet to 1 million.
Pretty big 3-bet by him. Interesting at the sizing. He went like over 3x. So nice pickup. He's going to win 600,000 right there.
Padding that chip lead.
And don't look now, but Phil's starting to steamroll a little bit. He's almost at 9 million.
I think you can start using this box.
No, it's unlikely. I will use it.
Big shakeups here inside of the first orbit.
You're like, I've seen this story before.
Here at this FT.
525.
They're lucky.
And then he said no. And I said, I respect it. It's okay. So, I can understand.
$300K out of Igor with the ace-10, Mikolai ace-7, small blind. If I've come to understand this man, even off of this 2.7, there's not going to be a whole lot of interest. Indeed, into the bin it goes. King 7 follows closely behind.
Try to put 10 but 4 against you.
Well, you know the routine.
I'm still thinking about that 8 spot. Honestly, it's one of these weird spots, like because she's 9 bigs and
Somebody call you tight player.
Only you.
If I parked you in that chair, you would have folded?
yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I think it's. I'm not sure. I mean, it kind of does matter what you think about Ivey there quite a bit. Like, for example, you saw Bryn take that spot yesterday for even against like a 20 big blind stack. Remember 17 bigs with 4s, right? He reshipped 4s and actually ran into a bigger pair. If you think Ivey is taking that spot with small pairs, then I don't think you can, in like ace 4 suited, ace 3 suited, you can't fold 8s, I think, because you might just have too much equity against the range. But if he's not, then I don't know. Even with only 9 blinds, it's a really interesting spot.
I would imagine she's thinking about it a little bit as well.
I would imagine she's probably going to run it. Her or someone she knows.
Yeah, in her camp.
All right. Nikolai picks up a nice one. Now, he's starting to get a little short here. 2.7. He's the second shortest stack, if I'm correct, just ahead of Bryn. But this hand's too much. Too good.
Cutoff open, gets through the button. Presumably through the small blind as well.
And yeah, this spot, you can't be too loose as Nikolai in the cutoff. You have Ponakovs with a lot of chips in the big. He's going to apply some pressure. But yeah, ace-10 suited is a pretty big hand. Ponakovs knows his range is pretty tight.
Both players flop an ace here. It's going to be tough for Ponakovs to get away. Goes behind the lenses. Checks. Great spot here for Nikolai with the better kicker, backdoor spades, Broadway gutty. 825 in the middle.
Now, again, he has a pretty tight range. He smashes this board compared to Ponakovs to the point where I think he can get away with like a small range c-bet. But it's curious, he's betting large, which is a really curious bet size to me, in particular with his hand. I mean, it's to the point where I wonder what Ponakovs is going to do with ace-3 off. He's calling, but I would guess Ponakovs folds the turn to another bet.
Board pairing queen. What a salvation this is for ace-3 as both parties now play the king kicker. On the heels of check calling the $500,000, Ponakovs checking once more.
Now, while Nikolai almost can't have 3 queens only here, right? Like, he's never large betting the flop with a hand with a queen in it, really. I do think Ponakovs doesn't have too many hands with a queen in it. Maybe only queen X of clubs or like queen jack or queen 10 specifically. But I do think Ponakovs has more queen X than Nikolai. And that queen also counterfeits his kicker from playing. That said, Nikolai is the only one who can have a boat. Maybe Ponakovs can have king-queen specifically if he doesn't reshove it.
Measuring it out here, just 1.9 back. 1 SPR effectively. I
don't see there being a ton of value for betting an ace here. maybe our opponent calls if we're chopping. Our opponent almost certainly folds a king and doesn't fold better than an ace, such as 3 queens or a straight. You know, you do charge flush draws and potentially get them to fold equity. But one of the flush outs has been corrupted. The queen of clubs is no longer helps a flush draw. I feel like the amount of time that he's thinking right now at this point has gone beyond an amount that seems reasonable by a strong hand. Like, I think he's actually given away information at this point, that his hand is not super strong and he's trying to decide what to do. Not that it's necessarily weak.
Yeah, there is a point at which if we eclipse in the tank, people go, this isn't Hollywooding, it's too egregious. There's an actual decision.
You always have to be careful, but I was watching him pretty closely, and he didn't look like a man that was Hollywooding to me. Now, we can see the hand, so it even corrupts us from being unbiased.
Of course.
But I'm, you know, I do feel like he looked like he was genuinely thinking. That is one of the things that you can try to get reads off in those kind of spots. Like, does someone look like they're really thinking about something, or are they pretending? And oftentimes you can tell. Because it can be hard to really look like you're genuinely thinking about something. Now that he sized down in order to check this back, certainly, yeah, and he snap checks river.
I don't know what Mikolaj said, but I can't imagine it was, what a delightful hand you have, sir.
А? Не выкинул?
На ривере сейчас мог.
Я
Может,
тоже
не выкинул.
Я же тоже побаиваюсь чуть-чуть. Не сильно, но побаиваюсь.
It was actually kind of cool to see last night, after play ended, Yaroshevskyi,
Я бы выкинул, потому что ты...
Vaskaboinikau, Aleksejs, Ramin Hajiev, and others, I apologize, that are escaping me. We're all hanging out, having a great time, obviously celebrating the FT for Igor and Mikolaj.
You know, I've been thinking more about Mikolaj's flop bet, and I've kind of changed my mind. I
About
think
the
I
half
kind of
million?
like, no, over. He bet 500 into like 800. I actually kind of like it with his hand.
No, $500,000 is what I was saying, not half pot, yeah.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you've
Yeah.
turned around.
I've turned around. I get it. This is why he's made 4 final tables or whatever it is.
Bryn Kenney, ace-queen off, will be confronted by ace-queen suited here. Ponakovs, by the way, with these heavily reflective sunglasses, I don't know that he's doing a lot of looking back at his hand when he's wearing them, but I've always been really against that specific type of eyewear at the table. And, you know, players are really good about covering their hands up, too. I don't even know if it's possible to see it, but, you know, more so than if you don't have a mirrored lens.
Stuff like that is, I agree. It's very interesting, the different sunglass choices. But anyway, stuff like that is one of my favorite reasons to be here in the booth. When I see a play that I at first seems maybe like, oh, I wouldn't do that or wouldn't choose that. And then you later realize, oh, wow, this guy's, you get to learn. Makes it fun.
King 8 deuce as Igor came along with this 9-6 suited. 2 checks in front of the party starter who's got the queen of diamonds working and checks back. And suddenly Igor on the turn hits second pair for the lead. river delivering a 6 to the board. Yaroshevskyi improving to 2 pair after the second round of checks. Nut no pair for both Ponakovs and Kenney. Igor, of course, knows his hand rates to be very good.
$850.
I would have a little run out for the 9-6.
$850K. It's meaty.
Yeah, I mean, he has a really good hand at this point, and he's trying to get big value, you know, maybe hoping that someone has a King X that they've checked twice, or like a 9, an 8, a hand like 10s or jacks.
I was trying to fold. Almost didn't.
Move was
But like ace high is a pretty tough ask, I would say.
For you? Not for me.
Both ace highs agree. Yaroshevskyi now level with Ivey at the top of the leaderboard. 8.8 million apiece in front of those two.
$350.
Jack 10. Open to 350 and a better jack right behind. In front of Ponakovs.
$750.
Yeah, again, very similar spot. We just saw Phil Ivey. It's funny, the exact same two hands, the exact same two positions, cut-off dealer. So, well, in the previous hand, we didn't see a King, Queen, O in the blinds. So Igor's thinking about the cold 4 here, and that would just be cold. Ooh.
We touched on the blocker effects of it, and he just lets it go.
Yeah.
Note that both the king and the queen were clean. But that small blind positioning and a raise and 3-bet in front of him, he decides to back away. Samuel now must deliberate on whether or not he wants to call the extra 400,000 demanded by Ponakovs.
Yeah, I think this is a spot where, and I know everybody at home is like, wow, how can you not call 400? There's 1.5 in the middle. Like, what good odds you're getting. And obviously, if this was in like a cash game or something, you know, he would call. The problem is that he's now putting in all these chips. He's out of position. He's got jack high, and he's really increasing his chances to go out next.
Well, we want to increase your chances to join us here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, and the only place to play official satellites to it are at GG Poker. Sign up today, new accounts with a minimum deposit of $20. Use the promo code Triton_2024 and get yourself a $50 Global Millions ticket, along with the full welcome bonus. Don't forget Russian Cash Fridays also. It all happens at the world's largest online poker room.
But yeah, I mean, fundamentally, that really just comes down to a high ICM pressure spot, which can be leveraged, as you saw, by a small 3-bet size there by Ponakovs, and even get very good hands to fold and not realize by calling, because if you're Samuel Jew, it's just, you don't really want to play massive contested pots with, you know, strong but marginal hands, where you greatly increase your chance of going out next. It's way better to preserve those chips at this point in that particular spot. I almost feel like with Jack 10 suited there, it's like probably better to re-ship than call. Your opponent's probably not calling you. Like, your opponent's probably 3-betting some with Ace 10 and Ace Jack off and probably folding to a jam. And that hand plays okay all in versus like Ace King or Ace Queen.
Yeah, it
right?
has good equity.
You know, nothing plays great against aces or kings, but you're live. You know, I think that would be better than calling, for what it's worth. Not saying you should have done that, but.
Well, Ponakovs always had better than 9-7. Cut off open, back-to-back pots acquired after he c-bets the spade draw on the queen-queen-3 board. Wykin defending and laying down. Well, you know the drill. If you're watching on YouTube, give us a like, give us a subscribe. If you're watching on Twitch, give us a follow. If you're watching on the Triton Poker Plus app, well then, you've got yourself a wealth of information at your fingertips. This is all we ask in exchange for all that our little army of staff do in order to put together each and every one of these festivals and deliver them to your fingertips.
I mean, if you're watching it with Ali and me here on the stream, you're doing it right if you have the Triton Poker Plus app, because that's how Ali and I are doing it side by side.
We're grinding it.
You're just doing the same as us.
Ace-4 suited here has perspective issues.
Yeah, now this is a slightly different hijack small blind, but you can still see that these players in these kind of spots, like mid-late position, they're attacking it with AJ off because it's a hand that has good blockers, 3-bets. You don't get called very much in these, although it's a little more likely there's a call in this spot because these guys are deeper and Ponakovs actually has more chips. But AJ off is an attacking hand, and the plan generally is fold versus a 4-bet. Which Ponakovs, he does have a suited wheel ace. Will he go for it here? If he rips it, I'm pretty sure Wykin is going to fold.
1.2 million, a 4x 3-bet. Bated breath. Will Ponakovs react to the solver bait?
Oh, he
just lets it go.
Let it go. My other question was, is he going to rip it or is he going to make it like 2.2 million?
Right, like something clickier.
My guess is he was going to make it like 2.2, actually. They were pretty deep.
But that's just it. They cannot ignore the ICM. A 220K page jump right now if you go from 8th to 7th. Now, granted, they're not looking at the prospects of busting next, but every chip is so precious. 4.7 million plus up top. Kenny was sub-10 bigs out there. Do we really want to tussle? Big stacks should have somewhat of an implicit agreement if they're not separated by much to avoid altercation unless the deck simply prevents them from doing so.
I mean, there's just a lot of strategic decisions to be made because, you know, if you're at a table and all the other big stacks are following that rule, then you're the big stack who gets out of line and runs them over, you win. So it's a weird game where it's hard to have the exact perfect strategy because it's constantly in flux depending on what your opponents are doing as well.
On the button, Wykin, fresh off of the 3-bet and take it, goes to work with an 8-9 offsuit. Ace-10 suited receives employment from Ivey as he brings the third scoop, just north of $1 million, and a pipping offsuit ace for Vaskaboinikau in the big, sub-20 bigs at $2.8 million to start this.
Like, if you want to think of it like a game theory situation, if the big stacks cooperate,
Let's it go.
if they cooperate, it can happen. But once one of them deviates because it's better for them, then it's like the prisoner's dilemma. So
Very famous game theory example. I remember first being exposed to it in college. And while we're on the topic, remind people, Rast, about the prisoner's dilemma. It's, you know, two people separated. Do you confess? Do they confess?
yeah, and it's a situation where the best overall outcome for everyone is when both players cooperate. But if somebody defects or confesses when the other person cooperates, they actually do better.
Right.
Right? But the problem is the worst overall outcome is when both players defect or confess. And the issue is that if you look at it from just your node, it's like you always do better if you defect. Because if if you defect and the other person confess, you do better than if you both confess. And if you defect and the other person defect, you do better than if you confess and they defect. So it's like, if I'm just looking at this at a one-shot deal, from my perspective, I should always confect or defect.
Oh, well, confect is definitely
Sorry,
not.
defect or confess, whatever, because it's better for me. But the problem is that leads to the world where both players do that, and you get the inferior outcome than if both players cooperate, which is actually the best for everyone. So it's a very interesting way to show the fact that sometimes doing what's immediately in your best interest isn't actually the best strategy for the game. And it applies here because, what is the best for the big stacks is if they kind of pass it around, don't really go at each other, and, make the short stacks do something because they have the pressure to go out and ladder up. But, again, if the other big stacks are doing that and you start hammering on them, it's better for you. But then you get the situation where then the big stacks just all go to war.
Right.
And it's beautiful for the short stacks because all of a sudden you can ladder up because these big stacks go to war, then one gets a huge chip lead, and all of a sudden you're short stack and you wind up in third.
Well,
so
the prisoner's dilemma, not the only one that we have on our hands. As I turn to the YouTube chat and identify one Stewmeister, who is writing in to advise that he is risking his job to watch the stream right now. Stu, I'd love to tell you that we don't want you to do that. It's a bad decision. But you know what? I'm proud of you, Stu. Now, I don't know if you're at like a Cinnabon where really the implications might not be great, or if you're on the trading floor with like a C-suite position of some sort. So it does depend. But good to have you aboard in any case, Stu. Keep towing the line of the rebellion.
Yeah. And kind of the point of this discussion, to just pull back and say it's like you can say that you're supposed to do this or supposed to do that, but these are all human beings and they're making different strategic decisions here. And what another person's doing, if they're deciding to deviate and do something different, it drastically affects what one of the other players at the table should do. So things are in flux all the time, which is what makes it so fascinating to watch these final tables.
Well, just take a look at the flux that Samuel Jew has on his hands. Dejan has jammed the small blind with the offsuit big little. And Samuel has an ace and a keen sense with the second shortest stack at the table. Third, let's call it, given that Vaskaboinikau has just a bit less than he does. Of the range that Dejan would be behaving in this way. It doesn't only include things that have a 7 in trouble.
Sure, no. Listen, for chips, Samuel Jew has a call. It looks like he has 12, he has 15 blinds. For chips, he's supposed to call this, but there is a lot of ICM pressure here. He knows Dejan's probably wider than normal, but if he calls and loses with a hand that doesn't figure to have a ton of equity, although be a chip EV favorite, he's just out in 8th. So again, he's asking, how wide is my opponent doing this? He's certainly going to have worse ace-x hands, king-x hands, and yeah, he decides to pass, which again, I think is pretty reasonable in a high ICM situation.
Yeah.
I do think he's calling like ace 10, and maybe hands like ace 9 suited, ace 8 suited, but ace 7 off, I agree. I think it's probably too weak, even though you know your opponent could very easily have a worse hand than you. Another issue, by the way, is if your opponent has like ace 5, yes, you're a small favorite, but you're not a big favorite. You
Right.
chop a lot. So
He's very respectful of ICM from what I've observed, Samuel. And it served him well. Like we touched on, he finished second in the 40K mystery bounty.
I mean, he still has 15 blinds right now. And instead of just calling it all off in a spot where he figures to be maybe a very small favorite against his opponent's range, he can probably find spots to shove or reshove where he gets to have the fold equity plus maybe win if his opponent calls. I don't think he's quite short enough to call with ace 7 off there yet. That's my feel.
Yaroshevskyi steps away from a king 10 off suit. Jack 10 here for Mikolai. E2 passes. Dejan takes us to 300,000. Note that it's with the same kit that was a seat removed off of a deeper stack, however.
He's going to be very happy to see Ponakovs folding there. Ponakovs has a lot of chips, and Dejan's going to have to be somewhat careful opening his button. He definitely can't do it too wide because Ponakovs can apply a lot of a pressure to his stack.
I've got an update on Stewmeister.
Please.
Rast, that's the guy who's streaming us out there. Shout out. While he's at work, he's actually on a Zoom call. Now, people have done a lot worse thing on Zoom calls than stream a Triton. I'll tell you that. there's been some pretty epic missteps in the Zoom streets. Stream on, sir. We got your back.
You have many more hours of stream entertainment to look forward to here.
Yeah.
This final table is going to take a minute to resolve the... Remember, it's 50-minute blind levels in this tournament, so...
Some relief elsewhere in the chat, by the way, from the likes of Ewan Rayner and Dakota Shepard, who were worried that maybe he was a surgeon, a doctor of some sort. And then we want your attention on the job, but...
Surgeon, please.
You would play.
What if you sewed your patient clothes with the stream still going? Because you know that some of these surgeons
in there looking up, he's like, "You didn't fold that," and all of a sudden his hand jumps. Oh shit! Nurse, turn that off. We have a problem here.
I was a little bit happy to see 4-2.
Jack 7 suited. No, thank you.
I like this Sam from the chat. Any job that involves Zoom calls isn't important anyway. That's a good comment. Yeah.
Not necessarily, but I like it.
375.
Ace 10. DK takes us up to 375.
He's been pretty active.
Yeah.
And each time he's kind of getting hands that are to the bottom of what he's probably going to be opening. And is someone going to make him pay? King 3 suited is a hand that could definitely find some 3-bets here when you have polarized ranges in these spots and you're attacking an open.
5 seconds.
You know, make it like 1.5 whatever. Igor was thinking about it, that's for sure. Feel that on the muck. Oh. And he's going to be glad he didn't 3-bet that.
No kidding.
Bryn would have just cold called. He's not getting off of jacks.
The hooks. Awaiting orders.
What a spot for Bryn, because Dejan can't fold this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does have an over and an under. And suddenly, Bryn Kenney's main event life is at risk here. 2.5 million chip pot.
Samuel, Jew, and Mikolai watching this intently.
Very much so, given the pay ladder potentially available to their shorter stacks here. The jack-high flop, however, does seem to be prepared to vanquish any hopes of that time out. Sopping, wet turn, double gutter.
Literal best turn card. Nope.
Safe rivers. Kenny makes jacks full. That is real spooky.
Oh, full house though.
Most of the deck leaves ace-10 drawing dead.
I make a full house.
Yeah, he's saying
He would
flush
have
versus full.
doubled.
1,100. If I 3-bet him, king 3. See?
You're thinking about it too.
Yeah. If I 3-bet, I'm call all in, and doesn't matter. You want.
I'm happy to take this chip.
I'm not 3-betting because magnet.
Yeah.
Some other speculations,
it.
by the way,
Yeah.
as to
Igor was talking, he was thinking about 3-betting it, and he would have made the king high flush and lost.
That's funny.
Then he just
It
made a
was
little
like
joke.
Only in the big blinds do I do that, man. I look down.
I'm so fast learning, you know? So fast.
No, there's something behind it.
He's talking about he didn't
Some
3-bet
people
because
say flush,
he felt the strength from Bryn.
something more.
I don't know about that.
You know, anyway.
I don't think he'd even looked, had he?
I think Bryn's saying he had looked.
Really?
Yeah, and
That
he's
clean,
like,
though.
he felt the magnet.
Thick clean. Sweat.
Never easy. Never.
I mean, they're obviously bullshitting, I think, but you never know.
Yeah.
Bryn's just kind of playing along.
King Jack. Will Samuel Jew play along?
300.
Min raise. They got away from King 3 suited moments ago. Queen 7 suited. Has some naughty thoughts? No. Another King Jack for Wykin, and we'll have an opportunity to play Who Wants It More.
You have like 1.7 behind right.
Started
Yeah.
with 2 points.
Jew has a pretty strong opening range here. I would imagine Wykin's going to be pretty happy to call. The problem when he jams this is that he's getting called by pretty much every hand that dominates him. Going to fold out hands that he dominates. Not that there's a ton of them that Jew's opening. I mean, Jew's going to have a pretty tight hijack opening range there, like definitely tighter than standard with his chip stack.
Queen 6-5 2 spades gives Wykin the free roll.
Wykin has interesting blockers here. He's blocking Queen Jack and King Queen and blocking some flush draws with the Jack of Spades, but he does also have nothing versus a strong range. So yeah, he's just gonna move on.
Nice C-bet there of 250K earns Samuel the pot. Looking at Samuel Jew's overall Triton career, north of $750,000. What he had earned across 5 cashes coming in to this one. Already has 580 on lockup with a chance to more than double his career tally if he can just make the top 7. I'm sure his sights are set a little bit higher than that. Aces for Ponakovs. Will anyone find trouble? Nine, 6 suited for Ivey. Deep enough to speculate here. Not afraid to play one out of position. Defense. 8 1/4 in the middle. And mercifully for Phil Ivey, nothing really to encourage him to get added chips into this one. Checking over.
$50.
250,000.
$250. The C-bet sizing. No club out there. Some wrapping around of the 8.
Yeah, Phil's just got to get out of here.
Yeah. Ponakovs picking up a little more than he would have, courtesy of the big blind defense. But the added profit stopped there.
It's really moved into a tight kind of 3-way tied for the lead now. After that pot, Ponakovs picked a small one off Phil, and him, Igor, and Phil are separated by 2 big blinds up at the top. So what was once a pretty well distributed final table from the top to the bottom is now turned into kind of the haves and the have-nots. The bottom 3 players are separated by 2 big blinds as well. Samuel, Jew, Mikolai, and Bryn Kenney.
Back-to-back pickups there for Ponakovs. Had a bit of a rough Jeju festival before this one, considering he thought things would go better when he cashed 17th in the 15K 8 max to kick things off, and then struck out the rest of the way 0 for 9, leaving him 1 for 10
Yeah,
on
didn't
the stop.
cash the first 5 here. So yeah, he was on a 14 tournament streak, not including potential rebuys.
That's a pretty dry spell.
Yeah.
It adds up quick. I think it also explains why it is that sometimes we have the presumption that, you know, somebody scores for 600,000, 800,000, that they should just be elated. And they're like, buddy, that's only getting a drop in the bucket of what I dusted off the last 14 events.
Yeah.
It's one big, long Triton. Ace-Jack for Igor. Vaskaboinikau has chosen to jam from the small blind. Unclear what that side card is, and also unclear as Igor asks for a count just how he's going to feel about things.
I mean, I would guess it's most likely, and it's going to be an ace, it's going to be a queen, it's going to be a king, maybe a jack of clubs, potentially a 10 of clubs, and I think that's pretty much it. It's one of those. +2, so he might not be getting too out of line versus this like you know, maybe he doesn't jam king queen off. Maybe he doesn't jam the queen 10 suited. But not sure.
$2,150,000.
The good news about queen 10 suited is queen jack isn't calling you. King queen probably isn't even calling you. King queen off at least.
So interesting how often people end up in spots with the cuspy stuff. Yaroshevskyi ultimately.
Wow, we're just not going to find out. Well,
Пистолет? Ну тогда, ну я впереди, но 50. Дам.
Ace Jack and Queen? Even I understand Russian.
You legend, though. Everything. Doesn't matter, Russian, Ukrainian, poker, life,
Face.
face, tail, three.
oh, Bryn guessed their two hands.
Magnet.
I think he may have kind of read into some of the exchange there, which, by the way, I did want to ask Rast. I know there's some, you know, benefit of the doubt levels of sportsmanship that kind of are involved in a lot of this stuff, but we're talking about an FT here with a lot of money on the line. These postmortems in a foreign language between the two players, one would presume no cards are dealt out right now, but if they're revealing their hands to one another, this would create sort of a disadvantage to the remainder of the field, and
Yeah,
I suspect
agree.
that would be discouraged.
Yeah, this is usually why they have the rule of, you know, only the one language so everybody can understand.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Где есть Буби? Буби сразу. Буби масть не даст пропасть. Раз.
I'm still got to say, I'm pretty impressed, unless Bryn does understand
I think-
Russian, that he literally guessed their two hands. That's not, I mean,
Like,
I know you can get around, but just getting them two right on the button.
I do think he actually made something of what he overheard, more so than just zeroed in on the exact hands. But the combination of the two probably led to it. I'll tell you, there have been occasions on which I've heard people talking in a foreign language at the table, and even when you don't speak that language, a lot of times with respect to specific cards, you can kind of make out, you know, something of Latin origin or Slavic. You're like, okay, I think I know what's going on over here. There's a peek at what's going on in terms of chips. Dilution, 75-150. The new blind level. As over $500,000 has been secured by the field. $220,000 ladder available.
He gave compensation.
He wanted just to start taking some of your blacks, so the more the other ones follow.
It's only for you guys.
Jew has a little reshove spot here. I think I'm taking this spot with eights. Yeah. Why can I think he's in the low jack? Definitely want to get it through, but I think your hand's too good to pass up.
I don't think ace-6 suited is in love here.
No, ace-6 suit's going in the muck.
Yeah, $2 million, just too much. Wykin does. Let it go. He did come into this final table as the chip leader, currently with just 36 big blinds in front of him.
There you go.
He sits in fourth.
Thank you.
Well, we've got exciting news for all poker fans. Triton Poker is launching a 24/7 subscription-free streaming channel on Pluto TV, a leading free streaming television service setting a new milestone in Triton Poker history by providing fans with an unmatched poker experience. Not only can you watch wall-to-wall coverage of our Montenegro festival, but also your favorite Triton events like never before. More than 400 total hours of live high-stakes action every year, plus hundreds of more hours of tournament replays, highlights, and expert analysis. We are in particular looking forward to the release of our documentary series, which our docs team has been working on for the better part of a couple of years now. Efforts well worthwhile. Eight-six offsuit. Ponakovs playing as a limp. Big little in the big blind. It's a hand that's fallen into favor in terms of pre-flop 3-bet candidacy.
750.
There it is. 750,000.
Завоевал.
Alex lays it down.
I think I saw like a black face card. Like a, I think I saw black queen. What?
400.
No, I was just telling everyone what I think I saw.
Thank you.
Ace-9 here from DK.
Gotta muck the cards low.
And I had the other black queen first card.
Awesome.
Would be actually good if you could have a little bit more space.
Yeah, I can move.
No,
Yeah.
no, but can you maybe move a little bit? You can still use this. No, you can still use this, but
Не-не. Давайте цвет рейс и так вот.
Samuel. Looking for a little space out there. He can get snug. Ace-10 suited now.
Blinds just went up recently. Open raise now 4 instead of 300.
Yeah, 100, 200 we play.
Looks like Igor is taking this 3-bet spot. Little light, but he's gonna put on the pressure after passing 2 in a row with the King 3 suited and the Queen 7 suited. Looking for opportunities to put pressure on these short stacks that are all clustered now. There's 4 stacks between 10 and 20 blinds.
3-bet to 850. Being mulled over here. We know Yaroshevskyi has liberties as the big stack. We know he's looking over at us opening late. I presume we know that our table image in the scouting report is one that would lead those that have bothered to do their homework, recognizing that we're not someone who is out of line often.
Yes. You know, Jew could ship it. I don't think he should call. Okay, he's calling. Ooh. He's dicey. You know, the good thing about calling, at least, is that he is keeping in hands that he's dominating. All the ace-x suited, ace-x stuff that Igor's 3-betting light.
Such as this. Now we find ourselves on the Queen-Jack-5 board with the royal flush gutty, and we're not so unhappy about not having found a pair.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're calling this here and you're deciding to play a big contested pot out of position, this is exactly what you're looking for. I mean, this is just a spot where you have a really comfy check jam.
That's provided that Yaroshevskyi wants to c-bet this. Not a given, considering this board texture, when we do 3-bet and get called, other than the paired hands beneath the jack, which, again, who knows how they would proceed. Feels like it should be hitting Samuel's range. He does pick up the double gutter to go with the flush draw now.
I mean, I think if you're Samuel here, I think I just go all in for basically a pot-size bet. You have ace-10. You'd love to get ace-king to fold if your opponent has that. What about getting 10s or 9s to fold? Or a hand like ace-jack off? Wow.
Another check back and another jack on this river. This one has been played very snug. And are you curious as to if we're going to 3-bet the ace-4 offsuit, why it is that we're not going to get after the pot?
Not
more
necessarily.
So post? This board
I
in
think
particular?
this board is ugly and you're just kind of giving up.
Yeah.
What I'm really curious at is why Samuel Jew checked the turn. To me, of all the spots in this hand,
that was the one that he should have bet on, and yet it is here on the river that he's firing this 475, Brian.
Like, as played, let's say Igor had ace-king and checked it here. I don't know if Igor folds ace-king. Like, it's close to this bet. I just don't really understand Samuel's turn and river play in this one. He has almost the perfect hand to go with on the turn. You can get better hands to fold. You have a ton of equity when called. And then as played on the river, his bet is so small, I'm not really sure how many better hands fold there. Like, maybe just, if you are going to bluff, I think you have to go big. And if you're not, you can still win with check. And I mean, I'd almost rather check call than donk. Like, sorry, not donk, block. As Samuel, if I'm going to put money in on the river, right? Because Igor could have ace-4, ace-5, whatever,
sure,
and you're beating that hand. So like, I'll check call that, but like block, like those hands are going to fold, and I don't know if better folds to a real small block.
I guess obviously inherent in the idea that he's blocking the river is he did not want to end up facing what might have been a really big bet. I suppose I don't know at what frequency, but that was a luxury afforded Yaroshevskyi. And on the topic of luxury, how about a luxurious pair of queens against a king-queen open from Mikolai to our direct left? That's the proposition for Dejan, who jams. Here's a covering stack. Does get folded all the way back around to Mikolai, and he does not hesitate to lay down. Didn't really give it any thought whatsoever. But you've talked about the king-queen having more durability. Maybe more as the re-raising hand than the call-it-off hand, though.
Yeah, I think it starts becoming a hand in these like high ICM polarized range spots where you can make some moves with it. Like, I think we already saw, you know, you've seen some 3-bets with it. I think we saw a 4-bet with it earlier at the final table, if I remember. So it's a hand that can kind of slide in there, almost just like ace-jack off, you know, that we've been seeing, like the button attack,
Sure.
small blind attack, late position opens. The king-queen is very similar type of hand in a lot of these spots.
Ooh. Big hand.
Nikolai takes a walk.
Дарик, просто если запустим, надо заводить. Замок.
Folded around to Ivey's button. Ace-jack offsuit.
Phil's been quiet for a minute, but finally finds something to play.
He feels dialed. He feels intense. We haven't really had many data points, but his presence always felt when he's at the table. On this occasion, to the tune of 400,000. Big little in the big blind. Does DK have a taste for a 3-bet here?
1175.
There it is.
He does.
This has become a very clear evolution. Even looking back at Jeju, I don't recall this having been in favor to the degree that
Look
we've
at
observed
Phil.
it here.
Look at Phil. He's staring at him, trying to get a read.
This is a live
Phil
goat.
has a pretty good hand here, all things considered. I think, I mean, it would be a pretty big fold. If he thinks Dejan's not capable, you could consider it, but I wouldn't think that of anyone who made a final table here at Triton. I think off these stack depths, 3-betting with like king little off or ace little off, it's like, it's a thing, but everybody's known about this for years. It's in these circles, it's not something new.
Sure.
Phil's hand's just performing pretty well against all the bluffs. What's Phil gonna do?
Whispers the all-in. And DK forced into the muck. Ivey took his time with that one.
He did. I was curious if he was gonna call or jam.
Sure.
I think you can make arguments for either play. Oh, did you see that? Right as the camera panned off, Phil, he gave a little smirk. He looked away from the table. There he is. You know, Phil just unbothered, moisturized, happy in his lane, focused and flourishing. And now he's up to 10 million in chips and has the chip lead.
That he is.
Phil is one of the guys that in those type of spots, unlike some other guys who I feel like will play much more like what a chart says they're supposed to do.
Okay.
I really hesitate to say what I think Phil will do in that spot.
Right.
Phil's staring at him, and I think he could do any of the 3 options. I mean, even I didn't think he was going to, but it's like if he just stared at him and somehow got the read, I don't think this guy's messing around. Like maybe even mucks it, which would be like kind of insane. But that's why I didn't want to say he's not folding, but just in case. But I wasn't expecting him. I would have been a little surprised if he folded, but you know, I think
Maybe
with
he
Phil,
didn't make it.
sometimes you just never really know exactly what he's going to do.
Ponakovs up front.
I have an ice cream store here somewhere. Right?
Took us to 400 with the queen jack. Got through another one. Behind him. That's a hand that isn't obligated to open from Alex, by the way. He's perhaps sensing that things are wound a bit tight at present. Looking to capitalize.
These guys are battling here. It's been 8-handed for a minute. No one wants to go out 8th right now.
400.
I mean, 580,000. It's a decent payday, but at this point, when you're still in this tournament and you're looking at these pay ladders, 6th place is already 1.1 million. You ain't trying to get 580.
Nah. That's not what's on your mind.
No.
Queen 8 suited. Employed on the button by DK, who gets stuffed on by the ace 4 suited. Ponakovs picking up chips yet again.
Неопытный.
Chip leading over Yaroshevskyi.
Знаешь, где-то по чуечке надо прочувствовать.
Ivey right there with him.
С БВ, мне кажется, ушли никуда.
In fact, Phil has a $250,000 more than Ponakovs right now. Not that that's of much consequence. Bryn Kenney, 10 bigs. Vaskaboinikau, 11 bigs. Those the two short stacks. The ones with the most pressure on them. Although one could argue that in some ways when we do get short enough, the pressure is removed because we don't find ourselves having to navigate too many post-flop decisions. We just figure out.
You know, it's interesting you say that because for the most part, you're right, especially earlier in tournaments. But I'll tell you what, even when you get down to like 10, 12 blinds, in some of these spots, like when the ICM really gets high, actually the decisions can get like quite tough, right? Like we were sitting here agonizing earlier over Elizabeth's decision with 8s.
Right.
And you're like, obviously you're getting it in for chips.
For chips,
But
yeah.
then it's just when it's like the pressure and you got these other stacks and how many other short stacks are there? How much should I be waiting versus going for it? All of a sudden, some of these spots, which are normally kind of simple, get a lot more complicated.
Sure.
And this is one of the reasons why, like, I mean, some of the guys that are, you're like, oh, this guy's a great tournament player. I'll give you just off the top of my head. It's like Jason Kuhn. Like, that guy plays like 10 blinds, like, awesome. And it's a big deal because guess what? When you look at a final table, how often do people have like 10 blinds? Like, a lot, right? You know, right now there's a lot of ICM. Everybody's waiting. You know, the blinds keep going up. So all of a sudden, all these stacks get short. The average stack gets real short. And how you're playing 5, 10, 15 blinds really, really matters. So, and yes, earlier in the tournament without ICM for chips, pretty simple, but not anymore.
Well, this one looked like it was going to be simple. A dominating ace-5 versus jack-5. Played as a limp and a check back between Ponakovs and Yaroshevskyi, two of the deeper stacks. On the flop, wheel draw for Yaroshevskyi. Ponakovs let out 200,000. Igor flatted. King on the turn. Alex checks. Igor checks back. And somehow Ponakovs finds a winner with this jack.
Oh, yeah, and I think he's going to find a value bet.
Here's my get up here today.
as played, when you lead flop small and your opponent checks back turn, I wouldn't count on them bluffing. They seems like they have a showdown hand a lot. Probably more likely to try to get value from something like ace high or a 3. You know, maybe even queen high.
800.
$300,000. See if Yaroshevskyi feels like bluff catching with the ace high. He was right on the edge and then last minute pivoted to lay it down.
Yeah, ended up making the right decision. See, he really did not like that spot, and understandably, pretty gross spot for ace high there. And yeah, you could see it on his face right as Ponakovs bet. He was like,
But it's
damn,
with the most.
this is annoying.
Well, there were junctures at which Igor could have taken that pot, whether it was pre-flop, flop, maybe even turn. But the river was the one that bode poorly.
Yeah, he could have bet turn when checked to and gotten Jack 5 to fold, but Jack 5 had 3 outs. Not a hand you're excited about getting to fold.
1,750. It was big blind.
With the big blind, yeah. Oh, no walk.
Bryn's looking at his man.
Intimate moments between the blinds.
Yeah.
6-2 suited played as a limp here by
Ooh.
Igor. Pocket fives for Bryn.
Yeah, easy jam for Bryn.
Snap rip, snap muck.
I was going to.
Magnet. Fold.
Next time fours.
No, next time aces.
I mean,
Flip the fours.
You're
Add a
safe.
little-
You're safe with fours.
Add a little bridge to it.
It's better than first time.
Yeah.
No rage.
I'm happy, exactly.
Just
Yeah,
call
limp
it.
and get the shove is much better than have to call off.
I'm improved myself.
At least you didn't make it 450.
Ace queen here for Nikolai. Jams 2.1 plus. Will anyone wake up with something to give him a spin?
Good luck, my friend.
Ponakovs just posturing briefly. Looking to get the blood pumping, perhaps. Oh, I can.
11 big.
Wow.
King, queen. He's got just 4.4.
This is a really close spot. Because the thing is, I mean, I think normally with chips, if Nikolai has like a normal jamming range, you call, but he doesn't. He has a pretty tight range to chip 11 blinds here.
Seven, 6-4 is Wykin. Lags behind, dominated pre. Nikolai poised to double, hard on the turn. Remove the king of hearts from Wykin's outs. Can the Belarusian fade the 2 outer? Yes, he can, and things have really not gone Wykin's way here at this final table. Remember, it was he with ace-queen against king-queen for Yaroshevskyi. That was the exchange that cost him chips. Now he's on the other side of it, unable to return the favor to the poker gods. And once more, we see a stoic response.
No, ace queen has not been kind to Wykin at this final table.
You're right.
Button's good.
Nor his king queen, for that matter.
Yeah.
Look at that pitch. Daniela, one of our best in the box here.
Mikolaj loves the Leaning Tower of Pisa chip stack.
He really does. I remember this before. Obviously, it makes it difficult to know just how much he's got. Clock does get stopped whenever a player asks for a count. Ponakovs, ace-8 takes us up. Seven-eight offsuit. See what kind of appetite Ivey has for a flop. Get our answer as he defends. Swing and a miss on the ace-queen-9 board, fortunately for him, given domination pre-flop.
Yep. My guess is if Wykin runs that one after the tournament, I think he'll see that king-queen off is a small fold. That'd be my guess. It's a close spot, though. And it's one of these things, again, we just got into this playing 10 blinds in high ICM spots. Things get so weird because, like, it's not a normal shoving range that guy has. You know, that, sorry, Mikolaj has. It's kind of tighter. So it affects what you're supposed to do. You know, kind of a lot. But that's my feeling, is that I think you've got to fold king-queen off there.
Well, that one wasn't weird, Ivey. Simple check fold to the c-bet from Ponakovs.
Let's see if
Flop top pair.
Wykin can keep it composed, put it together, and go on a run. I know he can if the cards let him. But
Yeah, I have no concerns with respect to emotional state for Wykin, but in terms of what the deck has had in store for him, one wonders if it isn't more savagery. Down to just 12 bigs, 7 of 8. Only Bryn Kenney with a leaner stack, as all parties are hunting a 220K pay ladder. Never mind that 4.7 million plus up top. The richest payout thus far here at this Montenegro festival. Ali Najat, Brian Rast, glad to have you with us. Elizabeth Chen, the only casualty thus far at this final table. Came in as the shortest stack. Pocket tens for Igor.
nice little
He
pickup
opens.
in the hijack. Definitely wouldn't mind. Oh, and Bryn, I was just about to say he wouldn't mind Bryn Kenney shoving here because he has a hand that figures to be a decent equity favorite against it. And Bryn's in trouble. He's going to need a 9 because these chips are going in and Igor ain't folding unless someone else comes back over the top of this.
Kenny can't know that his goose is cooked with these 2 9s for the time being as he jams. And these 10 bigs are not going to be enough to get through a couple of 10s for Igor. $4.5 million in the middle, and a very dim and grim proposition for Bryn Kenney, who's on his feet, headed off stage. Is it prematurely so? Not on this flop. Queen 8 deuce. Here, Bryn calling for the 9. Not there on the turn. And the man who's got more earnings at Triton than anyone else. Will he stay in the hunt for the title here in the main? No.
Good game, guys.
You win.
GG, bro.
Issues the GGs, comes on over
Good luck.
to get some love
Bryn, nice one. GG.
from Igor. The task was tall from the onset for Bryn Kenney. Looked like he had a ray of hope. But then the deck had other ideas as he bestows the remains of his stack upon Igor Yaroshevskyi, exiting with $580,000, courtesy of the 8th place finish. And I gotta say, I'm mourning the loss of that man there just because of the unique nature in which he approaches both ICM and the big buy-in stuff. It does seem to be with more of an appetite for risk than the average bear. But in any case,
He's just been playing the biggest poker tournaments for a really long time.
Yeah.
And having great results.
Yeah.
Nothing more to say about that. He's a great player who shows up when the lights are brightest and the money's the biggest.
Race.
400,000 out of Ponakovs. King Jack suited, very playable here for Nikolai. He
20
is sitting
blinds and he decides to pass.
Yeah, he's sitting a lot deeper
Very
than he was
curious.
before with this 4.1.
I think there are players who would rip it there for what it's worth. 21
Call-
blinds.
Call an option, though, out of the smaller. I mean, it's a lot of hands.
Kind of. You don't really love playing the contested pot out of position, someone who has way more chips than you and can put you in tough spots a bunch. You end up doing a lot more folding, a lot less calling, and actually even more, as much kind of ripping off the 20 blinds. Because the other thing, too, you got to remember is Ponakovs is, you know, he's not going to open super wide there, but he's not going to be opening tight. That's for sure.
You talked about the weird impact that the ICM has when it's huge, like it is here, right? We just saw the 220K pay ladder.
No, I mean,
800,000 is you know, already locked up. 300,000, the gap between 7th and 6th. And I think he's looking around and going, there's 3 shorter stacks than mine out there still, even after Bryn busts.
He is, and I get it. That said, when you're one of these shorter-ish stacks in those spots, the way you get chips at the FT, really, it's not opening. Because your opening ranges have to be really tight because people pick on you, right? You get 3-bet a lot. The way you do it is one of the bigger stacks that are opening wide or at least normal, you reshove on them with like a tight-ish, but kind of reasonable normal range. King Jack suited's a good hand, you know, and he's folding King Queen, which is another point that's like he's not
The opener,
calling,
you mean?
Yes, he's
Yeah.
not calling 21 bigs with King Queen. It's not happening.
So you can
So King Jack
get rid of stuff.
isn't you're blocking jacks, you're blocking kings, you're blocking ace king. You have, if he has 10s or 9s or 8s and calls, you have overcards. Like there's a lot going on there. It's a good hand to do it with. Like I'll bet you an ICM solver says he's supposed to shove that. I would bet it.
There's one other element too, and I've just observed this on the heels of yet another open and take it from Ponakovs. He has been the active stack.
Yeah.
So if we suspect that maybe he continues to be rewarded for this posture and this behavior, he's getting after it further and further, are we not encouraged even more so to
But
maybe take that necessary step in the interest of picking up chips, which Wykin is going to be looking to do here with pocket queens, trending southerly, looking for the northbound trajectory?
You know, and he wins 900K when it gets through. Right. 500 blinds, an ante, and plus the open. Oh, wow.
Passed on the King Jack, now 2 10s.
Yeah. I don't see how he's not going to get in trouble here. Wykin has a pretty tight opening range. Wow, this is kind of a tough spot. I wonder how he's going to play it. As like a small 3-bet get in, as a flat. I wonder if he's even considering folding, because he's definitely shown that he's trying to avoid close spots. Like he just passed the king jack suited.
1.8.
1.8.
5 seconds. Behind.
Asked for a count. Wykin delivers it. Now, the upshot here, of course, is that he covers. That's something that he didn't really do much of prior to his own double.
Yes.
But, of course, it would be a blow of great significance.
1.4.
So, yeah, he's going with 3-bet get it in versus Wykin.
And is this because he anticipates that there are some hands that Wykin would be able to raise fold?
Yeah, and hands that tens wants out of there. Like, what about queen jack, king queen, etc.?
Always knew what he was doing in the event of this, which is a Wykin Yong jam, and you see the instant disappointment for Mikolai. Best of it, or worst of it, Wykin not giving us any sense that the moment.
I'm actually more curious what a solver says about tens here than what it says about king jack suited in the previous hand, for what it's worth.
What the board says is advantage queens. 5 million plus in the middle.
Wykin just has to fade 2 outs once.
Well, it was a 2-outer carnival yesterday, and yet again here today. I promise you, we don't know these cards are rolling off.
Neither does Wykin.
I swear to you, I thought back to yesterday how many times the savagery of the underpair binking was on display. And yet again here, just when it seemed like Wykin Yong was poised to find the double and then recollect his stack, he is mercilessly, savagely dispatched.
Listen, if you're picking somebody who ran the worst at this final table, probably it's going to be hard to top it. Definitely so far, it's Wykin Yong. I mean, the king on the river in that huge pot with Igor, ace-queen to ace-king. Queens versus tens, 10 on the river. I mean, these are savage beats. Wykin took it like a man, took it like a boss. Great player, wonderful competitor at Triton, and just, I mean, really brutal. I mean, you can't help but feel for the guy.
Yeah.
That was nasty.
Yeah.
Finally finds a cash here in his third attempt in Montenegro. There will be no fifth title. And there will be no loss of sleep either, because truly I think Wykin played terrifically in every one of those situations he found himself in, and just it wasn't up to him. It really wasn't.
Yeah.
But we can talk
The only one I would question is his I think I don't like the king queen off call. It was for like 10 more blinds for what it's worth. So, you know, but maybe that one. But these other two, I mean, he played those pots great.
Yeah.
I mean, the ace-queen, it was queen 8, deuce 6. If like a 4 rolls off on the river, he's going to value bet that hand. And he's going to have like 13 million chips early, like way at the beginning of the final table, and Igor's going to be like out or super short.
Yeah, that was the beneficiary right there on your screen. Yaroshevskyi, king 4 suited here. He is defending against an Ivey open. Under the gun with queen jack, Phil flops second pair on an ace-high board. As we march on with a guaranteed payout of over $1 million to all remaining parties, 1.1 to be exact. C-bet of 300. Earns it for Ivey.
Yeah, I have a saying that I've kind of made up and adopted over the years. It's, you don't choose the tournament chooses you. And in this case, this tournament very decisively chose that Wykin was not going to win.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do.
Zero. There was a true level of heartlessness that the deck exhibited on this occasion. To Yong, who, as you mentioned, just took it so well. Almost a masterclass in how to handle oneself in the face of all the adversity that any given tournament, in particular 125K buy-in with massive implications, subjects you to.
Really hard agree with you there. A+.
Yeah.
In that.
Respect, for sure.
What do you mean?
I mean, it was painful to watch. Imagine how painful it is to experience what went down at this FT for him. It really was brutal.
I mean, after just, you know, being on the bad side of ace queen to king queen, then having king queen, okay, then, you know, you don't get lucky. It was just like the tens is just like when you're down on the ground and then you just get kicked.
Yeah.
Like you're down, things aren't going well, and then Lady Luck is just kicking you in the balls. Like it's not that's not fun right there, the 10 on the river.
Ace king suited rates to be fun for Samuel Zhu as he puts 450 out there. Jack 10 offsuit for Mikolaj, fresh off of the brutal beat that he issued to Wykin. Doesn't look like a fold is in the future. Might a 3-bet be there? Oh, he's reaching deep. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And from the big blind, he just doesn't want to realize his equity and C3. This is a little non-standard here, I feel like. Mikolaj showing some different moves to his game. He's been very conservative in some spots so far, but it's not going to work this time. I mean, Samuel Zhu has a very comfy all-in.
Well, he's not going to be in any rush to get it in. Perhaps in the hopes that he'll get some action. This hand performs oh so well against all but aces. And kings, to a lesser extent.
He's just taking his time, sliding it in, got the little genie lamp. Haven't been snap called. Life is good.
Yeah, 3.3 and haul it in, sir.
Slide it on back. Stack up the rest of the chips. I mean, non-inconsequential pickup for Samuel Zhu there.
No, just take a look at what it does for his stack.
Yeah, I think almost 50% of what he had, like 3.3 to 4.8. So
I love the point that you made earlier, Rast, which is as one of the shorter stacks, and Samuel certainly, was among them moments ago. You don't earn your chips by opening. You earn your chips more so by finding those situations in which you can re-raise one of the bigger stacks who have presumed broader range and can raise fold and get big infusions. On this occasion, it was a 4-bet opportunity created by Mikolaj, but that for me really stood out as a point to be taken. Is Ponakovs
that hand is an example why, because he opened and just got picked on. Now he had the hand to then move in with,
right,
but it's like he has ace-10 off. He has ace-8 suited. He has king-jack. That's just going in the muck, and jack-10 off is winning, right? So that's why it's like you have to be very careful opening when you have a very vulnerable stack, because the rest of the table is like licking their lips and like looking. You see like Igor 3-bet the ace-4-0 at one point. Thought about king-3 suited, queen-7 suited. Like these big stacks are just looking at a small stack open and like, do I have a big card? Can I 3-bet them? So it's just really hard to get your chips the normal way by just opening and like winning the blinds or whatever. So you have that exactly. And I think that pot, even though he didn't lose, kind of just illustrates it. Just how much you can get picked on. Like jack-10 off just seems like a pretty easy call. Nope, going for you.
2 red kings seems like a pretty lovely spot here on the button, fresh off of getting his hand smacked by that ace-king suited. 400K announced.
Oh my. And we're going to see another all-in. Some of these setup spots right here. After a long, long time at 8, we could be just down to 5.
This is a very sadistic deck.
1.6 million.
Samuel thinking, yeah, I get to feast on this guy again, and all of a sudden, before he even deposited the 3-bet, the jam comes in, snap call.
That was one of the fastest 4-bet jams I've ever seen.
I think he just did the math and was like, there's no world in which Samuel's 3-bet is being followed up by a muck.
Yeah.
But, you know, he did still have 3 million more. I might have taken a second. And if you're Samuel, how many wishes are left in that lamp? Give it a rub and pray for a queen, because that's what it's going to take to keep you intact. But as Mikolai can well attest to, 2 outers are available. This time, though, it goes to the hand in front. Not an out, but an icer.
Does he cover for sure? Yeah, it's on the...
And that 1.2 million he just gave him with Jack-10 off comes right back into his stack.
With all the rest.
Wrong for me, 25K before. It's not always 100%,
False hope
but usually is.
bestowed upon Samuel Jew. We'll do a little accounting before making it official.
Oh no, I guess they haven't updated yet.
And
Do you want...
Dejan has to be pretty happy with this development. He's just kind of sat back, and he's now earned at least 1.43 million. But let's talk about Samuel Jew for a sec.
Well, this is your last chance to do so, because he's out the door. 7th place finish for Samuel. 6th, forgive me. 1.1 million for him, leaving behind 5, 1.4 million plus on lockup, as you mentioned. A delightful $330,000 pay jump, the product of this departure for Samuel Jew, who can't hang his head, Rast.
No.
Queens, kings.
I mean, great competitor has come out. I think he's proven to his wife that he belongs.
Yeah. For those that are unfamiliar with why it is that Rast is making that comment, he did have a conversation with her at one point after exiting a business that he would like to play professionally. She said, okay, show me that you can do it in the span of a year or two. And I think he has absolutely proven that he belongs here in these high roller streets.
Now the pressure is on Dejan. But in some ways the pressure's off because he doesn't need to wait anymore. He has 2 million, and all the other chip stacks have 9 to 12, so he just gets to play his cards, doesn't need to worry about waiting. Unless he, you know, doubles once or twice, then it's back to the ICM game. But
well, Kaladjurdjevic recognizes the urgency on the button here. The orbits coming around that much faster, pricier than they were at the onset. 10-9 offsuit.
a hand he definitely would have mucked previously, but
yeah,
just an example that he's aware that it's no longer a waiting game for him. Ponakovs really deliberating here with the king-8. Now he's studying his man.
Yeah, reluctant fold, it felt like. You surprised to see how much he was thinking about it?
No, I think it's quite close. Chippy for a chippy V-shove. You know, one of the things he's maybe thinking is he doesn't have, he might fold a little bit more than normal because he doesn't have a small blind out there. But, I mean, he's not folding king-9, I think.
Wow, that close?
Yeah, I don't think he's folding king-9.
No? Have English version? English. Me too.
Like, I think he's calling king-8 suited. I think it's cuspy.
Like I pointed out, this has been a very sadistic deck, putting people in the cuspy spots. Just cooler, rich environment here at this FT. Ponakovs limps the queen 3. Igor with an ace says, let's run it. Ponakovs chip leading. Yaroshevskyi running technically in 4th, but just 7 bigs. 11 bigs, rather, separating Ponakovs from Yaroshevskyi. The clear short stack belonging to Kaladjurdjevic, who just jammed and took it down moments ago. 10-9-4 board here. Not looking all that interesting, but the queen of clubs does work. Hard enough, apparently, to warrant a little sprinkle out of Ponakovs. Ace high, not interested. Igor bins it. And that'll bring us to a break. The first of the day here. And one first frame that was mayhem. Plenty of carnage here at Maestral Resort and Casino at this Triton Super High Roller Series Montenegro. 5 remain in the hunt for the main event title. Blinds will be going up to 125 and 250. That peak brought to you by sportsbet.io. Bringing you back to the desk here. And if I asked you how many did you think we would lose in the first frame, Rast, I can't imagine you would have said 4 players, even with the stacks where they were.
Yeah, I would have taken the under on that.
Yeah.
Us being at 5-handed. I would have thought maybe we were still 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like that for a bit, but
yeah,
we got some kind of cold deck setups right here to go to 7 to 6 to 5. I mean,
you take the under on 4. I'll take the over on kind of cold deck setups.
Yeah.
It was absolutely frosty out there. Just consult Yong and others, by the way. Samuel Jew, most recent elimination. So I'm going to step
Bryn,
out.
for that matter. I
Yeah,
mean,
Bryn.
Yeah, all 3 of those spots. It's just they were destiny.
Yeah, deck has chosen violence here today. We're going to choose Randy Lou to pop in and take this seat alongside Rasty. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of the 125K main comes your way with Nano and Rast after this.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
So he might be turning his smallest pairs into a bluff. Maybe if he has like the king 9 suited or king 7 suited, those are bluffs as well. But it's not that many hands, and there's going to be a lot of like ace-x, a lot. Ace-x suited, maybe some 2 pairs like queen jack, straight like king 10, etc. Rivered set of 8s, or sorry, turn set of 8s.
250K to go, says Kenny, with the suited ace. Ivey, small blind. Will rip it in. Covering Bryn.
And Elizabeth. Wow. Pretty tough spot for Elizabeth here. She has less than 10 bigs.
In terms of pairs, I'm looking for a cutoff from you. Is 9s clear?
So this is a dicey spot where I'm just not sure what the Silicon Overlord prints out because of the risk premium. I would say 10s is clear.
10s is clear.
9s or 8s, I'm not sure. I probably still go with 9s, but I wouldn't like bet my life on it. And then 8s is dicey. Yeah, she decides to go with it. I think some of this is a function of the late position of these players. The one kind of pushback would be, what if Ivey moves all in and Bryn calls and we get to ladder? But this is understandable, and it's a close spot.
That ladder worth $102,000, by the way. Not to be neglected.
She might have also decided having half as many chips as Bryn, and you know he's next to last, and then a third as many chips as the people after that. You know, she does need to gamble at some point to win some chips.
Well, this gamble has turned sour for Chen. Ace King 6 board, Ivey in front, stays there on this turn, and might her presence at this final table be a short-lived one? Confirmed. A wrap of the rail, and I don't think there's anything for Elizabeth Chen to be upset about. That was a spot she chose to take, and she did have the best hand against both her opponents, but every now and again, we play roulette and we come up short.
I think Bryn folds 20 blinds to that rejam, by the way, with ace-7 suited. He would have won. I don't think he's calling.
No, nor do I.
Bryn just said he can't call. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice to see a smile on Elizabeth's face as she collects $478,000, her first ever cash at a Triton Super High Roller Series here at her first ever festival, where many were looking for intel, scouring the web, trying to figure out who is this mystery woman. A mystery no longer. She etches her name in the record book with a final table in a main. First of all, Ali Najad, Brian Rast, glad to have you with us. Elizabeth Chen, the only casualty thus far at this final table. Came in as the shortest stack. Pocket 10s for Igor.
Nice little pickup in the hijack. Definitely wouldn't mind. Oh, and Bryn, I was just about to say he wouldn't mind Bryn Kenney shoving here because he has a hand that figures to be a decent equity favorite against it. And Bryn's in trouble. He's going to need a 9 because these chips are going in and Igor ain't folding unless someone else comes back over the top of this.
Kenny can't know that his goose is cooked with these 2 9s for the time being as he jams. And these 10 bigs are not going to be enough to get through a couple of 10s for Igor. $4.5 million in the middle, and a very dim and grim proposition for Bryn Kenney, who's on his feet, headed off stage Is it prematurely so? Not on this flop. Queen 8 deuce. Here, Bryn, calling for the 9. Not there on the turn. And the man who's got more earnings at Triton than anyone else. Will he stay in the hunt for the title here in the main? No.
Good game, guys.
You win.
GG, bro.
Issues the GGs, comes on over
Good luck.
to get some love
Nice one. GG. GG.
from Igor. The task was tall from the onset for Bryn Kenney. Looked like he had a ray of hope. But then the deck had other ideas as he bestows the remains of his stack upon Igor Yaroshevskyi, exiting with $580,000, courtesy of the 8th place finish. And I gotta say, I'm mourning the loss of that man there just because of the unique nature in which he approaches both ICM and the big buy-in stuff. It does seem to be with more of an appetite for risk.
Hello everyone and welcome back to continuing coverage of this marquee $125,000 main event where just 5 remain. And Brian Rass, and we're going to walk through this final table to an end. But so far I want to quickly go into the app to showcase what we are playing for, which is $4.7 million up top, 1.4 guaranteed. We do have just 5 as I just mentioned, and it looks like Elizabeth Chen was the first elimination who did happen to call off against King Queen of Ivey, and Bryn Kenney out right after him. But why King Yong is the one that really stands out for me to have busted after coming into the final table as a chip leader.
Yeah, Wykin, the story of his tournament was kind of really 3 pots, 2 of which he just got really brutal beats. I mean, one, he called a 3-bet with ace-queen versus king-queen of Igor, queen-high flop, and a king came on the river. I mean, so it's pretty nasty. Then he got it all in, called off with king-queen versus ace-queen for like 11 blinds, didn't get there on the reverse spot. And then at the end, he had queens versus 10s for, you know, a solid pot, a little over 10, 12 blinds, something like that. And on the river came a 10, and he's out.
Yeah.
So it's just, I mean, he had a lot of chips and ran brutal.
And it hurts, right, to come into the final table expecting big things and then having to go out in 7th place. But
yeah,
I suppose that's just how it does crumble. We will look at our remaining 5 chip counts to see where we're at. Ponakovs does have the chip lead with 11.6 million chips. Mikolai Vaskaboinikau right behind him with 6 big blinds. With this setup right now, what stands out to you, Brian?
Yeah, it's just really the clumping of the 4 up top. Now, there is a difference between the 47 blinds of Ponakovs and the 35 blinds of Igor. And then just Dejan just way at the bottom. So Dejan doesn't have very much pressure there. I mean, he's just kind of got to make something happen, try to win chips when he can. Not going to be doing a lot of folding, at least not unless he doubles or something and gets over 5 mil. But then the other 4 have this weird game where, and again, we touched on this earlier at the final table. It's like this game theory, prisoner's dilemma situation of, okay, do we kind of just play our cards really normal to the vest and just like wait for Dejan to go out? Or, do we put pressure on each other? What are the other guys doing in this situation? So that's really the thing to keep your eyes on is what are those 4 guys at the top? Like, how are they going to play versus each other in this spot where, yeah, you'd love to wait for Dejan to go out and everybody makes like 350K or whatever it is, right?
Who's willing to step out right now to maybe pick up a little few chips while someone's waiting around for Dejan? That's going to be very interesting to watch. And normally these middling stacks, right, it's like, oh, there's a 20 big blind stack, the 20. They're kind of outweighting. But with everyone with 35 plus, definitely some room to play. I don't think they're going to go super hard, but it's hard to say because we know that Ponakovs is that type of player that will drive action, especially when he's got the chip lead.
Yeah, no, listen, I think the guy to keep your eyes on right now for me is Phil Ivey. He's had a big stack for a long time. He's been a little bit patient, very patient in some spots, but I think he might start switching things up a little bit, and maybe, you know, now that he's given the read that, hey, I'm playing solid, I'm playing tight, kind of mixing it up and maybe look for him to make some moves.
Well, Phil Ivey currently sits in third place with 38 big blinds. Final table to 50K, finished in 6th not too long ago. And we are eyeing that 4.737 million top prize with that Jacob & Co. main event watch. Custom timepiece for the eventual champion. I'm excited, Brian.
Yeah, likewise, Randy.
All eyes, of course, like you said, will be on Dejan. He's got 10 big blinds. And let us play. So chip leader, 5-4 offsuit on the button. Let's see, is he going to step out of line with this hand? As he peeks up at the scoreboard. Does not. Igor with 10-6 offsuit is going to limp into Ivey's big blind. So we will take a flop. Ace, king, deuce. No connection.
Really wide ranges, but Igor has a nut advantage, of course.
Eight on a turn is going to give Ivey a pair.
I'd imagine at some point we're going to see Igor. Decent chance he decides to bluff, but maybe not on that river. Because one of your things is maybe trying to get Jack High to fold, and now Jack High's not folding, and 10 High might be good.
10 high.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? If he does bet the river, he's trying to fold out queen and Jack High, but having one of those hands pair up,
yeah,
might as well just check it down. That pot gonna go to Ivey. Seven deuce now for Dejan, who folds. Jack 5 off for Ivey. Currently has 39 big blinds. It looks like we're going small ball for now.
Yeah, I think 40 big blind stacks, Ivey, you're probably not too excited to raise this OOP. Probably want stronger hands. It's just too deep.
But it's not stopping him from betting this king 9-7 2-spade board. Got shot making the call.
And Nikolai with pretty nice hand, all things considered, on this. Really has Ivey's hand in jail. But
also seems to be a difficult card for Ivey to multi-barrel on.
yeah, just especially with his hand, like no equity at all when called, really. Wonder if he is thinking about bet check bet sometimes, depending on the river. Like maybe an 8 comes, but he's not going to get the chance because
Nikolai does stab 450K.
yeah.
This is the second event the Belarusian has played here in Montenegro.
You need 10 millions?
10 million?
I have
10.7.
10.5.
Slightly under 12 million.
First event for Mikolai. He did finish 7th in the 50K for $297,000. This score already is a career best in terms of Triton stops for Mikolai.
Ivey with the big hand on the button.
Ace Queen suited.
Can you ask for napkin? Napkin. Napkin.
When he's sizing up here, almost 3x.
And this is because of Dejan's shorter stack in the big blind?
Yeah, he's trying to deny equity versus calls, implying that he's very likely to call a shove, which obviously he is with this hand, but maybe he can find some raise folds.
It's interesting because Dejan likely would immediately call a min raise, but with the bigger sizing, it's a bit unsure.
Yeah, kind of a nice little find by Ivey here. Also gets some hands that you dominate to shove that probably already shove, but yeah, hands that you don't dominate that call are more likely to fold, like potentially this one.
Cool. Still going to make the call after giving it some thought. So 1.775 in the middle, 1.5 back for Dejan.
But now you've gotten in more money versus the 10-9 offsuit, which is good.
And it's drawing very slim on this queen high board. Ivey just smashes it, top pair, top kicker.
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Ivey checks this back. Here's the thing. You're blocking a queen. Your opponent doesn't have, you're blocking the overcard with the ace. Your opponent never really has like a set. They're jamming 5s and 4s. Like, I don't know. You could give your opponent some rope. Obviously, betting is totally fine. Building the pot with, I'm not trying to say, oh, Ivey should check. I'm just speculating, like, it's like I'd rather check back ace queen there than maybe queen jack, for example,
because of the threat of overcards.
Yeah. Maybe the best thing to check back, because your opponent doesn't have an ace very often, would actually be specifically king queen, because now you're covering the king X type hands that just call pre.
And that's because you think an ace X would always just jam it in pre.
Yeah, so the ace overcard's a little bit less, protection oriented. Like maybe he'll have some aces he doesn't jam, potentially like ace 6 off or whatever, but
I guess he also thought it was too suspicious to just check back this flop,
yes.
Hence why he bet pretty much the bare minimum.
But bet small, yeah. It's also nice to build the pot when your opponent does have a queen or a 5, right? This is the good part about betting. Like, let's build the pot, the board is dry, so we can win more money on later streets.
DK is going to jam the small blind with queen 4 offsuit. He's only got 6 big blinds remaining, and Ponakovs is asking for a count with 10-7 suited. Oh, he's dropping it in, and we are going to run it. Dejan Kaladjurdjevic is all in at risk. Slight favorite against 10-7 suited. If he can hang on, he can move up to 3.15 million, and here comes a flop. Gut shot for Ponakovs.
Yeah, pretty good flop for Ponakovs all in all.
Still has 40%.
Yeah. Very live. Backdoor spades, but
one more shot at it. And the queen is going to give the full double up for DK. Hometown hero. Ponakovs does lose the chip lead after failing to knock out DK. That spot now holds in the hands of Vaskaboinikau. Short stack now holds 13 big blinds. Slightly more than when we started this frame of play.
$500.
Dejan, ace 10.
Oh, it's almost like Dejan's mic is in his hands. We're
Hey,
hearing his ship shuffling like up close and personal.
It was a little intense. He was making a point like, yeah, I'm going to be ripping this one in.
Now Dejan's chips are starting to go north, and it is creating the situation where maybe he's going to be around for a while. And what are the big stacks going to do about it?
It might change the way they approach this final table.
This idea of let's all kind of cooperate and someone will take him out. It might start to break down now because the idea of him needing to be all in or whatever soon is just not that likely anymore. It could take a while till that happens again. He just won the all-in.
Yep, so he does have 17 big blinds now. Dejan, that is. Ace king suited. Getting Ivey to fold 6-5 off. Yeah, it seems to me with this configuration of the chip counts that it will be a bit of a grindy affair until once again there is that kind of micro stack.
My guess, based on having watched these guys so far since the beginning of the final table and kind of who they are, it'll be more grindy. I do think if it's not for sure, I do think there are some guys here who could step out, but I agree it's probably going to be grindy. Like they're probably not going to go at each other super hard. But I do think that if you slotted in some other players in those four guys, it could be different.
Right, of
One
course.
guy I'll give you a huge example of is like Tan Xuan. You put that guy in here,
he's already trying to win a tournament when there's still 100 players remaining.
He's looking at these other stacks and like, great, this is my chance to try to get all the chips. These guys are going to grind. I'm going to come at them.
Yeah, I hear you.
He'd be like the most extreme guy I'd put in. But I think there's other guys that I could put in there that would, especially at this juncture, maybe.
Well,
yeah, here we go.
I think Igor might be one of those guys as he tries to attack Dejan with King-9 suited. Ill-timed though, right?
Yeah, Dejan's pretty happy with this development.
There we go. And we said earlier, well, Dejan's, sitting on 17 big blinds. He's not that short. Well, he's very comfy now with 25 big blinds. 4 big blinds behind Igor Yaroshevskyi, who currently sits in 4th.
Yeah, Igor kind of fell out of the top now after that hand, and it's more like him and Dejan in second, and the other three guys. I mean, the other three guys, right at this moment, all have 39 blinds and basically 10 million in chips. Pretty interesting little snapshot.
Igor now with Queen 10 offsuit. Not interested in the cutoff, which opens the door for Ivey to raise the button with this Ace-6. King 10 in the small. Feels marginal.
He decides to pass it. I mean, again, we can see so far the big stacks have kind of been avoiding each other.
Well, of course, big pay jumps at this final table. Currently guaranteed 1.43 million. Survive one more, you got 1.8 million in the pocket. Defense from Dejan, top pair as well. Ace of hearts working for Ivey.
And the 6 to a certain extent. This is a pretty interesting flop because of that. Ivey decides to check back. And he's going to be happy he did. Dejan could even check raise that flop, really, with ace-8.
Now the question is to bet the turn or not.
As Dejan?
Yeah.
Yeah, the jack is definitely a little bit better for Phil, but I think you still get to lead. And I don't mind leading as him, certainly.
Doesn't want this one to check through as he bets 425K.
I think Phil, I don't know what you're really doing on rivers here if you call. There's just no clean ways to improve your hand. Maybe you're good right now, maybe you're not. If you're not good, you might face another bet on the river. It seems like a pretty easy fold.
He agrees with you, Brian. And this is
I mean, you have the ace
surge.
of hearts, but I don't think it's enough in that spot to, like, oh, I'm going to bluff flushes. It is something, though. But, you know, how often does, you know, maybe some ace-x of hearts check flop, but most of them are betting, so it's not the most credible. And you're going to have other hands with the ace of hearts in them that can call turn, probably, like hands with pairs or gutters. So it's like you just have way too many missed hearts if you're just calling ace-6 there and bluffing hearts at the end.
Prospects of getting a pay jump soon clearly out the window now, as the short stack Dejan actually has 27 big blinds with 6.8 million in chips with that last pot. Small blind 9 deuce suited. King 4 offsuit.
Yeah, it's one of those hands sometimes you see players attack. They are starting to get a little bit deeper now, like well north of 20 blinds.
Oh, sorry.
Because they're deep, he does check it back. Giving bottom pair to Dejan. Ace 10 9 rainbow. Checking over to Ponakovs. It feels like King High's got some showdown value in itself in this spot.
Yeah, there's definitely some. I mean, it definitely rates to be good a decent amount of the time. When it is good, you don't always get to show it down, but certainly.
DK checking, hoping to get the showdown, it seems, for him with this weakish pair. A queen now with no betting on the flop and turn.
It's actually a pretty bad card for Ponakovs here, because one of the hands that might be checking it down with you that you're beating is like queen high, and that hand now is beating you. So, you know, stuff like 8 high, especially with draws, like might have bet already. You know, 8-7, 8-6, like 8-3 of hearts. You know, you are now beating a random hand just like 7-4 of spades, which checked all the way and now bets. That's like the only kind of hand that you're beating at this point. But after check, I just don't think
Can he get a better hand to fold? That's the question given the action. I'm not so sure he can.
Probably not, and he might be beating Jack
9.
high still. So
9s are good.
Also chopping with other king highs.
You know what just happened, Brian?
What?
Dejan is no longer the shortest stack of the tournament.
Oh, wow.
He's now currently in 4th, just barely surpassing Yaroshevskyi.
That was pretty fast.
It was just him winning back-to-back-to-back hands.
And you got that double a little bit earlier. He's on a little bit of a heater.
I am. I'm looking at the Triton Poker
Hometown
Plus
heater.
app, and each hand following is his graph going 90 degrees.
It looks like he won 5 of the last 6 hands from the bottom.
Yes.
1.4, and he's won 5 out of the last 6 hands to 7.3.
Angling
Gotta
upright.
love this app.
Yeah, I love it. So, guys, if you want to see those kind of stats, download the Triton Poker Plus app, follow along,
775.
see all the stack sizes as these players navigate towards trying to win this title. 10-4 suited attacking from Ponakovs in the small blind. 8-6 suited is quite a nice hand here in position. This could be quite the key pot given its raised pre. 1.8 million. And a pair of 8s is the best for Igor.
Yeah, Ponakovs doesn't have too much going for him here. Some back doors. Wonder if he's gonna bet or go with like the check fold and then delay C bet. No, he's just coming right out with the bet.
Just hoping to take it down right here on the flop. 10x, I suppose, blocks some continues in the form of straight draws.
Yeah, some continues, and you have the immediate benefit of getting some Jack X, Queen X, and Ace X, all with little cards with it to fold. And it, like Jack, Queen, and Ace with something lower than the 7.
And a 4 now gives them a pair.
Gives Igor a gutter. It's most likely to check here. I would think if you bet.
You're turning into a bluff if you're betting.
Yeah, and because you're blocking turn 2 pairs, you might be betting the river as well. I don't know if just betting the turn here makes a ton of sense. Like,
I agree, Brian. If he's betting this turn, he likely will want to follow through for river bet to really put max pressure on 8 and 7x.
But my guess is he's not going to do that here. Just
he must be weighing, does this have enough showdown value somehow? Problem is, the hands he beats are straight draws, and they often will stab at some point.
Yeah, and the 10's not a great card to go along with it, but in terms of, you know, you're blocking some of the straight draws, 10-6, 10-9. So I think he has a pretty clear check fold. Now, will Igor bet 8-6? It's also kind of a tough spot as Igor. There is some value. Sometimes worse hands called, you charge draws, but getting check raised is really ugly. Oh,
and
wow.
The 10. Runner, 2 pair for Ponakovs with the best of it. This is going to get very interesting on this river.
Yeah, I'd imagine versus check back, even though he could potentially check raise here, I think that's very ambitious versus check back range on the turn. That's pretty capped. I kind of think he just ends up betting.
And just target the 8 and 7x.
Target the 8 or a king that check back. Or a 7.
And I think you're right. Going for a check raise would be ambitious just because an 8 and 7x likely would just check that back very fast.
Yeah, and you know, you're blocking river 2 pairs because you rivered 2 pair. And some of the hands that improved on the river, you know, that make straights now beat you. So
can we hero as Igor Yaroshevskyi with 3rd pair?
So with normal, like tighter ranges, the answer would be a real clear no, right? Because the 10 just filled in so many hands. But the problem is this is like a blind versus blind hand where Ponakovs is going to have a lot of like weird garbage that, and he just bet flop and then check turn. So it's not like he needs to have Jack 10 or Jack 9 or, you know, some like natural draw on the flop, right? He's going to have hands like Jack 5 of hearts, right? How different is that than 10-4 of hearts, right? So, I'm sorry, 10-4 of spades. So this is kind of a tough spot. Obviously, he's not beating any value. Kind of goes without saying. But it's not like because the 10 came, like he can't beat anything anymore, which is kind of a more like, oh, you know, low jack opens, big blind calls type of scenario on this.
Yeah, naturally we're playing wider ranges, as you mentioned, blind versus blind. Igor thinking about it as he twirls that chip around his 2 fingers.
He probably ends up finding the fold here, I would guess.
He is going to find that fold. Save 1.875 more in chips. Ponakovs sliding up. Well, guys, that was a very interesting hand, and I think the best way to figure out what is the GTO way to play that one is to check out GTO Wizard, where they've got plenty of quizzes, charts, ways to solve and try to improve your poker game. As many as 300 quizzes apparently on the screen there. Free daily dose of GTO. Scan the QR code and improve your game. And watch the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky spot. As Igor, it's pretty easy to find bluffs that your opponent can have because of the blind versus blind scenario. And, you know, that said, you're also just never beating value and yeah, tough spot. Kind of like one of those blender spots where you just come down and just, my opponent have it or not?
So Igor's got King 10, 23 big blinds, limping into Ivey. Ivey's got Ace 5 offsuit. Checking it back. Ace high board. Very nice for Ivey. Could be problematic for Igor, who's got King 10 high.
You know, one of the things I find watching these guys is I am impressed at how often in these close spots, guys kind of pick the right answer. You know, it just kind of goes as a testament to a lot of their poker skill. That, I mean, you get these spots and it's close. Guys seem to pick the right answer more often than not, don't you think, Randy?
I mean, that's the reason why they're here. These 5 fighting for that top price. I agree. There was a bet and a call on the turn. Igor betting 250,000. See if Ivey goes for some value. He could represent some busted diamonds as played.
Yeah, I mean, every draw missed, right? Any missed diamonds, any missed straight draw.
So that 10 of diamonds then would be a problematic card to be holding, right?
And also, Ivey, you know, doesn't have a ton of ace-x. So feel this value bet's kind of mandatory on the river. The more interesting is like what sizing do you choose?
Chose 500.
Yeah. Let's see if Igor pays it off.
He does not. Igor gets it right once more, although his chips is dwindling. Obviously so cool to see Ivey here at Triton. Deep run in this main event. Had a close call in the 50K, 6th place finish. I'm sure all the people on YouTube are rooting on Ivey, but if you are rooting for others, please let us know in the chat. We'd love to know. Me and Brian are reading it, taking up your questions. As we see Igor waking up with ace-10 now on the button against the Ponakovs open in the cutoff.
$1,250,000.
So he's going to 3-bet to about 1.3 million.
And his decision to 3-bet versus shove, for what it's worth, is going to
save himself.
Save him that 4 mil. Because it looks like he only has 21 big blinds, so shove wouldn't be ridiculous. But Ivey's got the goods right here. What a spot to wake up with 2 kings.
And that's one of the great things about 3-betting a bit smaller, is you leave yourself an out in case someone behind you does wake up with a hand.
Yeah, the double-edged sword of it, of course, is it does leave you open to get bluffed. But if you're playing in a game, and this isn't really that game, but out there, you guys, you know, listening, and you make a 3-bet there, and no one in your game's ever, you know, 4-betting, jamming, whatever, with pocket 3s, pocket 6s, ace-5 suited, king-queen, then 3-betting small, like, why would you ever go all in? Because, like, you 3-bet small, you get all the information you need. If anybody 4-bets you and they have a real hand, you just fold, you know? The flip side is that the kind of counter to that is that sometimes, you know, king-queen, reship, ace-5 suited, reship. Now, all of a sudden, it's not so great that you 3-bet folded the ace-10. You know, you still have to, but it's not a print anymore. Whereas before, when your opponents were only doing it with big hands, it is. So, you know, if you're playing in a nitty game out there, obviously go small.
I hear you. And that's what's fun about watching the high rollers play these stakes, is there are plenty of players who are willing to step over that line and say, you know what? I think you have a hand that's just 3-betting light, and we'll just fold to the jam and make that play like you mentioned, ace-5 suited, small pocket pairs, king-queen, etc.
Yeah.
And that's really what I love to watch with the deepest stack. With all the money on the line, it's just so much fun to watch for me.
Yes, sir.
So Igor jamming pocket 9s, now wakes up with 3s in the hijack. And not so nice.
Too many blinds to jam.
And too weak of a hand to open raise.
Yeah, probably at pure chips it is, but you got that thing where you have less chips, some of the bigger stacks pick on you, and having 2 3s isn't really good in terms of cards you want to have in your hand that your opponents can't have in theirs when you're raising through 4 random hands.
Both player with spades.
Check.
And this king high board going to give Dejan bottom pair.
The eternal decision in this spot with bottom pair and wide ranges. Do you bet as a blend of value and protection, clearing out overcards, or do you check? He comes with check.
Well, he's got 2 pair now. Now more reasons to protect his hand.
And well, a lot more value now. Because he, you know, he has a hand good enough to bet, and then when called on brick rivers, you know, not a 4th club,
Go
bet
for
again
one
for
more.
value. Right now, 10x and king x can call twice, and you're beating them.
Can't recall the last time Dejan's lost a pot, but he's winning once again. 7.3 million, 29 big blinds. The man who calls Montenegro home.
As expected, it's really slowed down 5-handed, which is what you'd think was going to happen, because after playing for 8 for a little while, we kind of really flew from 8 to 5. Average chip stack went up quite a bit, and incentive at this point with massive ICM implications for some of these stacks to wait around. It's gotten a bit grindy, but I mean, you can understand why, fam, when you look at the payouts, and it's 1,430,000 locked up, 4th 1.8, 3rd 2.2, 2nd 3.2, 1st north of 4.7. I mean, huge reward for not going out at this point.
Players are trying to grind this one out. Mikolai will be picking up this one with a raise and take.
Где? Сейчас. Кунг-фу. А? Кунг-фу. Хотел. А? Хотел.
We do also have the 200K on the side running. Which
Yeah.
of course we're going to get some footage of that after this one ends.
Looks like they've got 45 players in it right now, or only 41, but 45 entries.
More to come.
Yep. Dan Smith is chip leading.
Guys, can you time a bit, if possible?
Raise.
Mikolai Vaskaboinikau steps away for a second, asking players to take a little extra time, if possible. Nice sportsmanship.
Listen, Randy, some of these guys are stuck. You got to get another big buy-in one here. It's like
You think Mikolai's gone to multi-table?
no. I mean in terms of, you know, 200K coming up.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like, oh, Mikolai just walked away and said, hey, hold on a second. I need to try to two-table this main event right now. But I hear you. Yes, the 200K is a great way to get unstuck or pad your winnings a bit.
Yeah, or get more stuck, but we try not to think about the negative things, block them out. All right, well, Ivey, defend the 6-5 off. Pretty close spot. He does have a lot more chips. I like this defend. When you're the chip leader versus a stack, you can probably over-realize and put in pressure in a bunch of spots.
I think that's a good point when you say over-realize, because I feel like when you got the bigger stack, you're always threatening the shorter stack, so they give you a little bit more free turn cards and not c-bet. They're normal range, I suppose.
Yeah, c-bet a little bit less, barrel a little bit less. So, yes, sir. But, you know, Ivey doesn't have too much to work with here.
Free turn card. Not the one he was looking for.
Pretty good turn card for Dejan, though. There's one less queen out there, nothing comes in, seems reasonable to start betting.
Yeah, needs a little bit of protection against random hands are going to check fold to have an overcard 2 to 7. Dejan now on 8.2 million in chips. Not too far behind Mikolai and Ponakovs. No player is unable to capture control just yet.
Just feels like Ivey's going to get heads up in this.
I think a lot of people are rooting for Ivey to get the heads up. Fan favorite, just the legend of the game. 2 jacks opening up, pocket 3s for Igor on the button.
Let's see what he does. I mean, he's really short now. I mean, half as many chips as Dejan and 40% as many chips as the other cluster. It is a spot you could flat 3s on the button, but Igor decides to pass.
The 6-4 offsuit will be taking a flop. Ace, Queen, 9, not the board that 2 jacks was looking for.
When you're Igor here, you're just so happy. That's the way I feel when I'm like, man, oh God, I just think it's just losing. I'm going to chuck in this pair. But then you're just waiting for the flop. You're like, no 3. There's a 3.
Yeah, no 3, no
I'm going to
3, no
rage
3.
so hard. And then you don't see the 3. It's like so awesome.
Yeah, like, oh, pat myself on the back.
Yeah,
nice patience
nice,
there.
Nice.
6 on the turn will give Mikolai some outs against the 2 jacks. So no improvements on the river. Both players happy to check. DK now 9.1. He's gone from 5th to 4th slowly. Now to 3rd in chips.
Can I change maybe 25?
Take your chips?
Yeah.
Dejan asking for a color up.
Yeah, maybe wants less white chips, right?
He
They
said,
don't seem
yeah,
very useful anymore.
Didn't want the 25Ks. So ask and you shall receive.
Man, I like that. When you get like later in the tournament and you get people that just have these like heaps of these small chips and you just never figure out what they have,
Yeah.
but they like want it, you're like, well, can you color up his chips? It's like I have no idea how much he has, and just I mean I like coloring up too. It's nice to have something easy to count, you know.
But some players like the deception, like, yeah, I want to make it look like I got a big stack, so when I just jam into you, you don't know how many chips I play.
Yeah.
But then again, that's why we have the Triton Poker Plus app, so you know people with big blinds
Yeah, no,
immediately.
a little bit less of a deal here, but I'm just saying I like it. Respect. He's not trying to like keep a bunch of chips in order to feel, you know, good about himself. It just doesn't matter.
He's a bit of a sloppy chip stacker,
that might be part of it
Do you
too.
see it?
He's like, oh man, if I keep all these chips around, just keep knocking them over.
Yeah, I mean, are they like in 10 stacks or something? I want to take a quick look at Dejan's stack. I mean, do you see that white stack? It's just looks like it's about to fall over.
Oh, there we go. He's like, finally.
All right.
Move these whites far away so I stop knocking him over.
See, I like the way Igor stacks his chips. Very clear how many blacks he's got. A 20 stack, 2 5 stacks. Oh, this is just too many chips. Showing off Ivey.
Ivey's just been playing solid so far, but this is kind of an interesting little inflection point where there was a cluster at the top, but Ivey's starting to create separation. It looks like right now he has 13 million, and then Ponakovs 9.1, Mikolai 8.7, Dejan 8.3. So now it's some solid separation from him, and will he adjust his strategy and open up a little bit more?
I believe when you do exert yourself as a chip leader, like as you mentioned, there's a 12 big blind gap between him and second place. People will notice that you've got that chip count, and they feel a bit more threatened. And yeah, I'm curious to see if Ivey will open up a bit more and likely take down a few more blinds.
This was kind of a close spot right there, like Jack 8 off. Definitely a muck in the hijack, but a chip leader really trying to press it. Do you open it?
There's an all-in from Ponakovs, and Igor looking at King 7, sitting on 11 behind. And he feels this one is close.
So the fact that Igor is thinking about this goes to show that he doesn't think the ICM is that strong in this spot.
Because he's the clear short stack.
Because he's such a clear short stack versus everyone else. Because I think with pretty strong ICM pressure, this is a fold for 12 blinds. But Igor doesn't think it's that strong. I think at chip EV with normal ranges, I think King 7 off is a call.
I think you're right.
Yeah, although you're not very thrilled. I think he's gonna end up folding though, because I think it's close enough for chip EV. There is still some ICM here. He can still, wait. Maybe someone busts in some setup pot, or, I just think waiting is gonna still be slightly better in his spot than taking a small plus chip EV spot there. I don't know. That's my feel.
I hear you.
What do you think?
No, I agree. I do think leaning towards fold, because you also have to read how a King 7 performs against that jamming range, right? It helps to have the kicker a little bit higher so that sometimes you have 2 overs to 2 unders, right? If they've got one in between, the equities shift quite a bit.
Yeah. You're dominating more King X hands that are jamming and less likely to chop with them. For sure.
But if he was a little bit shorter, of course, things would be a bit different. Ponakovs will be opening Queen Jack on the button. Stealing.
Race. Race to 600 pounds.
Pretty nice spot for Ponakovs in the cutoff.
Interesting.
Chip
now.
leaders in the small blind.
Ivey in the
shorter
small.
stack in the button. He does get to open kind of wide here.
King Queen.
And because
grabbing
of that,
orange.
Ivey's going to attack that open. Because this is a spot where Ponakovs probably opens, doesn't have to play tight. Another stack he covers in the big blind. So
this is awkward for Ace Jack.
Yeah, it is. I'm really curious to see how Ponakovs responds, and he lets it go. And that some of that there might be a function of how Ivey has really played solid, not even just at this final table, but even when there were 2 tables left.
You did? Yeah, ace-9 suit.
Make a line telling Ivey he had ace-9 suited. I went to muck.
Ivey's like, I'm glad I 3-bet.
Yeah, because you probably would have came along and maybe I would have had to fold it to King Queen. But interesting hand, and we are going to talk about betacr.eu. It's a great hub to predict who you think will come out on top at these Triton Super High Roller events. Also into other types of sports. You can get your sports bet needs over there, and you can receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top up if you join now. Sign up for betacr.eu. Ras, sorry to interrupt, but I was going to say, do you feel like maybe that pot there alone might change the way Ivey approaches, realizing, look, I 3-bet, I instantly got a fold, now I've got this separation once again, like time to press?
My guess is Ivey doesn't like really go ham, at least not at the moment yet. Still 13 to 10, 8 and 8.
There's going to be a point though when he's got a big enough lead where like,
and also maybe the blinds go up 1 or 2 times and he can start open ripping into guys. But you know, Ivey just seems he has a pretty good little vibe mojo going on right now, where overall he's playing pretty solid. He's not really pushing it as hard as maybe some other guys might, but he's finding his spots.
It's his
and they're
flow.
Working out. And you know, everyone's got like kind of a different. Here's the thing: against somebody who was really going ham, I don't think Ponakovs is folding ace-jack off. Like, you can go to show that a hand that good, I mean, he's really uncomfortable as second in chips getting 3-bet, even in position. And against somebody who you're like, well, I know he might be making a move, but he's been playing pretty solid, I'm going to let this go. But if it's some kind of guy who's been a maniac with the chip lead, like, maybe he doesn't.
Understand.
Right? So, you know, it is maybe one of the benefits of the way Ivey has been playing so far.
So onto this hand.
It's like despite being the chip leader and despite the fact that people know you might be making moves, you haven't been going crazy, so you're still getting some respect.
You get the benefit of the doubt for now. Ivey winning once again, 14.3 million. Dejan actually took some time to call pre-flop with those 2 4s. Ivey is on pace to perhaps win his 6th Triton title. Currently has 5, tied with Danny Tang and Mikita Badziakowski. If he can win this one, he'll be the second player with most titles. Jason Kuhn has 10 under his belt.
And yeah, Ivey has 5.
Ivey has 5. Danny Tang has 5. Badziakowski has 5. So this is a huge tournament. Also, in case you didn't know, Brian, if Ivey somehow wins this main event, he's only going to be 8 points behind Danny Tang in the Ivan Lau Player of the Year leaderboard. So
it'll be truly neck and neck.
It's very real if he can ship this one.
I guess that means Danny's playing the PLOs for sure.
There's no doubt that Danny is playing the PLO, and there's no doubt that Ivey will join those PLO as well. Will be some good action for the rest of the festival. For now, though, it is going to be 10-9 suited. That flops 2 pair against Yaroshevskyi. Yaroshevskyi does have King 8 of clubs. A little bit of backdoor action.
450.
Bets 450.
They're short enough, and Ponakov's hand is so strong. Probably just plays this as a trap.
I would like that. You have
it's
so
like
much of the board.
When you're ahead, you're getting all the. I mean, your opponent has a good hand. Okay, he doesn't.
Rip it.
Decides a rip. Interesting.
I guess he was just hoping that he can represent like an open-ended straight draw. Gives
Yeah,
opponent
you
to
just
call
get
off.
called by like any 10x or whatever, maybe even 9x, and
To be fair, if his
9x might
opponent
not
was
see
holding
flop.
10x and he check called an ace or king drops on the turn, like the 10x might not get stacked anymore, right?
Oh, definitely. That's the reason not to.
Mm-hmm. Set up now at this final table
But
is
you
Igor
do
has 7 big
retain-
blinds.
You do retain all the hands with very little equity. That, you know, like ace queen, king 8,
Yeah.
that just have almost no way to win. And you're now giving them a chance to hit a card and put more money in. And yeah, maybe you don't always stack like ace 10 or king 10, but you're going to win another bet against those hands, very likely. Even check, check, you bet river, right? So
yeah, pros and cons of both. I can definitely see it. So Dejan is got pocket fours. Igor in the big blinds, 7 big blinds, has 2.2 million in chips. And he's making it $1 million straight.
like I think I'd rather, let's keep on this, but I think like, for example, I'd rather trap 10-9 there than bottom set because you're unblocking top pair. But anyway. Ooh. And I think, yeah, he's just making it this big because he's saying I'm not folding to Igor. And Igor has a good hand. He's only got like 6 big blinds, so.
And everyone's waiting for him to make a move.
400K.
Takes the stand. King 10 versus pocket fours.
Both suits covered, but pocket 4 is a real small favorite.
Favorite no more as Igor takes the lead with top pair. Now has trips, but still needs to dodge the 4. That was close.
2-side red. 50-50.
For the short stack. Doubles to 14 bigs. Dejan down to 18 bigs now. Dynamics are changing. Igor fans in the chat popping off.
And the rocket that Dejan was on finally slowed down.
Yeah, it took a little U-turn.
Yeah.
Ладно, решил кровь попить, да?
Да нет, как скажешь, так сразу зайдет.
This is starting to shape up the way that it just kept feeling like Ivey and Ponakovs.
They are number 1 and number 2 in chips.
Yeah, now they're really looking strong.
Ace 9 for Dejan, making it a min raise. Dirty diapers out. Okay, so we're back in the right direction. Blinds and antes for Dejan.
If possible. Like 1 mil?
Sure. We getting a color up over for Mikolai and Vaskaboinikau as well. Ivey's playing banker.
Always a good spot to be at the poker table. People coming you to make change.
Means you got a lot of chips.
Normally things are working out. Especially in a cash game. Even more than a tournament, but in both of them.
It's a good sign.
Yeah.
So 8-6 suited is going to min raise on the button. Instantly gets Queen Jack out in the small blind. Now Mikolai with Ace-7 in the big. Is he going to respect the button open off of this stack?
Alan?
He does not. Jams it. Nice play from Mikolai.
Yeah, like for example, Ivey mucked the queen jack off in the small blind there. So you know, he's passing up some spots that maybe some chip leaders with separation would start taking.
I find Ivey a very calculated, solid type player.
Yeah.
You know? You know, he can just tap into that extra superpower, just that live feel. It's hard to, you know, quantify, right? But it does exist.
Yeah, no, most definitely. I've been playing live for a very long time now, predominantly. I almost haven't played online poker since Black Friday, basically, so.
You believe in it?
It's real. I've gotten more than my fair share of premonitions during a hand. Kind of just feelings, tingles. He's got it, he doesn't have it, and
a little bit of passivity from Ponakovs, perhaps due to the big stacks of both players. And the 4 for Ivey gives him bottom set.
yeah, Ponakovs is 3-betting really tight in that spot. 9s is a pure flat. Here, a second in chips versus the chip leader, OOP. Like, this is, it's actually the standard way to play his hand.
So Ivey C bets 800K, getting the 2 9s out of there. Unfortunate for Ivey not to be able to get more chips, but I'm blocking the other 2 pairs.
You don't
Went for
really
some nice
want
value.
action from 9s, so to speak.
Sure, but I mean, he doesn't know what his opponent has, but yeah.
You're fine getting the call, but I guess. But you know, the issue is that those 2 outs beat you.
Alex, is it mine? My on the 2. Okay, yeah.
He hits a 9 and he doubles through you.
Yeah, that would be pretty bad. Safe to say. Ivey on 15 million, just shy by 400K. Ace 10 now. Queen Jack suited.
Let's see what Dejan chooses to do here.
All in?
Yeah.
Rips it in. This jam is for 18 big blinds. Is this just a pip or so too weak?
Yeah, I think
it feels like it, right?
Definitely calling ace queen. I think he's folding this. Now, what I'm curious is what he does with ace jack off here. But,
seems like right on the cusp. Ace jack would be.
Yeah, that one I'm not sure. Ace 10 off. I felt pretty confident he's going to fold that.
Where do you feel the line would be for pocket pairs in terms of calling?
Right there is Ivey?
Yes.
Queen jack.
What?
Around 9s?
He's definitely calling 9s.
So 8s is the questionable one?
But
he was in the
confused me.
He was in under gun, which is the hijack.
Hijack, and it was versus the button shove, right?
Correct. Feels like
pairs are tough because it really, in a lot of these spots, it kind of gets into like, what is my opponent doing? Like, there's some guys in those spots that like take those spots with 4s and 5s and
Maybe
the ace-x suiteds all the time, and other guys that don't. And right, obviously, those are the hands you really love seeing with like the mid pairs. My feeling is right now at this table, Dejan's been a little active pre-flop. So if I'm Ivey, I'm thinking he's a guy who could have some of those hands. So maybe I'm calling like, I'm calling 8s and like maybe 7s is like the cutoff hand that I'm not sure.
But if
that would
you
be
have,
my read.
If you have the read someone's folding those little pairs, then you just start upgrading it to 9s.
And maybe it's like 8s is the cusp rather than 7s there.
Good point. Ivey picking up the flush draw against Mikolai.
Not even just the little pairs, but like the suited wheel aces.
Ace 5 suiteds and stuff, right? Ace 4s.
3, yeah. Like some guys just like always rip those, and other guys, you'll see them just pass, right?
Oh, look at that turn card for Ivey. Turns the flush.
Yeah, Mikolaj doesn't have very much to continue with, but Ivey just lends him more rope.
Okay, 4 flush now. Ivey also has a straight, irrelevant, but blocks some of the value that might pay off.
Well, Mikolaj bluff here. You have to think ace high, no kicker has no showdown value. Ivey's bluffing by a lot here if he can't beat ace high pretty frequently. It's hard for Mikolaj to have worse than ace high as well. So many of those hands probably find bets before now for various reasons.
So if he's betting, he's targeting the 6 and the 4x?
Yeah, 3x,
some 10s.
7x. I mean, like, one pair is never winning versus a bet here, right, on a 4 flush, 4 straight board. He looks like very uncomfortable.
Right. Can he follow through looking this uncomfortable?
Is it like, hey?
Yeah. I hope he's pretty strong. Would love to see it. Ivey giving himself a little head nod. He's feeling good. He's looking good, too.
I mean, he
was close to bluff.
Basically,
huh?
Yeah, closing the bluff. Yes, we all saw that. Ivey included.
Yeah, we saw that. And if you did drop in the chips, he would have called you in 0.1 seconds with that emotion.
The head wave, it was bobbing his head around. Thought for a second maybe you were listening to some music there, but I guess no, you were thinking about bluffing. That makes sense.
Брат, ты как 18 лет тебе.
Крутимся, да?
Here's the thing, though. You can see like a lot of pressure here. And this is just like right in Ivey's wheelhouse. These guys are feeling pressure. All of a sudden, they're giving off physical tells like nobody's business. I mean, he's sitting on the river thinking about a bluff. Just like his head's moving around. The guy looks like he's getting interrogated by the FBI right now. Like, good luck, buddy. Like, this is Phil Ivey we're talking about. Okay, he wasn't born yesterday.
He's going through password control, changing his answer over and over again.
Yeah, Phil Ivey's like way overqualified for the level of tell that you're giving off right now. Okay, you have just like alarm going off, and you know Phil Ivey's a bit overqualified for this situation.
Blind versus blind spot. Ivey not attacking with 8 high on this pretty dangerous board. Good timing as Mikolaj's got this straight.
Yeah, backs into it. Ivey has an interesting hand to check raise bluff, but the way he's been playing at this final table makes me think he's not doing it. It's just like, oh, he's just calling?
He is just calling with that pair of 6s. Did not believe the 800K bet from Mikolaj. Perhaps he thought the size up was suspicious. Well done, Mikolaj Vaskaboinikau. Stopping that Ivey run.
It's weird. I wasn't really watching as closely because we were kind of chatting about the previous hand. I wonder how Mikolaj looked during that. I didn't really see. Because he's been kind of he like kind of moves a lot during hands, and obviously in the last one kind of even confirmed verbally that he was thinking about bluffing, which was true. I'm wondering if he did something and Ivey maybe thought he was weak. It's hard. I don't know. I wasn't watching this time. I must confess. Sorry, guys.
It's all right. Let us take focus on this hand. Ponakovs ace deuce, opening the hijack. I forgive you, rest.
Oh, my.
Not too bad.
And while sometimes in some ICM spots you find jacks not 3-betting, here for 20 blinds versus a hijack open when you're one of the shorter stacks, I don't think it's one of those times, even though Igor is much shorter. I feel like you got to get value here.
If we 3-bet, do we 3-bet all in, or do we go smaller like this, 1.7?
It's a really good question, and I kind of think you could do either one. It seems pretty reasonable to me. I almost even wonder whether a solver would mix. I don't know.
Well, he does go for the 3-bet. Either way, he does take it down.
Like, I think there's benefits to both, kind of. Like, yes, when you 3-bet jacks, maybe sometimes you get your opponent to make moves with worse hands. You don't love the range that calls you. King, queen suited, ace, queen, like ace, jack suited. Some of these hands may, might call. What's he doing with the mid pairs? Is he folding? Is he jamming? Is he calling? Right? If you jam, you don't have the problem that like some hands you don't love flat you, and you can still get called by worse. But the hands that might 4-bet bluff you now can't.
Yes, and we have to weigh this against Igor, who's just sitting there with 9 big blinds on the sidelines.
900.
Brings it in 3x into Ponakovs with king 8 offsuit.
I don't know Dejan very well, but he strikes me as a guy who's pretty studied. It's the way he's approaching spots.
He's been very solid and plays well, gets out of line when he needs to, but
Yeah.
this is even more out of line.
Yeah, this is-
1.9575 offsuit.
Ponakovs, who's passed up most spots so far at this FT, has just woken up with a really out-of-line 3-bet, and by the way, he's right. His opponent is weak.
Perhaps he thinks that Dejan would limp and trap some big hands worthy of getting it in. Relinquishes. That's a nice play from Ponakovs.
Like I'm saying, man, Ponakovs and Ivey.
You've been calling it. They still are the top 2 chips of these remaining 5. Tell you though, Dejan's not going down without a fight.
No.
Don't bluff.
But if Ponakovs just keeps doing him dirty like that, it's going to be a long road.
All in.
Ponakovs will be jamming into Igor Yaroshevskyi, who's got queen 9, dominating queen. The way he's holding them. Looks like he's leaning towards fold.
I mean, he only has 7 blinds.
If he can call, oh, he makes the call. Great spot for Igor Yaroshevskyi.
Oh, no.
Dominating the Jack 9. Huge favorite.
Дама 9, валет 9.
Igor talking to his friends on the rail, giving them an update. Tries to hold here. But it's a jack high flop, Rast.
And Igor doesn't have a diamond.
Does pick up a gut shot.
This is looking like curtains for Igor.
Will that curtain be drawn? It will.
Have a fun, guys.
Have fun, GG.
GG. Nice playing it.
Good sportsmanship all around as he goes around the table, giving handshakes.
Не стыдно тебе? Братика снизу. Дебил.
That's going to be the end.
Now Ponakovs and Ivey both have around 14 million, and Mikolai and Dejan combined have about that many chips, so...
Don't feel too bad for Igor Yaroshevskyi. because he did pick up one Triton title already here in Montenegro, a first place in the 50K bounty quadra for $1 million, picking up another 1.4 million here in the main event for his 5th place finish. Although it was disappointing, I think he's going to be able to feel good walking away from this festival.
Oh yeah, 2 7-figure scores, most definitely, and a title.
And a title.
I mean,
very hard to get. But let us move on, Rast. 4 remaining.
Let us move on, Randy.
1.8 million guaranteed. You know what? Survive once more. 2.2 locked up. It's a 400K pay jump.
Ivey's just going to play post.
Let us play post flop. Queen Jack suited versus Ace 8 offsuit. King 9-5 giving the gut shot to Dejan.
See how Dejan decides to play the flop. He's going to bet.
375.
It looks like what? That's quarter pot? Yeah. Just everything. He's just also very precise with his sizings.
Yeah, we just.
It's always like 3x quarter pot.
Yeah, it's funny because we don't know that much about Dejan, right? He showed up just for this stop. First festival. No cashes yet. Of course, this one's an amazing one for him. But from what I've seen, and I'm sure what you've observed as well, is really just knows what's going on, playing very well. Don't know if you believe in home court advantage at all, but like it's working out for him right now.
I bet some sports. I believe in home court
There we
advantage.
go, yeah.
It's worth something at the books.
Don't know if you remember, but in Vietnam, Dao Minh Phu, he had home court advantage. He shipped the title over there, so could be a real thing here in poker.
Yeah.
Queen 10 suited, limping into Ace 8. 10-4 deuce. The pair of 10s is good, and it could get Mikolai in some trouble.
Ivey has a pretty nice hand to bet here. I think you like growing the pot, especially with the backdoor flush draw. Top pair, good kicker. It's nice to get at least 2 streets of value, and occasionally you can get 3, depending on runouts.
It's got 1 so far.
Yeah, I like this bet by Phil. Oh my.
This is spicy, and Ivey usually is going to think, well, the spade is not so bad because I got a spade draw myself, but look at Mikolai, not flush draw.
Yeah, in Ivey's, I wonder what he's going to do. If you barrel again here as Ivey, you can usually size up a bit because it's double flush draw, a lot of straight draws. Your value hands want to bet bigger, want to charge those draws.
He does size up, Brian, 1.2 million.
And I think Mikolai, after calling with the nut flush draw, I think you just have to put in the 12.
Has position as well.
Spade would be so dirty right here.
Oh my God. You cannot do this. This is the queen high flush against the nut flush.
Runner, runner.
There's no way that Ivey doesn't lose all his chips, but he actually checks it.
He's definitely not checking to fold. That is for sure.
The question is he looking to check jam, or is he maybe able to save some chips with a check call?
Let's see what size Mikolai chooses at first.
Mikolai realizes he could represent busted diamonds. 3.5. There's 2.4 back.
He's losing only to king and ace high flush draws. It's the big blind too, so he's going to have a lot of 4x. Yeah, Ivey's just jam, and this is a stone cooler.
That hurts. Oh no. Indeed. 16 million chip pot.
День Святого Николая.
Day of Saint
Saint
Nikolai.
Nicholas Day today.
Saint Nicholas.
Lucky.
Limped pre-flop. Ivey's ahead of a lot of flushes there. Think check jam is pretty normal.
I think it's
We were
normal
both
too.
very happy on the river.
Ivey's like, really? He's in a bit of disbelief because he's now the short stack with 19 big blinds. Looked like he was going to run away with it.
Danny Tang's probably kind of happy.
He's
to
got a
see
little
that.
smile up there. He's like, you know, I
was
feel
like, oh
bad
no,
for you.
I'm just going to win this, and we're going to be neck and neck. Like, he just min cashes one of these upcoming tournaments, and I lose. Now Ivey's got his work cut out to win this one. He's the short stack.
So Mikolai is now the tournament chip leader.
And he's doing that Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Yeah, he
almost knocked it over. That would have gone right into Dejan's chips. That would have been ugly.
Or if it goes forward, is that binding? I'm not so sure if it is.
They changed BB. I was playing 40 BB now. That is strange.
Connection for both. Actually quite smashing it for Mikolai. Middle pair and a king high flush draw against the gut shot, instantly checking over.
Give some rope to 7-5 off. Exactly the kind of hand that you'd want to check to.
You don't mind if they stab.
Oh, you love
Maybe
it
they
when
make a
stab.
straight, you make a flush.
Yeah. A quarter of the outs are corrupted. Probably just call here.
I like that.
Yeah.
Let your opponent try to hit one of those corrupted outs.
You have a really robust hand here with the flush draw.
Oh.
When 7-5.
It
has
looks
the
pretty good.
Double gutter here.
Doesn't it kind of feel like you want to barrel a little more just picking up that equity?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely would if he had a club. I'm
Fair
curious
enough.
if he will without the club. I think he still might, but I think if it was like 7 of clubs, 5 of diamonds.
More mandatory.
Yeah. Okay.
Saves himself.
Didn't hit the 6, luckily, because that would have not been fun for Dejan. Way Mikolai's been running here, you almost expected it.
As played, it feels like there's clear targets for Mikolai, the 9 and the 8, given the check back on the turn.
Even a 3?
He goes really small. Doesn't matter.
It's correct. You have slightly under 6.
So those are the chip counts after the Vaskaboinikau run. 42 big blinds, good for 16.8 million. The short stack belongs to Phil Ivey when he's been holding the chip lead for a large part of this final table with 5.7. All guaranteed 1.8 million, looking for that 2.2 million. Third place at the minimum if they can survive once more, but all eyes, of course, on the top prize of 4.7 million, plus the Jacob & Co. unique timepiece. Oh, I'm fired up, Brian. This has just been exciting. We've got a different dynamic now. We'll see how Mikolai approaches the chip lead. For now, though, it is the two middling stacks, blind versus blind. And he's raising once again.
Yeah, just coming at Ponakovs' big blind this time. If it works.
Did you hear Ponakovs? He said nothing this time. Yeah, I didn't realize 7-5 offsuit was something last time.
Yeah.
3-bet him.
It's all part of the game. See, now you show nothing and nothing this time. See, implication.
Yeah, next to my 3-bet you therefore. I
It's
have
like,
something.
yeah, I had something last time. Something bad, but just not this bad.
This is reasonable to open.
Oh, certainly.
800.
Shows the ace, the classic. One day they're going to show the other card.
Are you going to put those on top? Don't do it. Okay, okay's in the blind.
Do you see it's
all
actually
8.
angled a little bit towards the left?
Yeah, that's why I
by
call
a few
it the
degrees.
Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Like, let's get the
It is.
whites on. Let's get the whites on top. Come on, let's just test it.
It's not completely stable. Dejan's chips are like right next to it. There's
going to be some.
It's non-zero. Like you could.
It's going to
sell
get sloppy.
insurance on whether or not there's like a chip confusion situation that happens. It did almost happen 10 minutes ago. Anyways,
I am concerned.
I'm breathless.
I'm just like when I see Mikolaj when the camera's on him, I'm just looking at his chip counts. I'm not looking at his face anymore. Maybe it's his way to distract the opponents from looking where he kind of tells.
Yeah, he's like, I gotta get something going on. They'll study instead of me.
So blind versus blind, Ivey jams 5 million, 10-9 suited. Mikolaj actually dominating, but it's
only
what, 12 and a half blinds?
12, yeah.
Oh, I feel big fold.
No, that's a big fold.
Big fold.
Great for Ivey.
Why? Big fold. No. Why not?
Bad for me.
Yeah, but we all see there. Huh? Before you were okay with this.
Sounds like they're asking him to stack his chips differently.
Oh, it's on me.
Yeah, that's what I believe is being requested.
Like, it's not just about counting, it's about potential disasters.
Back-to-back jams for Ivey. You're right, he did bring down his blacks.
Not inconsequential pickups. I mean, there's a million in chips out there every hand, so.
Just picked up back-to-back, so that's 2 million on top.
Yeah, and he went from last to just passing Dejan here.
Both players sitting on 17 big blinds. Well, he stacked them in this manner. They look just as unstable as before.
Yeah. Actually, almost looked more unstable. They're not. That's a little better
Okay,
now.
that's all right with me. I don't know how many stacks high the black one is, but
The orange one.
Oh, that's
probably
a 20 stack?
20 stack, I would guess.
Okay.
So
Still
it does
a little
make it easier to count.
slightly easier, yes.
Wow, he just loves this spot.
He just loves opening into Ponakovs, small blind versus big blind. This is the third time. 2 times it gets through. 1 time 3-bet by 7-5 offsuit. And I wonder if Ponakovs will adjust to it going forward.
Блайндики, конечно, быстро работают, да, все так. This. Yeah.
Curious to see how Ponakovs navigates the small blind against Ivey. He's in the DK camp, opening the small.
Yeah, everybody's loving this spot.
2.5x. Ivey's got a hand that can take a flop here, 9-7 suited. Only 1.5 more BBs. Pair of threes for Ponakovs on this 4-3 deuce texture.
Yeah, really nothing at all for Phil. How will Ponakovs proceed? Also has the jack of spades.
Maybe Ponakovs fears the ace a little bit less, given that Ivey could rejam those pre at a decent frequency.
Yeah, most definitely. And because of that, he sizes way down, just designed to clear out hands like Phil's. You know, 9 high, nothing, no back doors.
But Phil Ivey is floating.
Yeah.
9 high, no heart in hand. And the turn now is the 5 of spades. Not a lovely card for Ponakovs because there is some 6x lurking in Ivey's range, I believe.
Seems like Ponakovs' most natural play here is to check. He has a pair. He has a pretty big spade, so it's a little robust in terms of bluff catching. And Ivey opts not to bluff.
So a board pairing 4.
But if Ponakovs checks here, will Phil bluff the river? Because
he just has 9 high and never wins.
9 high.
So he's going to bet 1 million.
And now Ponakovs is not in a very fun spot. I don't think Ivey's betting a 5, right? But how about a 4?
A 4 I can see.
A 6.
A 6? A 6 that didn't bet the turn.
Yeah, no, but might not. Probably doesn't have many ace-X for the reasons we said.
So
right?
if you look at natural bluffs, they're hard to find. He probably expected the 9-7 of hearts to be out of there on the flop.
Out of there on the flop, maybe bets, some of them bet the turn. Like the most natural hand would probably be something he would think higher than this, like jack high, or it's not great having the jack of spades actually, but like maybe jack high with the spade.
Understand.
Right.
Obviously he blocks that in this instance, but I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I don't think you like actually having like the jack of spades here to call, would be my guess. Phil can have a flush, but it's not that likely.
Makes the call. Ivey shows the bluff. Ivey back down to 4 million in chips. Nice call from Ponakovs.
Very interesting hand. And again, just goes to show this theme I'm going to harp on once again, that when you get to these dicey spots, these guys just seem to make the right decision pretty often.
So Ponakovs is going to move up to 15 million in chips, 36 big blinds, trailing Mikolai by 2 million.
Oh, heel.
Mikolai showing the ace-3 that would have snapped off the Ivey jam.
I wouldn't even be shocked thinking about that last hand if, like, at some frequency, Ponakovs supposed to just check jam the river. Taking one of your, like, kind of weakest calls, and now it's like he can have flushes, can have boats. those hands all put like 4x and 6x like in the blender. And Ivey doesn't have that many flushes as played, right?
I hear you. Yeah. I guess it just depends on how often just calling is good as well, right? Does he need to go to that length?
Sure.
But I understand. You're saying that is a play that
like
is reasonable.
Probably a low frequency play or something. But like, I wouldn't be surprised if that's fine.
So we do
obviously you can have a ton of hands like that. So if you start taking, you know, like 3 queen, 3 jack with the spade and just you're check ripping all of them, it's totally absurd. But
we do see 2 7s calling here from the chip leader in the small blind.
Fold.
So I'm going to go heads up between number 1 and number 2.
Dejan showing some ICM awareness, just passing the plus EV big blind spot, chip EV spot rather, because Phil Ivey's so much shorter.
Overpair for Mikolaj. Ponakovs does have the betting lead. 2 overs, backdoor hearts. Trying to construct the range from the small blind flat, I suppose.
Yeah, he might check this back. Are we getting ace high to fold? We're blocking king highs. We could get a better king high to fold. He's definitely not folding any pairs.
Nice turn card for Mikolaj.
Don't want to get check raised off backdoor flush equity. Can maybe bet some like lower heart combos.
Не, ну что? Пушка. Не, ну понятно, у меня-то есть.
Что-то.
Хороший.
Will Phil be able to rally back? For a little while, it seemed like everything was kind of working out, but the tides turned. That flush over flush pot, then it got his bluff, a nice bluff, but an even nicer call. It got picked off by Ponakovs, and now he's short 9 blinds. I think he's taking the big blind next hand, so.
You know what? Because Ivey's so short, Dejan with 6-4 suited just open mucks the small blind now, thinking, you know what? I'm going to step aside. Let Ivey take a shot at being eliminated, right?
Ponakovs was just probably talking to him about that. Not in English, right? What else could that conversation have been? Like, Ponakovs, like, you literally opened the big blind every single time. Like, what? What happened this time? Where were you? It's like, oh. Ivey happened. He's short. And now Ivey's not only short, but over 20% of his chips are in the middle in this hand. 800,000 is quite the big investment off a 3.8 million chip stack.
Ace-3 suited for DK.
All in.
Ripping it in. Ivey can't call.
You say fold like call. Always when you say fold, I'm like this, you know.
Gagik was the same. He was saying fold always. I was like, it's a call?
Me?
Igor.
Verbal folds also tripped me out a little bit too, but I think that's just the lack of experience in live poker. Ace-4. Not interested. Ivey going to walk the King-5 suited. Another look from Mikolaj.
Ivey is on life support right now. He just had to take the blinds, and they just keep coming. Oh, here we go. He found a hand.
Here we go.
Certainly good enough to jam.
Yep,
I mean,
he's looking
gotta
to
be
chip
pretty
up.
happy about it because.
Oh no, is he
I
happy?
Take that back. I take that back.
All in?
Has he met his maker? As Mikolaj reshoves ace-king suited, has gotten the best of Ivey. But Ivey does still have a chance to stay in here with 23% equity, looking for the 8. And the king high flop is looking grim for Ivey, who hunts back doors.
That's it. 5-7.
Spades.
Spade. It's nope.
Good luck and GG to Phil Ivey.
Придется вести. 3 макс же.
Mikolaj surging
Ну, там же нужно было с...
on a huge run, and Ivey will take 4th place.
какой-то жестче устроить.
1.795 million for that finish here in the main event. And it's got to be very disappointing 4 to 5-time Triton champ, as he did look very good to reach the heads-up portion of this event. Unable to get there with ace-8 against ace-king. We're down to 4, Brian. Oh, not 4, 3.
Yeah, and they're really clearly delineated there, a clear 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. So
Mikolaj with that huge chip lead.
The other two having about as much as him combined.
Looks like we are taking a little breather, resolving Ivey's 4th place finish. And talk to me about Ivey. What just happened?
I mean, really, it comes down to flush over flush, right? I mean, that was kind of the turning point. It was just, he was solid, everything was working out, growing the chip lead, a little bit of separation, and then boom, that flush over flush hand, just runner, right? Queen 10 to ace-8 of spades versus Mikolaj, and from there he just wasn't able to recover, right?
Yeah, and that was about a 16 million chip pot. He check jam, got runnered by Mikolaj, and then, you know, he made another bluff with 9-7 hearts against Ponakovs, and eventually falling to Vaskaboinikau with that ace-8 and not able to get there. So it's disappointing. I know a lot of fans were rooting on Phil Ivey, one of the greatest players to play, but, you know, he'll be jumping into the 200K, I'm sure, when he gets a little rest. And we are going to take a 10-minute break, roughly. Recipe stepping out. Ollie will be joining me to close out this one and reach an eventual champion. So we'll see you guys soon.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton Series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
I would bet it.
There's one other element too, and I've just observed this on the heels of yet another open and take it from Ponakovs. He has been the active stack.
Yeah.
So if we suspect that maybe he continues to be rewarded for this posture and this behavior, he's getting after it further and further, are we not encouraged even more so to maybe take that necessary step in the interest of picking up chips, which Wykin is going to be looking to do here with pocket queens, trending southerly, looking for the northbound trajectory.
You know, he wins 900K when it gets through, right? 500 blinds, an ante, and plus the open. Oh, wow.
Passed on the king jack, now 2 tens.
Yeah, I don't see how he's not going to get in trouble here. Wykin has a pretty tight opening range. Wow, this is kind of a tough spot. I wonder how he's going to play it. As like a small 3-bet get in, as a flat. I wonder if he's even considering folding, because he's definitely shown that he's trying to avoid close spots. Like he just passed the king jack suited.
1.8.
1.8.
5 seconds. Behind.
Asked for a count, Wykin delivers it. Now the upshot here, of course, is that he covers. That's something that he didn't really do much of prior to his own double.
Yes.
But of course, it would be a blow of great significance.
1.4.
So yeah, he's going with 3-bet get it in versus Wykin.
And is this because he anticipates that there are some hands that Wykin would be able to raise fold?
Yeah, and hands that tens wants out of there. Like what about queen jack, king queen, etc.
Always knew what he was doing in the event of this, which is a Wykin Yong jam, and you see the instant disappointment for Mikolai. Best of it, or worst of it, Wykin not giving us any sense that the moment we
I'm actually more curious what a solver says about 10s here than what it says about King Jack suited in the previous hand, for what it's worth.
What the board says is advantage queens. 5 million plus in the middle.
Wykin just has to fade 2 outs once.
Well, it was a 2-outer carnival yesterday, and yet again here today. I promise you, we don't know these cards are rolling off.
Neither does Wykin.
Sorry, bro. I swear to you, I
salty.
I thought back to yesterday how many times the savagery of the underpair binking was on display. And yet again here, just when it seemed like Wykin Yong was poised to find the double and then recollect his stack, he is mercilessly, savagely dispatched.
Listen, if you're picking somebody who ran the worst at this final table, probably it's going to be hard to top it. Definitely so far, it's Wykin Yong. I mean, the king on the river in that huge pot with Igor, ace-queen to ace-king. Queens versus 10s, 10 on the river. I mean, these are savage beats. Wykin took it like a man, took it like a boss. Great player. You have that exactly. And I think that pot, even though he didn't lose, kind of just illustrates it. Just how much you can get picked on. Like Jack 10 off just seems like a pretty easy call. Nope, going for you.
2 red kings seems like a pretty lovely spot here on the button, fresh off of getting his hand smacked by that ace-king suited. 400K announced.
Oh my. And we're going to see another all-in. Some of these setup spots right here. After a long time at 8, we could be just down to 5.
This is a very sadistic deck.
1.6 million.
Samuel thinking, yeah, I get to feast on this guy again, and all of a sudden, before he even deposited the 3-bet, the jam comes in, snap call.
That was one of the fastest 4-bet jams I've ever seen.
I think he just did the math and was like, there's no world in which Samuel's 3-bet is being followed up by a muck.
Yeah.
But, you know, he did still have 3 million more. I might have taken a second. And if you're Samuel, how many wishes are left in that lamp? Give it a rub and pray for a queen, because that's what it's going to take to keep you intact. But as Mikolai can well attest to, 2 outers are available. This time, though, it goes to the hand in front. Not an out, but an icer.
Is he covered for sure? Yeah, it's on the...
And that 1.2 million he just gave him with Jack 10 off comes right back into his stack.
With all the rest.
Wrong for me, 25K before. It's not always 100%.
False hope.
But usually is.
Bestowed upon Samuel Jew. We'll do a little accounting before making it official.
Oh, no. I guess they haven't updated yet.
And
do you want...
Dejan has to be pretty happy with this development. He's just kind of sat back, and he's now earned at least 1.43 million. But let's talk about Samuel Jew for a sec.
Well, this is your last chance to do so, because he's out the door. 7th place finish for Samuel. 6th, forgive me. 1.1 million for him, leaving behind 5, 1.4 million plus on lockup, as you mentioned. A delightful 300. Well, look at this little ratio that we've got. 1 commentator per remaining player here in the 125K main event. Rast actually had the chance to be on break. You're refusing to leave the booth.
I'm not leaving.
Oh, okay. I believe you.
It says it's on.
Rast, I sent you off. You're supposed to leave. Why?
Listen, guys, I've been watching this action all day from the very start of the final table because it was with you and with you. It's too much. I can't go.
You got to see the conclusion.
I got to see what happens. I'm really curious who's going to take this down. The Jacob and Co. watch. The poker's been great. And I just couldn't leave my two friends alone in the booth and let you do it without me.
Rast might have a little Were you over on, betacr.eu or something in the break we don't know about? Rast, you got a little taste over here? Listen,
I got my secrets.
A big taste is what's awaiting all three of these remaining players, $2.2 million on lockup. ICM massive. We're talking about $1 million pay jump, courtesy of the departure of Phil Ivey, who collected the $1.8 million just before the break in 4th place. 4.7 up top, though. You talked about the extra large trophy. You talk about that watch, which is worn with pride by everyone who wins a main event here. Randy, looking at these chip counts, it's Vaskaboinikau up top right now, Ponakovs in 2nd, and then, of course, the hometown man from Montenegro in 3rd. You got to kind of hitch your wagon to the chip leader, don't you?
You do, but we've had chip leaders just fall at this final table. First, it was YK and Yong out early in 7th place, and now it's Phil Ivey, who looked like he was going to surge to become the champion, out in 4th. So it's hard to say at this one.
Well, listen, 17 big blinds. Rast, you know this. It's a depth that there is plenty of study that's been conducted in terms of FTs and kind of deep ICM situations. TBD whether or not Dejan has put in the work and he's going to be able to make sound decisions. Your assessment of his play to this point?
Yeah, it's a great question, Ali. And I did briefly mention this with Randy. My feeling, having watched him now, is that he has. A lot of things feel very studied and precise. He's always like betting quarter pot or 3x. It just, there's a precision with what he's doing. Also, like, he's pretty aggressive. Like, literally, he just kind of took garbage and went at Ponakovs' big blind like 3 hands in a row, and then literally didn't do it on the 4th hand, maybe because he's stepping off the gas, but also maybe because Phil Ivey was getting so short,
Right.
he realized, okay, now it's time to wait.
But now the target is on his back as he brings the short stack to 3-handed action with $2.2 million locked up. Might the Montenegrin flag get planted atop this main event here at this festival? What a moment that would be. We'll send you back down into the arena. And there is Dejan.
To watch the men in the arena.
There it is. 17 bigs, a 2-1 chip lead for Ponakovs. And then Vaskaboinikau, 22 big blinds ahead of Alex. Blinds of 200, 400,000. This glimpse brought to you by betacr.eu. You see the dearly departed Chen, Kenney, Yong, Yaroshevskyi, and most recently, Phil Ivey. There are those remaining payouts not to be glossed over. The $1 million ladder you can get from 3rd to 2nd. And then a cool $1.5 million plus. The difference between a silver medal and a gold as the lion's share of this $21.3 million plus prize pool seeks a home here at the Maestral Resort and Casino. That look brought to you by GTO Wizard. What do you got on tap for us here, Rast?
It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat.
Am I in school again?
Amen.
Amen, brother.
I'm out.
Bishop Rast with the...
Theodore Roosevelt. It's one of the truly great quotes, I feel like. And so when you
Now,
said
did
down
you
to the
have
men
it-
in the arena.
Did you have it on tap, like locally stored, or did you go to Google for that
No,
one?
Googled, yeah.
But one you were familiar with and one that definitely feels appropriate for the sort of stage.
I got a lot on tap, brother. Okay.
Well, we're all ears, and this is why you've remained here in the booth alongside Randy Liu and yours truly, Ali Najad. Happy to have you with us as we seek a champion in the 125K main. Might it be Aleksejs Ponakovs? Midfield right now, 2nd biggest stack in the small.
Ponakovs has a lot of incentive to contain the pot when he's the middling stack. And it does feel like Mikolai, if he wants to, can really just raise this big blind relentlessly, even with a hand like 4 deuce off. touching those orange chips.
I have no time bank. I can't think. What is this?
Oh, wow. Is he out of time banks?
Sounds like it.
Yeah. That's dicey because he does like to think.
Remember before we were saying, Brian, how like he was kind of giving some visual cues, like maybe he was a little weak, and then he happens to just check that. I don't know if that's a little bit of a tell.
Ace King 4 board. Ponakovs sprinkles bottom pair and a relevant deuce of clubs for Nikolai. I see just one blue time bank there.
Whoa.
Takes us upstairs to 1-5.
So not a spot where you'd think he gets to raise very much, right? That said, ranges are super wide. He also had this weird thing where he pretended like he wanted to raise pre-flop, so now he might pretend like he has a good one. And his particular hand really benefits by clearing out overcards. So a lot of reason why his hand might want to do that.
And in particular, when involved with Ponakovs, who's just looking over to his right at far fewer chips, you can apply a lot of pressure. Missteps here could cost you $1 million in ladder. That is just a staggering thought. How often in one's poker career are they going to be in a situation where that's the penalty for making a mistake?
Well, at least if they fail, they do so while daring greatly. But yeah, I mean, it can happen. And it's one of those things that after the fact, you just have to learn how to live it down and move on, right? Especially if it's because of a mistake you made, as opposed to, you know, it sucks when it's bad luck, but it's a little easier to live that one down in terms of your decision making.
Sure.
Yeah, but Ras, you've been saying these guys have been getting it right every single time at this final table so far.
Yeah. I mean, every single time is too strong, but yes, the idea that in a lot of these close spots where it's like, yeah, you can make arguments to go either way, the guys just very consistently, especially on the river, right? Like, it does feel like on the river it's been every time.
Flop could get interesting.
Yeah, take a look at this. The 10 deuce opening to 1.2 million, 3x in the small. Defense from Queen 8 suited, which now looks over at a c-bet of 1.5 into this 2.8 million chip pot. Queen high flush draw.
Just
jams.
There's enough out there.
Yep.
I really like this jam because I don't buy it that Nikolai, if he was holding a king, would go that sizing post-flop. He'd want to kind of induce some action. That's a really nice play from Dejan.
These pickups are so important for him as he looks to maintain contact with Ponakovs and not be alone on the island of short-stackedness.
That was a big pot, actually, given it was raised pre-big flop c-bet up to 23 big blinds now.
Yes, sir. Yeah, these three-handed spots at the end of tournaments are very interesting, especially a lot of these Triton payouts. There's such a big difference in that pay jump from fourth to third, then third to second. Always a big third to second jump, which is right what these guys are playing for right now.
Time bank getting used here. Looks like Dejan's actually got plenty of them in contrast to Ponakovs and Vaskaboinikau. That could prove an issue for either of the latter two were they to get heads up.
The offsuit ace-x hands do like just jamming those spots. It's a, you know, hard to say with ICM, but definitely an approved chip EV play.
Jam and take as he continues to narrow the gap. And in particular, when he takes chips away from Ponakovs, it's at twice the pace with which he does that. Now just 6 bigs separating them. Remember, moments ago when we came back to three-handed action, it was a 2-1 lead for Ponakovs, 34 bigs to 17. Now 31-25, the breakdown. 9-6 and queen 8 square off. How about this flop for Nikolai? Crushing the queen high and gut shot straight draw of Ponakovs with a pair and a flush draw checked over.
Seems like Ponakovs is playing this as a check call would be my guess. And Nikolai's just going to start growing the pot here with a pretty nice little hand.
Tearing one off and adding $1 million to the middle is Ponakovs.
It feels like on this turn card and this kicker, you'd want to check a lot more, but he's still pressing.
Yeah, I agree. Like better 9X is never folding. It's nice to have some diamond hands that check back as well. But Nikolai is showing different gears. Like when he's shorter, he's very careful. Sometimes overly so, I almost feel like. And now now that he has more chips, he just really has his pedal to the metal. Like,
perhaps maybe he just thought about it during the break. Is I've got this big lead. What does it take to take this one down? And that's just keeping that foot on the gas pedal and hammer away.
Well, if you want to hammer away at your keyboard, type in pokerstake.com and head over to our official and exclusive staking partners here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, where you can enjoy rake and transaction fee-free opportunities to buy a piece of your favorite Triton Super High Rollers. All winnings guaranteed. Why else would you go anywhere besides pokerstake.com to get in on the action? Pay him a visit today.
wow. What a spot.
A raise and a call in front of Dejan. Extra chips.
Just licking your lips. I mean, I think here you don't want to jam for 20-something blinds. Yeah. You want to give your opponents the chance to call with dominated hands or try to rebluff you.
You have enough?
You know?
To raise
Someone get jiggy with like the ace-5 suited or...
3 million? Oh, I heard 10 million.
Rare.
Bravo.
Raise and then flat as Bravo.
Not 7.5.
Yeah, I was like 10 million.
Is issued.
Oh, that was referring to
Now you have 10 million.
an earlier hand where Dejan opened small blind. This was the first of those 3 opens I was referring to earlier. And he made it, I think, 800, and Ponakovs made it 1.8 with 7.5 off from the big blind. And then despite that, the next 2 times it was folded to Dejan in the small blind, he opened into Ponakovs and took it down. Oh, excuse me, Dejan.
I had a king.
Bravo.
I had a king is all Kaladjurdjevic is willing to share. And Vaskaboinikau, the weight of this pay ladder and this moment doesn't appear to be troubling him one bit. Obviously, big chip lead does make things a little bit more comfortable, but I, for one, love to see these guys sort of relaxed and enjoying the situation that they find themselves in.
He's going to feel good with top pair, Ollie.
That he is. On the button on the back end of the raise. See bet and take it. King 3. Nothing cooking.
Yeah, when you cover by a lot, some of the anxiety goes down a bit, right? Because you can't, no matter how bad the next hand goes, you can't be out. Worst case scenario is you double someone up, then you got to reevaluate things.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to be down to like 5 big blinds where you're just forced all in. You know, if he happens to double up his opponent, he still has 20 some odd big blinds.
But yeah, it just does go to show just the kind of the difference in the feels. How it feels to be short versus the chip leader.
Ponakovs allowed to limp by 10-4. King 8 deuce, swing and a miss in both seats.
First one to bet would win this one.
400.
Alex says me first.
Ну что
and
ж,
helps
надо
himself
тоже забрать. Ну, как-то мне уже некрасиво получается.
to the pot.
Согласен?
Согласен.
But not yet, right?
I'm not sure what they're saying, but what I have noticed is that Mikolai is just very chatty
No,
guy,
it's 1
just
minute left,
smiling.
1.5 minutes.
No, don't check.
So what?
They have different clock.
Vaskaboinikau's Montenegro Festival to this point has consisted of just one event, the 50K 8 Max. FT'd that one, boys. 7th place finish, 297K.
Yeah.
100% cash rate?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 100% final table rate?
Yeah. Let's not sell it short, right?
This is the smallest jump so far.
For Ponakovs.
The blinds.
Next one is going to be
He's coming
smaller,
fresh off of
500,
an
not
8th
6.
place finish in the 100K. That was an FT. Finished
Okay.
20th in the 50K 8 Max. So 3rd straight cash for him as he's found his stride late. And last but not least, Kaladjurdjevic. This is his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series Festival and first ever cash in his 5th attempt. Boys, let's play 250, 500.
Let's do it. Do you see the assortment of flags there? There's only one repeat. I think the only repeat flag was the U.S. flag. And both of those competitors are out.
Yeah, Bryn Kenney finishing in 7th, Ivey in 4th. Ace-3, raise and take.
Было сейчас? Не было?
I think it's just
I will not
beautiful to see something connecting people from all around the world.
Couldn't agree more. Really is an incredibly multinational affair, any given Triton Super High Roller Series. People traveling from all parts of the globe, and there's a reason they do it. Nowhere on earth you are going to get treated better than at Triton if you're a tournament poker player, and it's not close.
Where else do you get 125K buy-in with 171 entries?
Yeah, winning. How much is first place again?
4.7 million.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, that's one part of the treatment. But in terms of just customer service, looking after your every need, being preemptive with respect to all of the...
Remember this story?
Specific.
Brian?
He's back.
The small blind raise into Ponakovs.
But they both know it now because Ponakovs, Dejan know he had the 7-5. I'm sure at this point Ponakovs knows he hasn't been raising with anything.
He hasn't had it any time he's opened from the small blind.
It's allowed.
Ponakovs might just...
Oh, you know, boys, I was wondering whether or not we were going to go down any alleys and things were going to go a little bit street at some point, and Alex just gave us our answer.
It's hard to see Dejan fighting back with this one. It's just a little too dusty.
You have it now, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. 10 high. I had it.
It was suited.
He could have called it, but he's just... That's a set the tone play right there. We were talking, I forget which one you guys asked me about tone setting.
Right off the top, you and I.
Yeah, that was like, okay, you just keep raising my big blind from the small with crappy hands. Maybe I could call this, but it's pretty close, so I'm just going to see right now if you're just doing it again.
And what's amazing is they both know the hands that they've been playing back with, and he still makes the play.
Видит 15. Валет 4.
Let's re-rack it. Nikolai gets a walk.
Let's see how much experience comes into play, because out of these three guys, I mean, unless there's just something I'm missing, Ponakovs has by far the most experience, even though he himself is maybe compared to other guys on the tour, a bit younger, slightly less, but he's been here a number of times, and these other guys haven't. Like, this is a huge spot for them. Not that it's not big for Ponakovs, but he's been in some of these spots a bit more often.
On the topic of big,
It's his
pocket
third final
nines.
table, isn't it?
Yep.
You mean
third
here,
main event final table?
Yes.
No, not here in Montenegro.
Okay.
It's his third consecutive cash here in Montenegro, but third main event final table. And here he is. Pretty board for him. Jack 6. Kaladjurdjevic defended against the min raise, which is now $1 million.
I think with 2.7 in there, it's like 7.3. Yeah. You don't love getting check raise, but you're sort of okay putting a lot of money in with nines versus the big blind, who never has a bigger pair other than maybe specifically aces.
This is quite the call without a heart in hand.
Yeah, Dejan peeling. Does not pick up any equity on the turn, and a nice card for Ponakovs.
Feels like a spot where either you bet the turn, check back river, or check the turn and decide.
I kind of lean bet if I'm Ponakovs here.
Maybe come in with 1/3 or so.
Nines is just a big hand. And let's...
Still can get called by worse.
Yeah. I mean, maybe not king 10 off.
Sure, but 6x.
6x.
Some 8x that got
8x.
turned. That's coupled with hearts.
Maybe some hands with hearts. I think I'm just willing to risk if my opponent has a jack. Maybe now I'm going broke, but I mean, Dejan has shown an aptitude to put chips in the pot like he's not a nit, you know? And against a player who's not a nit, I kind of like Ponakov's line.
You know, I had an opportunity to chat with Nikita Kuznetsov, who's here as well, and he mentioned he lives in Montenegro and is familiar with Dejan as a very competent player in the local live circuits. He's left his mark and is looking to leave a mark on this festival. Just how big? TBD. Queen 8 muck.
Nice pass, I think.
8-5. Mikolaj's not complaining.
They ask not to talk in Russian.
And that big blind is expensive, huh? 1 million?
They ask not to talk in Russian.
Meaning 500 plus the 500 big blind ante.
That's good.
It's not going to pass this.
Oh, suited kings are tempting with good reason. In raise, Jack 5 off for DK.
DK is getting short. Jack 5 offsuit's not the greatest hand. We'll see a flop though. Quite a good one for Ponakovs. Top pair, not much kicker. There is reason to maybe pot control. Small bet, of course. Brian, what do you think?
I mean...
Not really pot control, but more to induce, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he has a hand which I think can bet or check flop.
Brings in a mid-bet.
500K and take it down, sir.
It is a flop that the big blind, I'm sorry, the button there has a range advantage and is going to do a lot of betting, though.
So you want to protect that bluffing range.
Yeah. I think you could probably even bet pretty close to range for a real small bet like that. So.
But when you do check a king, you want to use your weakest ones, right?
Yeah.
King 3 suited in the small blind, good for a jam. Can Ponakovs wake up with it? Nope.
Well, those little jams are significant. Consider that it's a 20% boost to Dejan's stack, which was just 10 big blinds deep prior to taking that one.
I do wonder if we're going to see any pre-flop limping. Dejan has around the 12 blinds, which is a stack size that's started doing a lot of limps, but we haven't seen it so far from him or any of the other players.
Blame ace-king and the button on this occasion. Very straightforward. Is this going to be another one of those big little situations where Ponakovs thinks that he can push Dejan around? No. Stack too lean maybe to have a lot of raise folds?
Yeah, but this ace-10 suited can really just put it in and expect Dejan to have some raise folds off of that stack. Those chips flew in there so fast.
Yeah.
You don't have to be behind as well when you get called. You know, I mean, 8s, 7s, potentially like
big pot here.
King 10 suited.
12.8 million in the middle, and the ace-king hanging on. A double here would certainly change the face of this three-way affair. No equity acquired for Vaskaboinikau on this turn. And no 10 on the river. So the ace-king will submit its tokens for accounting and replication.
And that will level the playing field quite a bit.
Yeah, that's actually going to be very close for all three players with that double up. For DK.
6? $6 million? 50. Okay.
Okay, so when this dust settles, we're going to be looking at roughly 24
He gave me
bigs.
100, I gave him back 50.
Call it 26 bigs for Dejan. Vaskaboinikau, just 3 bigs in front of him, and he has ceded the chip lead to Ponakovs, who was not a part of that exchange. And all of a sudden, just 5 bigs separate the whole field, boys.
I didn't like the open.
We've got a match, my friend. It's very close.
Yeah, let's dig in and play three-handed for a little bit longer.
Well, experience smooth crypto betting at all times with sportsbet.io. No lags and a user-friendly site that welcomes even beginner punters with ease. You can also place wagers on the go with their mobile app. It's sportsbet.io, wide range of sports, events, and markets to place your wagers on, ensuring that there is always something for everyone. Official sponsor of the Triton Poker Series, sportsbet.io.
Did you say beginner punters?
I did, and that's their own copy. I love it, by the way.
Am I a beginner punter?
No, you're a veteran punter, Randy. We've already. It's weird because you looked at me like you were hoping I was somehow going to assign amateur status to your pontifications. No, you're on special teams, buddy. You're back there, long snapper. Just please don't buy those blind boxes.
Blind
Just
boxes.
step away from
I
that.
don't want to talk about it anymore. Ace-9 versus King-10.
5-3 deuce, couple of clubs. Wheel Gutty in the best hand. For Ponakovs. Min Razor Pre. Checked over by Dejan.
My first instinct is that Ace-9 would often check this flop, using the middle aces, because the weaker ones, of course, have some kind of pair.
2.2 million.
But going big was not what I expected, 2.2.
Yeah, no. Me neither.
It's always fun to watch Ponakovs take his creative bet sizing into play.
I really put some 2 and 3x hands in the blender.
Guess it also forces out weak ace-x, right? That isn't paired, just given the sizing. Like a similar hand, like an ace-7, ace-8.
Jack Deuce is just so excited to peel.
No, yeah, like please 2-pair, trip up. Yeah, maybe just stay out of the way.
Ace-9 suited. Let's see how Mikolaj responds to concession of this chip lead, which was significant coming into what was a very spread out 3 stacks, now clustered. Raise and take. Have you seen any variations in terms of poise and sort of table presence between the three? Ponakovs, a veteran of the Triton Super High Roller Series, of course, we would expect plenty of that out of him. But maybe in terms of Dejan and Mikolaj, they've held their own. They've been pretty composed.
Yeah, I think that in terms of table presence, Dejan has been pretty poised and pretty under control, not giving anything away. Maybe occasionally outside of a hand, belaying a little bit of emotion, but for the most part, cool, calm, and collected. I would say Mikolaj is more the one who kind of gives some stuff away. I mean, there's been a few hands. I mean, one in particular versus Ivey,
on the
right,
river,
Randy, where he was thinking about bluffing, and I couldn't have looked more bothered. Like, visibly moving his head around, looked uncomfortable, ended up not bluffing, but it was just, and then later was like, I was thinking about bluffing. And it's just...
Well, it would have been a bad idea, one would imagine, on the heels of all of that.
My thought is just like, Ivey is so overqualified for this situation right now in terms of trying to pick up live reads, because he was just giving away so much. So I don't know. That would be, and then Ponakovs, yeah, is not giving anything away, and even reflective sunglasses, you know, head half of face covered by sweatshirt. So
King 9 was always ahead of King 5, more so on an Ace-10-9 board where it morphs into bottom pair. Ponakovs was the razor pre to 1.3. Sizing up a little bit when it's blind versus blind.
600.
Following through for 600.
He's following through because he doesn't want to give up control as the pre-flop raiser, where an ace-x would be expected to bet the flop once he raised. And it's going to invite, though, Mikolaj to raise this king of spades.
yeah, because it's such a small sizing, and Mikolaj is choosing kind of like an immediate no equity hand as a bluff, trying to get Ponakovs' real weak hands just to fold. Just very curious, because a lot of Ponakovs' real weak hands that fold here probably just check, give up, turn. But you do have the good news. If you pick up a spade, you can keep bluffing.
What was that about a spade? Not just any spade, by the way. One that provides both the Broadway gutty and the nut flush draw. And you see, despite picking up a Broadway gutty of his own, third overcard, confronting Alex, who promptly checks.
Well, if you decide to play King 5 off with the King of Spades this way on the flop, I think you are beyond obligated to now bet again.
It would be very incongruent to get shy at this point. And the follow-up back to the 1.5 on the flop is 3 million. And just note how effective the line proved to be, courtesy of the perfect turn card.
Yeah, what a turn.
Yeah.
When you just get out of line there with just the king of spades, and you're just like, please put a spade, I think.
But, you know, one of the
I
things...
think I'd like to just bluff off my whole stack here.
But one of the things about it is,
yeah.
while it's out of line, it actually at least is the kind of hand that has prospects of picking up one of those ideal turn cards to provide further promise.
I think it's funny, you don't actually see people make that particular play as much with the nut card, but when the ace is out, so with the king. But you do see that type of play a lot more often when it's like 2 to a suit on the flop and someone like does the check raise with like the ace, whatever, nothing, ace high, but they have the ace blocker. Like that play is like a much more common one that I'm sure you've even seen and picked up, right? This is like in the same class of, you know, friskiness, yeah.
10-9 suited on the button, min raise open, queen jack for DK.
Like they're frisky cousins.
Call.
Frisky cousins, I believe, is against the law in certain states.
Probably all of them. But
okay, guys. How about top pair versus the 2 overs?
You know when Randy's got to rein us in fast, we've gone too far.
Let's talk about top pair because we don't want to go there. That's bad news, I swear.
2 overs, checking to the pre-flop aggressor. Very comfortable spot here with 2.75 in the middle.
I feel like I could see Dejan come along if it's a small bet from Ponakovs. 2 overs, backdoor heart, or not backdoor heart, but backdoor straight draw.
Looks like 1/3 pot sizing here. Does that qualify as small enough? No. Deems DK.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, actually in a lot of like deeper stack situations on these like 9XX boards, no straights on them. It's funny when you have the kind of uncapped overpair range. Actually, my understanding is that you do a lot of big bets. Now, this is tournaments, the ICM, and shorter stacks, but never really know sometimes how that affects things and will make people play differently. But seeing larger than normal, you know, bet size there makes sense based on what I understand of that spot. And that's just because you just have a big, like 9x good kicker, you know, 10s plus advantage there, and those hands like betting big. There's a lot of straight draws, pair plus backdoor straight, you know, type of hands that you just love charging, either getting them to fold or put in a lot of money when they're behind.
It is slightly noteworthy here that Dejan is opting to limp now rather than raise into Ponakovs with all the history that's been going on in this situation.
Yeah.
You know, like he doesn't want to lose 3 blinds.
Like if he has a big hand here, he's always raising.
Right, to keep it consistent. Like attack me once more.
This one's limped. Queen 10-9, bottom pair versus the bottom end of the gut shot.
While the 9 may look like it wants protection, it just gets very dicey when you bet the flop and are called. You're not sure if you're up against a better pair or some kind of straight draw that's trying to blow you out of the water. I do like checking on the flop.
And both players check. Will Ponakovs bet at this if given the chance at some point? That's kind of the question because...
Well, doesn't DK maybe have a window to sprinkle something in there?
Sure, and Ponakovs will fold if he does. So it's not going to be that interesting. But the real question is, will Ponakovs bluff at some point if it's checked to him?
Well, it has been checked to him.
Maybe go for the double delay river bluff. Or just give up, you know? Sometimes you just
don't bluff. Maybe we'll find out on the river.
Check back from Alex as they keep it small. Backdoor hearts show up.
The 8 now interacts somewhat because the 7 came. Ponakovs doesn't have a heart though. I mean, 8 high with the 7 showing up now, just really down there in terms of hand ranking. I guess Dejan just, oh no, he's going to go for value. So that will save Ponakovs from potentially bluffing. I'm not saying he would. But
Seems like the logic for Dejan there was just if he was up against a queen or 10 on a 3-liner like that, they probably would have bet by the turn.
Yeah.
Get called by the 7. I know he did have kicker issues potentially.
Or a 3.
You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're out-kicked with your 9,
so be it.
Probably you would check and call a bet anyway, so maybe your opponent bets more than mint. All right, and these guys have a decidedly different blind versus blind dynamic. Not quite as aggressive pre-flop, at least.
But post-flop.
No, post-flop.
You know how it goes.
Yeah.
King deuce, queen 4.
Yeah, it's been like the inverse with them. Like pre-flop, it's been much more passive, but post-flop, they're like going at it. Whereas the other two, you know, like we just saw, very passive post, but pre-flop, they get after it.
What if we combine the two? We can really go for fireworks.
I'm not sure what the pre-flop dynamic is. What about that third connection? Nikolai and Dejan.
I don't know if it exists.
Yeah, they're just not in too many blind versus blind pots that I can remember.
Full pot, by the way, there with top pair from Nikolai, ending that particular exchange. Dejan, for what it's worth, did barrel that $500,000 on the river with the 9 to take it, so it wasn't 3 streets of being passive.
All right, well, we just asked the question. Now we get some sort of answer. Basically 20 bigs.
Ace 3.
It would be a chip EV jam, but it's excessive.
You want to make this?
Oh, he's starting to talk as the guy's thinking. Doesn't feel strong.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Do you just make it 3x or something instead of ripping it with the ICM, you know? Because, like, with ICM, how much do you really want to open jam here?
I wouldn't think that much, but then maybe he thinks that's weak when Nikolai talks to him mid-hand and, well, you know what, let's just end it.
Yeah.
Yeah, rips it.
It kind of seemed like he was trying to talk him out of making it pricier.
Yeah, that was the feeling.
Thinking too much. Huh? So good hand? No. So bad hand?
Man, I have 3 time backs, you have 1. You are thinking so much.
Also good.
Oh, wow, they're all kind of short on time banks, it looks like. I mean, Ponakovs might only have 1.
He only has 1.
Oh, this is fun. They have pressure to make decisions fast.
Yeah, I like to see if they can arrive to the same decisions over and over again when they're out of time.
Oh, Alex takes a walk with an ace there. passes the button. Ponakovs content to play it as a limp here.
This should be too many chips to outright jam.
Yes. Agreed. Starting to push 30 bigs. Effective.
King, queen, jack board. Ponakovs checking bottom pair. Ace high in the Broadway gutty, checking back.
Would expect Ponakovs to continue to check with this pair. Ace high is ace high as well.
Yeah, very little value in betting his hand.
Another round of knuckles.
This is now a spot where he could potentially bet. He could also check to try to induce bluffs. Ace high is not one of the hands that's going to bluff. Pretty clear check back by Nikolai.
Big hand.
Who do you think is best served if the action continues to be passive? Now, I know the obvious tempting thing to say is whoever's got the most chips, because it becomes a war of attrition. But in terms of playing style, you know, experience level, is it Ponakovs who rates to benefit the most from a sort of passive climate? Or is it equally beneficial to all three?
And I have a read on that. How do you?
No, go ahead, Brian.
My read is that's best for Ponakovs.
Yeah.
Okay, my read right now, just even making it, is the most aggressive one pre-flop is Dejan, which is why the nodes involving him and the blinds are the ones that are the most active pre-flop. And my guess is that Ponakovs is probably maybe the most experienced out of them, and definitely seems to feel very comfortable playing post-flop. So if in passive lines, you know, he probably plays more passive lines than at least Dejan as well, because Dejan seems to be more aggressive pre. But yeah, that's my feeling.
Note, by the way, that both of these holdings could have made an excuse pre-flop to be something other than passive. Ace, queen, obvious reasons. 7 deuce, bottom of range, maybe not looking to take a flop. But given the opportunity, Jack 7-3 does take the lead. Middle pair stays in front.
You have anything you want to add to that, Randy, about the...
No, my first read was Ponakovs as well. I do agree that he's going to be most comfortable, have the most experience three-handed, having played so many tournaments.
Yeah, in post-flop, passive, pre-flop lines.
So it is passive right now on this board.
Stays that way on both flop and turn on the heels of that somewhat unexpected passive line by both parties.
It feels like the 7 is the best hand, but to get called by worse is...
I think it's time to value bet
yeah,
the
try
7.
to hope for the 6 and 3 to call off.
Or ace high. Yeah. It's just time to get value.
You just would have
also
heard from a better hand by now.
Very likely, unless they're really going tricky after double check to like check raise or something. But yeah.
7.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do we take issue with ace-queen being treated that way by Nikolai, guys? Three-handed here with...
You mean pre-flop?
Pre-flop or, you know, at any point post. I mean, he just kind of... He limped, he checked it all the way down and just allowed his opponent to fire a barrel on the river and then decided to call to keep him honest. Is this...
I think post-flop he played the hand very standard, and I kind of agree with every decision. You could argue on the river whether he should fold or call, but I think checking 3 times is perfectly fine.
What about pre? On balance, it's okay?
It's definitely fine, especially against somebody who just like shoved 20 blinds with ace-3 off, right? I mean, you know, I would either do that or you could like make it 3x or whatever into him. I think either one of those is okay. But yeah, I think limping's fine.
I think a big part of it also is coupled with how you play the rest of your range, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Dejan, if he had ace-queen and small, I would prefer him raising into Ponakovs, given he was doing that with so much trash before. And he gets played back at twice now, 3-bet from Ponakovs with some dusty hands. So it just depends on who is the big blind, how you've been playing so far. The stack sizes is a big one. But sometimes it's just stepping out at the right time to just pivot, change gears, and try to throw your opponent off.
It is important not to fall into any easily discernible patterns, especially when you're logging so many data points three-handed for your opposition.
Ooh.
Alex limping king 9, pocket 10s here for Nikolai.
Ponakov's hand is strong enough to call a raise here.
Yeah, it certainly qualifies. Even more so because the big blind is raising some of those polar hands where he's actually dominating, right? Like a 9x rag, king little is pulsable from Nikolai. Would never expect him to fold king 9 offsuit.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I would never expect it.
So inflated pot here, 4 million in the middle.
1.8 a man to the queen jack 9 board. Bottom pair in the gut shot for Ponakovs, which is blocked by the 2-10s of Nikolai. Backdoor spades, open ender. Third pair effective, both parties knuckling. Irrelevant turn rolls off.
Yeah, lots of interference, but both players with that enough showdown value, but hard to get called by worse.
Hence, the second round of checks. Running 5s.
Wow.
Never put a chip in post.
I don't know about 10s triple checking that.
Where should the bet have come in?
I think river, that's my first instinct.
Well,
what are you, Russ?
If you check to the river, sure. But I think 10s could reasonably have bet any street as played. Not every, but just like bet the flop. Okay, if you didn't bet the flop, delay c-bet, check back river. And if you didn't do that, probably bet that river. But one bet somewhere seems like reasonable.
Yeah, it is curious because we do need to recognize that connecting with flops is a difficult proposition in general. And just because we're looking at a queen and a jack out there doesn't mean automatically that our opponent has hit it. Now, mind you, there was a raise after the limp and Alex stuck around. So maybe there was some sense that it's in his wheelhouse, that board. You know?
The interesting thing about it is he had a hand that has, you know, some showdown, a reasonable pair, while at the same time having draw equity, which is why you can kind of play a hand like that in a lot of different ways. Just sort of why I think it would have been reasonable to have bet kind of any of the streets like once at least on that run out. But it seems somewhat unreasonable to have bet that hand twice, for example.
Ace queen 9 board. King 9 turns into trip 9s after flopping bottom pair. This one was limped pre by Nikolai, who stabbed at it. Dejan flatting the 600K, and now a 3 million in the middle. An opportunity to put something in there. So much texture, so many draws.
He wants to get the most out of an ace, I believe, on this run out.
Okay, okay.
Bigger bet makes sense.
Nikolai concedes to the 1.5 on the turn.
9?
Yes.
Huh?
8, 9 of hearts.
Fold 9 on the flop.
It's very close, guys. 22 big blinds sharing the bottom 2 counts. 27 for the chip lead.
27 bigs up top, 22 bigs for Ponakovs and Kaladjurdjevic, as still just 5 blinds separate the final 3, all of whom taking home 2.2 plus. That much we know, but who will snag the extra milli and punch a ticket to heads-up play? That's what's TBD here, and it's become very cagey.
1.2.
Ace-9 does provide some lubricant to make a live stack. Queen-7, enough to bring forth defense to the 10-9-3 board. Nines have been a theme. 2 quick checks.
Nikolai plays very fast.
Yeah, he does.
You know, even those subtle little facial expressions, those are being registered by Alex. I'm not sure whether or not he's baselining them as information does come down, but, you know, there's a lot more animation on Vaskaboinikau than there is on Ponakovs. This is
on
for sure.
either of the other players, yeah. One big hand.
Ace-King for Ponakovs. Played as a limp, by the way.
Good hand to check back. Queen-9. Don't want to get limp jammed on off of this stack.
Not the first time that Alex has limped this small blind, so on balance, finding ace-kings with which to do so as well. 6-high rainbow board. No interactions. 2 quick
Very
checks.
fast check back.
Yeah.
I think if you're Ponakovs here, kind of like seeing real fast check back, because Nikolai tends to take a little bit longer when he has a decision, so we're beating all of their no pair hands.
One street of checking became 2, became 3 here. I confess it's predominantly just the black turtleneck factor. But I am getting mild Despicable Me vibes.
Most probably.
From Nikolai, the Gru, the character played by Steve Carell. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Not the minions. The minions are the over. I'm more of a minion. That's the little yellow jelly beans with the goggles.
King 9.
Nikolai, you know, the lovable villain.
Yeah.
Something like this.
The head of the minions.
You know all my hands. Difficult. It's very difficult like this.
Limp here from Jack Deuce.
Like this from Dejan.
Doel, you very much.
Okay. 1 minute, I go to toilet. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Raise and take it, and apparently an impromptu, quickly negotiated potty break here for Mikolai. Okay.
I think the minions need a little help.
Yeah.
That'd be great if they were like, quick, deal it.
Listen, Dejan
Kill that hand, raise.
Dejan strikes again with the pre-flop aggression. Just a little note. 10 deuce off. Doyle Brunson.
Now 7 blinds separating the field here. Ponakovs just a blind back of Dejan as we play 300, 600. Here at the final table of the main. What is it going to take to break what feels like a bit of a stalemate right now? The ice, dare I say, thick beneath the feet of these
it's
three.
not thin at all. You know, these players are getting into a lot of limp blind versus blind spots. Button isn't opening too often.
You know what we need, guys?
Gonna need a cooler.
Nah, bomb pot.
Bomb pot.
You want to play a bomb? Yeah, let's play a bomb pod. Just $1 million pay jump. Let's, you know what, guys? We all take a flop.
I'll
let's
tell
put
you
in
what.
5 blinds in a piece.
There's a few characters out on the Triton Super High Roller Series regular circuit that wouldn't mind a little, you know, flip and go, a little bomb pot, you know.
Ollie, there's a reason you don't make the structures. We don't consult with you.
And that's a mistake, if I'm being honest.
I believe those numbers.
Please do be honest.
We did coin
think it's good.
DTO
It's
the
good,
other
but
day.
the end
D-Gen
series-
Theory Optimal, Randy. You are the forefather of this school of thought.
You know what I think it's going to take? It's either going to take cold deck or maybe the next blind increase, because this is a big one. 300, 600, 600 to 488. That's a healthy jump, right?
No, we're going to 325, 650.
Oh,
no,
no.
I'm kidding.
We're bringing back in like the 25K, 5Ks.
325, 650, then like the 357. It's like, oh my, we could be here for a while.
King 3-3. Good stuff here for DK. Played this one as a limp pre.
Yeah, it looks like he's backed off just, you know what's funny? I think it's like he hit it, and now that the cat's out of the bag, he's changed strategies.
Yes.
It's very interesting. He was like, raise, just bat it. Oh, okay, you know now. Okay, we're done. Limp.
But then later, he's going to come in with raise again with some trash to kind of like, all right, I calmed down a bit, but we'll see if that does play out.
Yeah, I'm curious the next time he raises in that spot. If
Like,
we
does he
ever
have
get
it?
Like, will he have it or not the next time? I mean, so far he's basically never had a good hand in the small blind, whether he's
correct
called or raised, which, you know, sometimes you just don't get dealt good hands. But when he does get a good hand, how will he play it? That's what I want to know.
600K. Queen high could get curious here, maybe removing some of the ace-x from the limping range or at least this delayed c-betting range. And Ponakovs does make the call, and now this board texture could very well keep him curious.
Feel like the 4 isn't really one of the better cards to have in your hand if we're really getting to the nitty-gritty in terms of bet turn, bet river, because you don't want to block 4-5, 5-6, or sorry, 4-5 and 4-6. Any of those inside gut shots. Hands like with some equity to bet turn and then bluff river. But Queen High is beating the bluffs. Look at Dejan. Just pot.
Full pot. Targeting the 7 specifically.
Yeah, or some like, 7, ace high.
Targeting anything that wants to be
Yeah.
a hero, really, right? I mean, and I kind of love the sizing, guys, because the polarity of it really leaves Ponakovs thinking, okay, I don't need to worry about an incidental ace high behaving this way.
Yeah.
And the queen plays alone on the 3rd board, but
Especially
just
Queen
concedes.
4. I just don't like that one as a call.
Because you block the 4x inside straight turn type stuff.
Big fold.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
6.
Those are hands that you find a decent amount in that bet turn, bet river node there, because they had equity on the turn 4, 6, and 4, 5.
I think the reason he called there was because he just didn't expect Dejan to bet the turn with the king with that board run out paired. I think that's really nice for Dejan to actually fire, tricking his opponent to call that queen high. But I agree with you that the 4 is not the ideal card to be holding.
Yeah, when you're looking for hero calls, you know,
want
without a read.
to leave some bluffs in there, right?
Double answer.
Okay.
Love that he knows it. For those that don't, of course, 10 deuce, the hand that the late Doyle Brunson won the World Series of Poker main event with on not one but 2 separate occasions. And hence, it has been christened and forever will be referred to as the Doyle.
Oh, a real hand.
King, queen suited. There's been a dearth of quality kit.
This one benefits to raise and get your opponent to put in more chips rather than take it down pre.
Oh, yeah.
You want to invite, right, those dominated kings and queens to come along.
I mean, you've been making it, you should probably make it the same size you made it last time, right? You did like 3x or whatever. I mean, there's plenty of dominated kings and queens that call 3x. Like, we saw Ponakovs limp call king 9 off, right? All those types of hands.
But
how he's checking
back.
And burning a time bank to get there, too.
I'll tell you this, the reason he's checking this one back is he's afraid of getting limp jammed on, doesn't want to call it off.
Unclear how much of that is on Mikolai's mind. 10 high board, it goes check, check, and now on the turn, both players pick up a little bit of equity. Wheel gutter versus Broadway gutter, and the spade draws the better portion of that equity. Belongs quite clearly to DK. Seemed like a spot where Dejan could have bet if he wanted to. Instead, he checks, and at this clip, guys.
Look at Ponakovs looking over.
Yeah.
We saw.
Does anyone want to win a pot pre-showdown?
I hear what you're saying, and it's. I'm sure it's why he didn't raise pre, but just feels like you're missing out on a lot of value not raising that.
I agree.
And it is interesting that he decided not to bet turn as well, I would say.
Agreed.
It's minimum.
Not mandatory. The pre-flop one seems a bit mandatory, yeah. But I don't know.
What we do know is we got another blind versus blind spot coming between these two. 10-9 offsuit.
All in.
All in?
Oh, Ponakovs with 18 blinds is putting him in ICM jail.
That he is.
This has got to be too much chips for Ponakovs to call off with. King Little? I know
think
it's
so.
suited, but...
Yeah.
Oh, it's a big jam with 10-9 off. Perhaps he was like, you know what? Whenever I make it 3x, you 3-bet me. But what if I just cut that play out?
There's a kind of massive ICM on Ponakovs there. He's thinking about it, but yeah, I don't think king 3 suited's that close. Would be my guess.
fold?
Average. Average.
Average. Average fold?
Yes.
Oh, that's a monster.
Ace queen off.
He's looking for some action now.
King Jack, a candidate, of course. In what form, however?
We've got a clear short stack, not involve Ponakovs 16 blinds. It should change the way he approaches this, wanting to be more passive. Feels like it becomes more of a reshove spot when you're sitting on sub 20 blinds.
I mean, he can 3-bet there some, but yeah, I just don't know that king jack off is really what the hand you want to do it with.
Jack 9-6 board.
Seems
and
like a fine hand just to call, like you keep in dominant, bunch of dominated hands.
top pair, the developments. After Mikolai did play it as the flat.
My guess is you just go more polar with that. We always see the, king 5 off, like king 4 suited, ace 7 off, those type of hands.
Flop goes check, check, guys, and now Dejan picks up the better of the two heart draws here.
But Mikolai's going to feel very good about his hand once it checks through. Strong kicker, heart backup.
I mean, it's kind of good enough to bet twice on real blanky rivers.
Agree.
And you have the jack backup, which when you're called here, you have no idea how you feel about it on a heart river, but it's something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear you.
Right?
Like, it could be good, it could be worth betting, could be checked aside, but for now, though, charging 2 overs into Queen of Hearts, which makes the call.
But on stuff that doesn't change the board, really, you have a clear value bet again, I think.
As good as it gets.
And that's...
Yeah, plenty of clarity here on a Jack of Spades river after 2 million was bet and called on the turn. Largest pot we've seen in quite some time, 7.3 million.
I see a clear target in the form of 9x that he can get value from.
Yeah, 9x, 7x, these type of hands.
4.5 million. The
It's
river
really-
sizing.
Really a lot. I mean, I don't know that ace queen versus a big size. It's really the hand you want to have. I don't know that it's the heart, so you're blocking flushes, but in general, queens also block quite a few.
Queen 10.
Yeah, queen 10, potentially king queen, queen 8.
Fold.
Yeah. Like, what about queen 8 off with the queen of hearts? It's a really natural bluffing hand there on the turn.
So no payday on the river for Mikolai, but he does manage to nab back the chip lead from Dejan, who had it by just 1 big blind going into that one. 10 big blind buffer for Vaskaboinikau over Kaladjurdjevic, and Ponakovs lurks in third.
I wonder if Ponakovs just passes this. Yep. Kind of short. Let's avoid bad hands on the dealer button here.
Ace 10 in a great way here against the limping 10-6.
Again, that's about 20 blinds.
1.8.
Up we go.
Dejan deeming that ace 10 is
I would very much
better
like
to raise with than king queen suited.
Yeah, I also think it was like he was in that spot before and was like, had a lot of time to think about it and maybe changed his mind about it a little bit, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. And here he felt more confident.
Like, yeah, I guess I should be raising this with some pretty good hands. Yeah.
Sometimes it's the afterthought.
Yeah. Like, obviously you don't want to get jammed on, but what did you just raise no good hands then? Because not that many hands want to be jammed on here.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
That's
like
true.
three-handed, the ICM's pretty sick. So, but the flip side is you just never get it. You never grow the pot with good hands.
You also want to charge these players from limping. On the small blind, 1.5x from Mikolai. Pocket sevens for Dejan.
Oh. I think it's still good enough to just ship it even versus the size up, right?
Yeah, it's 24 blinds, lots of fold equity.
All in?
I like this. Just hasn't been something we've seen that often, the button raise as of late.
So Dejan fighting back in very short order. And we're back to neck and neck between Ponakovs' table mates.
And that little sequence was kind of rough on Ponakovs because, as we said, the button has been raising very much. So now here's a spot where he's just denied all of his equity and just loses those two blinds when he's in the big.
Sevens turn into sixes. This is a interesting spot for Ponakovs. One of the better hands he's been dealt. Quickly lays it down though.
Ace deuce in the big for Mikolai.
Wow.
Haven't seen him really flexing all that much pre-flop, have we?
No.
And for that matter, post-flop.
It's a hand you can flex with, and he's going to do just that, Ollie. 3.5.
This is a really, I'm really curious how Dejan approaches this.
This is gross, though.
It's super gross, but it's a lot of hand to lay down.
But he's looking over at Ponakovs with 13 bigs. He can just step away from two bigs and not get into the murk. Granted, he'll have position. But I also think that the range is fairly snug.
It is. It's why it's a tough spot.
Because he hasn't seen Mikolai do this at all as of late.
Flip side is they do have a lot to play for behind, and he's in position. And he can have maybe a good idea that my opponent probably has an ace or a king in his hand. Yeah, he lets it go.
Oh, nicely done from Mikolai.
Very much so.
You showed him the ace?
Or the deuce.
You want to show? Yes.
Yeah,
Show
the deuce.
Look at Dejan, head down.
All the time, my friend, you have to be in
On
hand. All the
forehead.
time. It's like I was big blind. With button, I was big blind.
Yeah, I'm the button now.
No,
I folded small
bet
blind.
from big
He
blind.
raised.
Yes.
Get our bearings back.
You play too good on big blind. You can.
Yeah,
take
on big blind I'm very dangerous. So, you know.
I know.
Leader again.
All the sixes. Did find the bin there as Vaskaboinikau finds a little distance between himself and Dejan.
Ponakovs is being very patient right now.
King 10, top pair against middle pair.
This is a fun flop here. A little something for both of the boys.
Yeah, limped pre, Mikolai leading 800K into 1.8, sub half.
The thing about Mikolai is it's not just that he plays at all different speeds. Like earlier when he had time banks, he was taking a long time sometimes, and now sometimes he acts like instant though. You know, it's weird. It's all kinds of different times that he takes to make decisions. And this is
difficult.
Yeah. I feel like you got a peel here with 5-6 suited backdoor flush draw.
I also think that he doesn't expect Dejan to raise a lot of tens.
Well, probably not a lot, but
especially second in chips.
But like maybe he raises ace 10 pre, so he can't have it. Yeah. Oh.
Queen of clubs.
It's like as
Rolling
played,
off.
that's a very blank card. Neither player should have very much queen X when it's a bet and a raise and a call on the flop.
Agree.
Probably more relevant in that it's a club making potential backdoor flush draws than people hitting the queen very often.
In the club, sometimes allows your opponent to check jam on, so checking makes sense to just pot control and not be asked for the rest of it. But
Look at this river. The 6 is stone disaster for King 10. And Mikolai doesn't bet it, guys, in spite of the check back on the turn.
Check back with some acting there. Did you see all the like this? Now he's looking away.
I'm surprised he checked so fast with 2 pair.
I'm actually a little surprised as well that Dejan checked the turn for what it's worth. I think his hand is good enough to just bet again.
I mean, you're not supposed to be altogether concerned about that queen,
No.
and maybe you charge any backdoor equity that was acquired.
Charge worse tens.
Well, hold up. Hear the announcement of the bet size and look away call.
I mean, beats him into the pot. That one has left me scratching my temple a bit, and I don't think I'm alone up here.
That was a wild hand, Ollie. Even the river play, the way he called. He was just looking away, heard the words, and just flicked it in without even looking.
Check snap, boys.
Can you check raise there, Brian? Do you think? Or is it too thin?
For you.
I think...
Right, wouldn't a better 2 pair like bet the turn?
Maybe technically it's fringy for like chips, but I don't think I'm doing it here in like a super high ICM situation.
I understand.
Our opponent can definitely make straights on the 6, I think, as played.
8, 7, and 2, 3.
Yeah, like raising gutters on the flop and giving up, sort of, and getting there.
Understand.
Just look at the landscape now, boys. A 3-1 chip lead for Vaskaboinikau over Dejan, who just took a gut punch with a hand that was played perhaps a little bit differently than the booth might have felt would have been optimal.
Look at this.
Ponakovs, 11 bigs, not that far behind. Jams.
Невыгодно, наверное, колец было. Это
finds an ace-8 across the way. Mikolai gonna spin this wheel. 13.7 million chip pot. It's all happening rather quickly.
Good luck.
See Nikita Kuznetsov here looking on.
Wow.
And the dominated party has picked up 4 more outs. Gut shot straight draw on a 10 high board. Can Ponakovs ace-king hold? Turn says yes.
Note that a jack gives both of them a straight.
River does seal a healthy double here for Ponakovs.
Ay, 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 ay. Слышь, Тёма?
Well, Ponakovs was patient, and it ended up paying off.
Просто фишка в том, что если я выкидываю, надо было выкидывать.
That is a very big pickup for Alex. He now leapfrogs Dejan. It's 20 million.
Big chip leader again, no. Mamma mia, what is this?
In front of Nikolai. 14 million. In front of Ponakovs, 8.9 million. In front of Kaladjurdjevic, and many more millions worth of craftsmanship, jewels, and of course, the collaborative effort. On display from our official timekeepers over at Jacob and Kozhenev. Check them out. The Astronomia casino piece with a functioning roulette wheel inside it. The Bugatti collab as well. The Godfather piece. Just so much on offer from our partners at Jacob & Co., who have offered up the Epic X Watch to the eventual winner of this one.
SBFBB syndrome of ace. Maybe I should fold.
Whose wrist will adorn it?
Just because of stacks.
That's the answer we seek here.
See how he plays this small blind spot now versus Dejan, who only has 15 blinds. I mean, he can do a lot of jamming. But Nikolai has shown not to be that aggressive pre-flop.
Did just lose that chunk. Good news for Dejan as he has a chance to get a free flop here with 5-3 offsuit.
5 seconds.
Yeah, something that maybe shouldn't be afforded to him.
Queen 4, 5-3, bottom pair for the ladder kit. Speedy check from Nikolai as he continues to play with pace.
Notice that Dejan actually looked over mid-hand, realizing his opponent was looking away. Perhaps he thinks his opponent is just disinterested and he can bet this bottom pair for protection.
Well, he did just do that with 2 pair and
True.
snapped him. But the point is if it's either like strong or weak, you know, maybe that makes sense to like make a min bet, and if he continues, you're just done, unless you improve or fold if he raises, and then otherwise you clear out hands that you'd love to clear out with bottom pair.
But it makes you think there might be something there, but you're just not sure how to figure it out.
Correct. How much do you have?
5,
Blinds are up,
7,
though.
8, 9, 9, 2 behind.
I have like 14 million.
Yeah, thanks.
Bad news, of course, to the shorter stacks. And because of the protracted nature of the later portion of this final table, we're not really going to get the deep stacked showdown that one might have expected out of this structure. 250 big blinds ahead. That was the starting stack issued 2 days ago. In exchange for the 125K buy-in, 50-minute long levels.
Yeah, there's only about 53 total blinds.
4, 8, and 8, 2 million. The cost of 3 hands of poker at present. Dejan, big little. Plays as a limp. 9-6 off here for Ponakovs. Thought about it momentarily, checks back, has that 5 blind advantage. And a gut shot on the 10-7-4 board.
This is just a really bad flop for Dejan's hand. Wouldn't mind just being done with this.
Not so bad for Ponakovs, right? Inside straight draw, backdoor hearts, 9 overcards, the middling and bottom pairs.
Ponakovs has a pretty natural hand to bet here. I don't think you hate folding to a check raise, really, either, right? It's just not a big deal.
Now it's open-ended. I think if it gets checked to him again, Ponakovs that is, he would want to bet this turn card.
I think so. It's a nice hand that's really low and has immediate draw equity. So it's a nice turn candidate here after you check the flop, I think.
$1.8.
1.8 on the turn, courtesy of the improvements rendered by the 5, enough to give Ponakovs the pot. And he likes snacking on DK here as he tries to put a thumb on that stack, push down, and send it out the door.
Seconds.
1.6.
Raised to 1,600,000.
So min raising off of 11 big blinds with ace deuce. I actually find it interesting because it seemed like a candidate to open jam the button. This is not to induce action and call it off, right?
No, no, no.
3.3 million.
Yeah, you're folding, I think, versus this.
Whoa.
You know, I think you do it with most of your ace-x offsuit stuff, but I do wonder if maybe specifically ace-deuce off maybe does this sometimes instead of jam, because the deuce is just such a horrible card, right?
Note Ponakovs' choice, by the way, sorry to interrupt, to 3-bet the king-7 offsuit, sheds the ace-5 suited behind, which would have given the ace-deuce offsuit some problems.
That's a pretty cool move.
Yeah.
Close.
Picked a good time. And again, snacks on DK's tokens.
Yeah, I think Ponakovs has kind of made a decision that
You take my spot now.
DK, when he's doing these open raises, has been kind of unbalanced towards weak hands, sort of.
Is that the vibe you get?
It's a tactic. Well, he just coming back. Remember there was another small blind, big blind spot. Now he just did it again. I mean, that's like a non-standard 3-bet there with king-7 off in the small blind versus a button open, right? With the big blind still to act behind you.
100%.
Yeah, for sure.
Alan?
Jam for Mikolai. And now it is situation critical for Dejan Kaladjurdjevic.
Yes, it is. He's shown a lot of verve, but he's going to have to start running good or he's going to be out of here.
He's only got 7 big blinds remaining. Small blind invested now.
Good chance he's going to be all in this one.
Oh, he's in folding position.
9 deuce suited.
Oh, and that would have been called.
Yeah, king-9 suited.
Plus
Ponakovs
dominated.
was prepared.
Pretty big spot for Dejan here. He's got 5.2 million. If he doesn't play this hand, 1.6 of it goes in the pot next hand.
Yeah, so he really wants to play this one if he can. Just give him anything. Not that one.
Pocket fives, though, for Ponakovs.
And what you will do if aces come?
The jam. Squeeze there for Mikolai, queen 10, not the one. And obviously, he does not want to tussle with Ponakovs, in particular, courtesy of the fact that Alex now has him covered. Fought his way back. All three of these players have shared the chip lead at some point in time, and for that matter, have shared the short stack. But no one has been as short as Dejan Kaladjurdjevic finds himself now, here on the button. As mentioned, every orbit, 2 million, comes right off the top. Alarm bells going off everywhere.
Oh, a walk.
How good is that?
Wow. Jack 10 off was durable, but none of the other holdings.
Still happy to take it.
Heck yeah.
Free orbit of hands.
Nothing.
Mikolai wants Ponakovs to do the damage.
I mean, but here's the thing. Mikolai is in the small blind acting after him, so it's like, you know, don't get upset with him. You could have done something about it yourself in the small. Not with that hand, maybe.
He's just like unabashedly self-interested. Like, what, you're not going to bust him? Why? Wait, don't you want a ladder? What's going on? It's like, yeah, of course I had nothing. And it's not passing a good hand.
Unabashedly self-interested Rast, hashtag poker.
Yeah.
Zero sum. But there is a mutual interest between Ponakovs and Vaskaboinikau not to allow Kaladjurdjevic to rise up. DK limping the 7-4 suited. Alex ace-king. Surely we simply jam and deflate even further.
Well, that restraint of not jamming there allows them to have life as ace-king would have looked them up.
Mm-hmm. Is 7 high a jam, though?
I think DK decided it wasn't, that he should be limping some hands. He has some limp traps, and some of his weaker hands fit in there as well as limp folds. Seems reasonable.
This seems reasonable.
King Jack.
2.2.
2.2 of 4-8 has been deployed. Ace 5 for Ponakovs. Now, obviously, this sizing here, one has to imagine, is commitment on display.
Yes, unless the other two go 3-bet, 4-bet. Then you fold and hope they get it all in versus each other, but...
Really nice for Dejan to see Ponakovs laying down ace 5.
Wow, Jack 3 suited here, and your opponent's got like 6 blinds. This is a tough one. I would be tempted to call, frankly. Looks... He can peel and fold nothing. I mean, we can see that he's dominated, so if he finds the fold, it's good, better for his chip stack, but I would have been pretty tempted to call to try to bust him.
With the ace 5?
No,
Or
with the Jack 3 suited in the big.
Mine time button. Ay, 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 ay.
I think with the ace 5 also, by the way, like click 3-bet it. You don't want the big
Oh,
blind.
interesting, right, just to usher out any further opposition, even though the implicit collusion factor of let's take 4 cards up against 2 and nab this $1 million pay jump might be on your mind. Clearly, the benefits of simply absorbing that whole stack and not risking losing those 7 blinds to Mikolai.
Yeah.
That is a very interesting thought on how to approach things.
Small thing to know is that Mikolai actually burned a time bank that last hand.
Yeah,
so he's
saw
done.
that.
Oh, he's out?
He's out of time banks in that with that Jack 3 suited.
So yeah, he thought it was close.
I like jamming here with Jack 9 of clubs.
Yeah, I agree. You get limp folds out. Yeah.
Plays all right against a call.
Well, continued resiliency from the Montenegrin here.
Looks like he's up to about 10 blinds now. Almost.
I don't think he's throwing any parties off that stack, but
Look, it's better than the 5 big blinds he was at not too long ago.
Sure.
At least he feels he's got fold equity. The time bank race, though, it's...
Also, if he doubles through someone now, he does some damage.
Of course.
You know, it's not just, oh, you know, whatever, call. Like, it's like, oh.
well, yeah, when you consider the deepest stack at present is 25 bigs.
Yeah, he doubles through that stack and has more chips.
He's got aces, gents.
Mandatory trap.
Yeah, limp. For sure.
He's already limp folded against Ponakovs with 7-4 suited. Wants to balance that.
And a whole lot of here, kitty, kitty. On display here, kings for Ponakovs.
How?
What is happening?
This is dirty. I mean...
Three-handed aces versus kings has suddenly popped up. Ponakovs plays it as a check back.
I mean, the check back makes sense. It just was surprising given how good their hands are.
2.4 million in the middle. Queen, Jack 10. Ace of hearts, nut flush draw, overpair, the gut shot. It's all under repped. Ponakovs overpair and the open ender. No heart in hand.
Wow.
The fasten seatbelt sign has been illuminated.
That check back from Ponakovs seems wild to me. I mean, he can make it like 1.9 or 2.
Right.
With
the juice
good hands and
look at
some
this
folds.
flop, though, Ras. This is
Wow.
so much going on.
Yeah, call. I wonder if he's just not going to get a full double now because of this, like 5 of hearts and okay, well that's a...
This is
a blank.
As arid as it gets. The Kalahari of turn cards, a deuce of clubs. 800 bet and called on the flop. Pot up to 4 million, only 6 back. 1.5 SPR. Will Dejan seek 3 streets?
I think there are clear targets. Queen, Jack X, there's King X's and 9 X's as well. You want to charge.
You'd love to get more money in there versus hands with a heart in it. Right? Build the pot. If the heart comes, you get the full double maybe. I don't really see anywhere to go for Ponakovs but 1.3 call and we go to the river. Don't think he can raise and fold seems...
No, fold is not even in
No.
question.
Yeah.
No. All right.
Fold seems awful.
This is a huge river.
Another 2.6 into the middle. They play 4.7 effective. And the river is the king of hearts.
Is that a royal flush?
Dejan has just made a royal flush up against top set. Now, normally top set is a lot of hand. We're playing 3-handed. But on this particular board, the 4-liner and the 4 hearts... I mean, it's about as ugly a board as you could hope for 2 kings. But let us not forget that Dejan limped this one pre.
I actually would like him to check because Ponakovs should not have
He did just check.
Call off.
He did just check, by the way. Is there going to be a check back from Ponakovs?
Show him.
Did Dejan even see the kings?
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did. You see Mikolai like, guys, is everyone awake here? Eyes are open? Are those even see-through
Look
shades?
at the hands.
Did you show kings?
He's like, yeah, I did. I had kings and you didn't get a full double.
Really?
This is where one feels cheated on the square. He's a scam.
It's a scam, man. The kings, how you don't raise pre-flop, I don't get it.
Royal flush. Wow.
And a royal flush. What an insane run out.
Boys, if I told you aces and kings were going to square off for like, what was it, 7 bigs? Something like that, and we weren't going to get all of it in, you would have bet infinite that I was telling you a fairy tale.
Yeah, Kings lost the minimum. Safe to say.
That was deeply unexpected. And strangely, Ponakovs, while losing chips and to the one player he doesn't want to provide any relief, can feel kind of okay about the outcome. Could have been potentially worse.
Ponakovs needs to be asked why he didn't raise kings pre. That was strong.
He is still your chip leader. 18 million in front of him, 13 million for Nikolai, 11 for Dejan, who won't go away. King Queen now.
He's not going to go away. He's going to raise this one up.
All in.
And the way this is set up right now, Ponakovs, clear chip leader, is just going to attack over and over again. Really are beginning to see the strength of Ponakovs with this chip lead.
I mean, what's going to stop Ponakovs from winning this tournament?
After losing what, a few big blinds with kings. It's not like an ace came out.
No, I mean, the post-flop stuff all kind of makes sense. You know, King of Hearts on the river kind of prevents a lot more money going in, from Ponakov's perspective at least, but whew, that check back pre-flop, that was fire.
As it turns out.
Ollie, is there a royal flush like jackpot or anything? Just curious.
I'll tell you what, we don't need a jackpot when we got $1 million pay ladder on our hands. That's your jackpot. Alex takes a walk here.
Don't look now, but Ponakovs is up to 20 million, 26 big blinds. And
okay.
It's not quite. I mean, the other two combined have like 22 million, so he's starting to run away with it. And conservative Ponakovs, who's losing the min, that might change to new aggro Ponakovs. He just shoved the last time with 9-5 of clubs. This is a pretty dusty hand.
2 million.
And
he likes the dust.
Yeah. It's the new Ponakovs.
This is the Ponakovs everyone knows.
There's a new boss in town.
8 deuce off. Just leaning on Nikolai.
You hear the dealer counting down the shot clock.
Yeah.
For Nikolai.
And note, he is dominating, digging in with this Jack 8 for the extra 1.2. King 3 deuce, and the sidecar gets binked by Alex, who's got the lead with bottom pair here. Neither player with a spade. King high board texture.
This hand wants protection. You know, his opponent will always have 2 overs to the deuce.
Yeah, and he bets quarter pot, which should get the job done versus a hand like Jack high, no spade.
He's starting to run away with it.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what it's going to take to stop Ponakovs. These guys are going to have to pick up some hands. Because at this point, if they don't pick up some hands,
I mean,
it's steamroller
technically,
time.
they did pick up aces. Brian.
Well, yes.
Did you forget about that?
I did, yes.
But I know what you're saying.
I didn't. But I just mean, because he's going to start, putting on the pressure in some spots. I mean, he just opened with 8 deuce off.
He's going to open here, right? King 5.
I think so, yeah.
Sorry, not just open. How about open all of it? Oh, ace 8 suited.
Ooh.
This feels like too much hand to lay down. Snap in there.
Yeah, Ponakovs mashing. Mikolai has Dejan covered, but just by one big blind. One of the two of these guys, we're going to have to dig in against what we anticipate to be an onslaught of jamming from Ponakovs, who looks to book a ticket to heads-up play at the expense of Vaskaboinikau. But he's taken the worst of it. 35% to 65%. 22 million chip pot. Burned down. 3 off the top.
8.
5, 4. Top pair versus middle pair. Spade works.
Oh, yes, it is working.
A gentle knock at the back door. Mikolai is hoping no one answers. Just look at all the outs he needs to fade. And he's done it. His rail on hand for a peek.
So like I said, what it's going to take, someone's going to have to pick up a hand.
That's Mikolai, right?
Я так не наглел.
So Ponakovs no longer chip leader.
No.
How much?
Back to careful Ponakovs, probably.
Yeah, he had his fun for a good 5 minutes or so.
The problem for these other guys is Ponakovs is just way better at being careful.
This is 7.4.
That's that kings versus aces hands illustrated.
7,650.
But with the blinds so big, there's only so much time to be patient.
11, 12,
right?
12, 4, 12, 4, 5.
Yeah, thank you.
15.
You're not wrong.
Oh, 13.
Dejan was rooting for Ponakovs there as well. Huge ladder for him.
$1 million ladder.
Yeah.
7.6 before this.
You?
7
also? 7.
13 million.
13. Yeah, 13.
So Mikolai, 28 bigs, chip lead by 8 bigs over Ponakovs.
Did you guys catch that? That was funny. He's like, oh, 7 million. And you, Ponakovs, 7 also? Like, no, 13. Oh, okay. I'm just like, he's
I don't
funny.
think he's trolling.
You just doubled up. Do it again. Pocket 10s now.
No, he's like one of these guys who's like a little bit in space, kind of. Like, I think he was being serious.
I'm here
like,
for it.
He looks over there at 7. No, I don't have 7 also.
I like this trap from 2 10s.
If we can limp aces, apparently we can limp 10s, says DK. Now look at this bottom of range business from Ponakovs. And remember, he did check back with 2 kings, showed them. So perhaps the raise is going to look considerably weaker if it comes in, which it does not, the check back from the covering stack.
But still a good spot for Dejan because he doesn't mind 2 unders to take a flop and get in some trouble.
Such as this.
8-5 deuce, backdoor clubs which are covered, and a gut shot for Ponakovs versus the overpair.
I think here you just got to start building your own pot. I would not count on my opponent like to bet draws. Well, he checks, but I think Ponakovs checks this back a lot.
I think the reason you're saying that you don't expect them to bet draws is because they're going to get check jammed on a lot off of that stack,
Yeah,
right?
you don't get to realize a bunch with this SPR. And I just want to build the pot right now with 10s. I want an 8, a 5, a deuce, gutters, anything. I want them to put money in.
Well, instead it goes check, check, and the ace arrives.
Definitely a better card for Dejan. I don't think Ponakovs has too many aces, but just now a little bit harder to get called by worse hands, although still clearly possible. Just a little bit harder.
.6 on the turn. Dejan now narrows the gap with that pickup to just 2 big blinds between he and Ponakovs, who moments ago had the overwhelming chip lead, you'll remember. Was mashing. Now here he is. Out chipped 2-1 by Mikolaj. And just barely covering DK. 5-3 suited. What's DK have on his mind?
I wonder if Ponakovs has any, like, tells on Dejan.
Oh, the same hand, same hand.
Inverted suits. A6. And look at this. Mikolaj says, let's spin.
Come on, guys.
Ponakovs is actually going to be relieved to see A6.
Sure. Getting called here, you don't expect to be performing altogether that well.
Oh, yeah, happy to chop if you're him.
98% of the time. We will carve this one up. King 7-5. 2 hearts out there.
It is possible.
Mikolaj on a bit of a free roll. And now take it all off the board.
Yeah,
Chop it up.
So I'm wondering if Ponakovs has like any kind of tell, just something basic on Dejan. As I think about it, so really strong check back with kings. He didn't raise. The guy had 10s. He had 2 3-bets earlier with really bad hands versus him. Another one just now with king 7 off. 3 3-bets that have all worked when his opponent didn't have a hand. It's like he's like nailing a lot of these spots perfectly pre-flop and with hands that are totally non-standard. So,
peek at the chip counts there, brought to you by GG Poker. That is a leaderboard that has been shuffled and jumbled and shaken and stirred. And as we pour it out at present, 2.2 million on lockup. Mikolaj, Ponakovs, and Kaladjurdjevic in that running order. What is it going to take to get down to heads-up play? Aces ran into kings and didn't cut it.
How about 2 9s? They can definitely get it in.
Well, let's see. Mikolaj.
yeah, I'm trying to remember that 7-5 off 3-bet, 10-4 suited clubs, king 7 off.
He's
from the small blind versus a button open.
He's been perfect.
Yeah, I mean nailed each one of the times his opponent was weak.
Nice from Mikolaj. 2 unders against the 2 9s.
So he did choose to play this as a limp. King 3 deuce, swing and a miss for DK.
There's actually a lot of king X's that jam after the small blind limp, so Mikolaj doesn't have to worry about it as much.
Leads and takes it. This is not quite gridlock in terms of the stacks, but in terms of three-handed action, absolutely.
I mean, versus 10 and 15 blinds, yeah, just shove it.
Ace 4 on the button. Who wants some? Queen Jack suited for DK. A qualifier? 10 bigs back?
Yeah, it's, I mean, for
It doesn't
chips,
feel
sure,
fun calling off Queen Jack
but no,
suited.
not when the big blind, yeah.
Yeah, he bins it.
Has only 10 mil.
I think in simple terms, you don't want to be the one calling it off with a hand like that. Especially when there's a chance that another short stack can maybe get it in at some point.
I'm scrolling back through some of the YouTube chat right now, and at one point, forgive me for not remembering who it was that said it, but in reference to just in aggregate everything that we've been watching, somebody said, I think I need a cigarette at this point. I don't even smoke. Might have to light one up. King Jack.
Oh, this is
lighting it up for Ponakovs. Ace 4. Mikolai says, let's go.
And this is maybe why you fold the Queen Jack of Spades last hand. Here it is.
Yeah, Dejan with an opportunity to ladder.
Again.
$21 million in the middle. The Jack high board. Ponakovs poised to double. Note the wheel gutty. Aces and threes need to be faded by Alex. Turn card is an ace. And now, all of a sudden, this is about as close as it feels like we have been at any point to being down to heads-up play. Can the king or jack rescue Ponakovs? No, sir.
Good luck and a heads up. Thank you. Удачи.
Couple of handshakes, a nod of the head as Ponakovs showing great sportsmanship. Obviously disappointing for him, who was hunting his first ever Triton trophy. To have to concede here, not going to nab that $1 million pay ladder. Those two gentlemen there add an extra 7 figures to their pockets. What can we say about Ponakovs that we haven't already, boys? He's a beast. Adds 2.2 million to his career totals of 8.4. Coming into this one, part of the 8-figure club here in his 16th career Triton cash, 3rd consecutive cash in Montenegro, 2nd consecutive final table, and still a little bit of poker left to be played. Not for him, however, as he will leave behind Mikolai Vaskaboinikau to square off. Loaded for bear. 44 bigs to 9 bigs. We're going to step aside for about 4 minutes. When we come back, heads-up action here in Montenegro in this 125K main event. Stay close.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Welcome back to Heads Up action here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Stage set, and boys, Ali, Rasty, Randy, I'm just a bit dizzy. It just felt like, you know, could have been anybody at any point that was going to punch a ticket into heads-up play. Everybody had the chip lead. Everybody at some point was short stack, midfield. And then when the cookie crumbled, somehow it was Ponakovs, who I have to believe both of you sensed was the man benefiting from what was for a period passive play and had the most experience, was the most likely to be here heads up. Yet he's on the outside looking in.
Yeah, no, listen, I feel like Ponakovs had a really good feel for what Dejan was doing. I mean, there's just no other way to put it. He had 3 light 3-bets that all went through, and then, I mean, the aces versus kings hand where he checked it back, didn't double him up, didn't decide to attack when he limped 10s. It just seemed there's something pre-flop. I don't know if it's something. His senses were on and playing great, and I mean, that was contributing a lot. I mean, those are all big pots. You 3-bet, you get it through. And it's not like standard stuff. A lot of the times he was, you know, 3-betting with kind of goofball hands and just was right. I don't know. What do you think, Randy?
I mean, yes. I did feel like at some point Ponakovs was going to run with it. He had the big chip lead, right? He was jamming into the blinds. But it was only for so long that it lasted. And then it came down to them grinding so long 3-handed that blinds do go up. They do get more shallow, and you will find spots where you jam and get it in.
Okay, so on the topic of things being shallow, a total of 53 big blinds. That's all we've got to work with here when heads-up play begins, and an almost 5-1 chip lead is what Mikolaj Vaskaboinikau is bringing in against Dejan Kaladjurdjevic, the hometown man. 9 big blinds deep, though, guys, and I would imagine spins are going to be required. Do you anticipate that Mikolaj is just going to go for it right here, maybe go for that death blow early, let's spin with a wide variety of holdings?
I mean, there's very likely going to be an all-in shortly.
Soon, just because of how short.
He's sub 10 blinds. Like, will he go for it? The way Mikolaj's playing, I would say no, because he hasn't been especially aggressive pre-flop. I mean, the more aggressive pre-flop player has been Dejan. Right? Maybe not when Dejan's super short, but just in general. But just given that he's so short, I think we're likely to see something soon. Now, this could turn into a more protracted heads-up should Dejan win. double, then all of a sudden we're both over 20 blinds, but that has to happen first.
Well, let's see if he takes the passive or the aggressive line as we send it down to the arena, where perhaps Vaskaboinikau can taste the glory of the Jacob & Co. Triton Epic X watch. A hand may be reaching out toward the XL-sized Triton trophy that comes with it. $4.7 million. $3.196 million. That is what they've locked up. But we're talking about 1.54, the difference between second and first. This is absolutely massive. Cannot be overstated. What a moment.
This has got to be the biggest heads-up match of both of their careers.
It's incredible. So we get things just about underway here. Our photographer Joe looking to document the onset of what truly is a bit of a David and Goliath in terms of chip disparity. Trophy and watch there for the claiming.
Me. You?
Perhaps we should scoot it further toward the left, given current circumstances.
It's actually unfortunate that Dejan's got to pay the big blind firsthand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Harmful.
King 10 certainly qualifies to lean on Dejan.
All in. 10-7, really not the one I would imagine for $1.5 million plus that Dejan wants to dig in with, but 2 of his 9 big blinds already out there. It's so painful. Finds the muck, was dominated, and doesn't know that this was a King 10 suited that decided to move all in, so he's already a bit anxious as to whether or not this is going to be a sort of antsy stack looking to end things quickly.
Yeah, but if I put...
It's one data point. They just started.
Okay,
and they
okay.
also have been playing
No
for
problem.
hours. Mikolai has
it's 500,
not
yes?
been like hyper aggro pre.
1 million. 1 million and
Do you
1
want
million.
to point out,
How much you
well,
want?
first, that we're playing 500,
5.1,
1 million now.
500, yeah.
This is awful
So like
for
5 bigs,
Dejan.
yes?
Yeah, now he's got like
5.6, yes.
5 or 6 bigs.
But
Has to just jam this, right? He doesn't have much back.
it's crazy because Mikolai actually has 2 6s. I was going to say Mikolai has no time banks and doesn't look like Dejan has more than 1 available to him. Not that there's a whole lot of decision making beyond just pre-flop, and we see Jack Deuce desperately shoving only 1 overcard to the 2 6s as the wheel will be spun early as suspected. 12.2 million chip pot here in the main. Dejan has fought so hard. Head in hand here. Can barely look. A club in the window, a 7 and an 8 behind the 10. Now providing added escape paths to Dejan. Gutter.
Running 2 pair.
Instead, the turn leaves him static at 7 outs to avoid the second place finish and continue to fight. And the river seals it. And that is an image that we've seen on multiple occasions throughout this journey from Mikolai Vaskaboinikau. He leaves
Congratulations.
the hometown man, DK.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you, thank you.
You played great today.
Really?
Yeah,
Thank you. You didn't expect this, yes?
I didn't, man. You played amazing, honestly.
Yeah, thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you.
To settle for second place and 3.2 million if we can use that as the term. And let's let everybody know, sir, you are a Triton main event champion. One final official look at the payouts. All the way down, 1st through 9th. A minimum of $478,000 was collected a few hours ago by all parties. Elizabeth Chen was first to go. Phil Ivey fought hard to make the top 4, but it was the Belarusian's day. as he claims the lion's share of $21.3 million. And in very short order, we bring you right back to the desk. There's not really a whole lot to unpack, boys. It just was what it was. The short stack needed to double, couldn't do it. I did hear Dejan mention you played really well today, though, to Mikolaj, and I don't think he's given him the goo there. I think he was impressed by what he observed, perhaps more so than he anticipated based on the research that he had maybe done coming into this one.
Yeah, I felt he played very well. It was very well calculated. He wasn't just jamming relentlessly, but it was very well-timed aggression. I remember him 3-betting a hand ace-deuce offsuit that got Dejan to fold the pocket sixes. You know, like a default play would probably to call and, you know, probably just check fold, but that was a really nice hand for him.
So, Rasty, final thoughts?
I thought that this was a really cool final table with a lot of great plays, and congratulations to Mikolaj. I mean, well played. You know, he took down a Triton title, a Jacob & Co. watch, $5 million, and played great.
As cool as that piece is that he was wearing coming into this final table, I suspect it's going to get swapped out for that Epic X watch for the rest of this festival. Unclear how much of it he's going to be playing, but if he chooses to play, he's playing with house money, $4.7 million of it at that. So with that, we will head to a break. Main event champ has been crowned. We're going to pick things back up with coverage of a $200,000 buy-in event. So you don't want to go anywhere as the big stuff continues to be on the docket for the day. We'll see you in a few.
Well, here's the man that told me that just a month and a half ago, he had a feeling a month and a half ago that he was going to win something very big. Mikolaj, incredible. This is your third Triton stop, your sixth tournament, and incredibly your fourth final table. Here you are already clinching this Triton hardware. How amazing does it feel?
Yeah, like really amazing feeling. I think it reminds me a lot, yes, how also 1 year ago we became champion in football, yes, of Cyprus, and you know, this season was not so good for us, and I was thinking, okay, if I didn't get my chance in football, I should try my chance in poker and win something big here, yeah. And I had good feeling about this, like 1.5 months ago. It's really, I had, you know, I put in my mind this kind of dream, yeah. And so if I can't be happy with football this year, I must be happy, you know, with my personal result, yes, in poker. So yes, this happened, and the feeling, you know, very close to what I had 1 year ago.
Yeah, I mean, taking home a little over 4.7 million, that's a very nice gift from the universe there, I would say.
Yeah, that's true, but you know, not life-changing money, but of course it's big amount, and I think especially in poker tournaments, yes, one of the biggest prizes you can have, yes. So maybe this is the biggest prize for top one from all the tournaments I played for my career. I think it was in an invitational was like 4 and 4.2, so here 4.7. So it's like, yeah, I'm really happy about this, because you know my problem all the time in tournaments second. Now finally I came like 45 bigs again, 9 bigs and heads up. I was thinking, okay, how I can lose here, but
let's talk about the dynamics of the final table, because once it got three-handed, it was incredibly tight, relatively shallow. I mean, just massive pay jump implications. Talk to us a little bit about the emotions. You looked pretty collected there, but considering the pay jumps, talk to us a little bit about what you were feeling when it got three-handed, and it's such a long three-handed battle, really.
Yeah. You know, I think I got a bit lucky before, and then in 3 max I just decided to play, you know, solid poker, and I bluffed a couple of times, but not too much, you know. So, and I was ahead like I have 3 times more chips than other guys, but I lose two all-ins. And yeah, and then we had very long time playing with almost same stacks. Yes, like the difference was not too big. Yeah, but you know, at the end you need to find this lucky spot and then to win, yeah.
Bring it home. Now you're not just winning the title, you're also going to be taking home an amazing wrist hardware as well. I know you're wearing one watch already, but we're going to bring out Triton Zone from our business development team, Daniel, to present this lovely Jacob & Co. Triton's Epic X watch. You have anything to say about it, Daniel?
Well, lovely performance from you, Mr. Mikolai. Congratulations once again.
You was watching, tell me true. You was watching or not?
Oh, no, Daniel was watching. Here, let's move over here so we can get it all in. Okay, let's see which. Oh, so you took the other one off. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, remember, this only main event champions can floss this wrist hardware here, so that looks quite nice.
No, you know, it's for sure will be one of the brightest moments in life, not only in poker life. I mean, in all life. Yes, I think the most brightest are when your kids born, and then you know, this kind of winnings are really also very emotional, like in good way. Yes, so of course this moment will be, you know, already for instance in my heart, so it's amazing.
It's up there. Birth of your child, Triton champion. Okay, let's not delay this moment any longer. Let's bring out tournament director Luca Vivaldi. Get your hands on that. Hope you've been lifting. Hold it up high. Ladies and gentlemen, your 125K main event champion, Nikolai. Bring it up. Host it high.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton Series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Suited, maybe some two pairs like Queen Jack, straight like King 10, etc. Rivered set of 8s, or sorry, turn set of 8s.
250K to go, says Kenny, with the suited ace. Ivey, small blind. Will rip it in. Covering Bryn.
And Elizabeth. Wow. Pretty tough spot for Elizabeth here. She has less than 10 bigs.
In terms of pairs, I'm looking for a cutoff from you. Is 9s clear?
So this is a dicey spot where I'm just not sure what the Silicon Overlord prints out because of the risk premium. I would say 10s is clear.
10s is clear.
9s or 8s, I'm not sure. I probably still go with 9s, but I wouldn't like bet my life on it. And then 8s is dicey. Yeah, she decides to go with it. I think some of this is a function of the late position of these players. The one kind of pushback would be, what if Ivey moves all in and Bryn calls and we get to ladder? But this is understandable. And it's a close spot.
That ladder worth $102,000, by the way. Not to be neglected.
She might have also decided having half as many chips as Bryn, and you know he's next to last, and then a third as many chips as the people after that. You know, she does need to gamble at some point to win some chips.
Well, this gamble has turned sour for Chen. Ace King 6 board, Ivey in front, stays there on this turn, and might her presence at this final table be a short-lived one? Confirmed. A wrap of the rail, and I don't think there's anything for Elizabeth Chen to be upset about. That was a spot she chose to take, and she did have the best hand against both her opponents, but every now and again, we play roulette and we come up short.
I think Bryn folds 20 blinds to that rejam, by the way, with ace-7 suited. He would have won. I don't think he's calling.
No, nor do I.
Bryn just said he can't call. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice to see a smile on Elizabeth's face as she collects $478,000, her first ever cash at a Triton Super High Roller Series here at her first ever festival, where many were looking for intel, scouring the web, trying to figure out who is this mystery woman. A mystery no longer. She etches her name in the record book with a final table in a main. And with her departure of Jack 7 suited. No, thank you.
I like this Sam from the chat. Any job that involves Zoom calls isn't important anyway. That's a good comment. Yeah.
Not necessarily, but I like it.
375.
It's a 375,000.
Ace 10. DK takes us up to 375.
He's been pretty active.
Yeah.
And each time he's kind of getting hands that are to the bottom of what he's probably going to be opening. And is someone going to make him pay? King 3 suited is a hand that could definitely find some 3-bets here when you have polarized ranges in these spots and you're attacking an open.
5 seconds.
You know, make it like 1 point whatever. Igor was thinking about it, that's for sure. You could feel that on the muck. Oh. And he's going to be glad he didn't 3-bet that. Because
no kidding.
Bryn would have just cold called. He's not getting off of jacks.
The hooks. Awaiting orders.
What a spot for Bryn, because Dejan can't fold this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does have an over and an under. And suddenly, Bryn Kenney's main event life is at risk here. 2.5 million chip pot.
Samuel, Jew, and Mikolai watching this intently.
Very much so, given the pay ladder potentially available to their shorter stacks here. The Jack-High flop, however, does seem to be prepared to vanquish any hopes of that timeout. Sopping, wet turn, double gutter.
Literal best turn card. Nope.
Safe rivers. Kenny makes jacks full. That is real spooky.
Oh, full house though. At least you didn't make it 450.
Ace queen here for Mikolai. Jams 2.1 plus. Will anyone wake up with something to give him a spin?
Good luck, man.
Ponakovs just posturing briefly. Looking to get the blood pumping, perhaps. Oh, I can.
Wow.
King, queen. He's got just 4.4.
This is a really close spot. Because the thing is, I mean, I think normally with chips, if Mikolai has like a normal jamming range, you call, but he doesn't. He has a pretty tight range to ship 11 blinds here.
Seven, 6-4 is Wykin. Lags behind, dominated pre. Mikolai poised to double, hard on the turn. Remove the king of hearts from Wykin's outs. Can the Belarusian fade the 2 outer? Yes, he can, and things have really not gone Wykin's way here at this final table. Remember, it was he with ace-queen against king-queen. First of all, Ali Najad, Brian Rast, glad to have you with us. Elizabeth Chen, the only casualty thus far at this final table. Came in as the shortest stack.
Pocket tens for Igor.
Nice little
He
pickup
opens.
in the hijack. Definitely wouldn't mind. Oh, and Bryn, I was just about to say he wouldn't mind Bryn Kenney shoving here because he has a hand that figures to be a decent equity favorite against it. And Bryn's in trouble. He's going to need a 9 because these chips are going in and Igor ain't folding unless someone else comes back over the top of this.
Kenny can't know that his goose is cooked with these 2 9s for the time being as he jams. And these 10 bigs are not going to be enough to get through a couple of 10s for Igor. $4.5 million in the middle and a very dim and grim proposition for Bryn Kenney, who's on his feet, headed off stage. Is it prematurely so? Not on this flop. Queen 8 deuce. Here, Bryn, calling for the 9. Not there on the turn. And the man who's got more earnings at Triton than anyone else. Will he stay in the hunt for the title here in the main? No.
Good game, guys.
You win. GG, bro.
Issues the GGs, comes on over
Good luck.
to get some love
Nice one. GG.
from Igor. The task was tall from the onset for Bryn Kenney. Looked like he had a ray of hope. But then the deck had other ideas as he bestows the remains of his stack upon Igor Yaroshevskyi, exiting with $580,000, courtesy of the 8th place finish. And I gotta say, I'm mourning the loss of that man there just because of the unique nature in which he approaches both ICM and the big buy-in stuff. It does, and I've just observed this on the heels of yet another open and take it from Ponakovs. He has been the active stack.
Yeah.
So if we suspect that maybe he continues to be rewarded for this posture and this behavior, he's getting after it further and further, are we not encouraged even more so to maybe take that necessary step in the interest of picking up chips, which Wykin is going to be looking to do here with pocket queens, trending southerly, looking for the northbound trajectory?
You know, he wins 900K when it gets through. Right. 500 blinds, an ante, and plus the open. Oh, wow.
Passed on the king jack, now 2 10s.
Yeah. I don't see how he's not going to get in trouble here. Wykin has a pretty tight opening range. Wow, this is kind of a tough spot. I wonder how he's going to play it. As like a small 3-bet get in, as a flat. I wonder if he's even considering folding, because he's definitely shown that he's trying to avoid close spots. Like he just passed the king jack suited.
1.8.
1.8.
5 seconds.
Behind.
Asked for a count, Wykin delivers it. Now the upshot here, of course, is that he covers. That's something that he didn't really do much of prior to his own double.
Yes.
But of course, it would be a blow of great significance.
1.4.
So yeah, he's going with 3-bet get it in versus Wykin.
And is this because he anticipates that there are some hands that Wykin would be able to raise fold?
Yeah, and hands that tens wants out of there. Like what about queen jack, king queen, etc.
Always knew what he was doing in the event of this, which is a Wykin Yong jam, and you see the instant disappointment for Mikolai. Best of it, or worst of it, Wykin. Not giving us any sense that the moment
I'm actually more curious what a solver says about tens here than what it says about King Jack suited in the previous hand, for what it's worth.
What the board says is advantage queens. 5 million plus in the middle.
Wykin just has to fade 2 outs once.
Well, it was a 2-outer carnival yesterday, and yet again here today. I promise you, we don't know these cards are rolling off.
Neither does Wykin.
I swear to you,
How salty.
I thought back to yesterday how many times the savagery of the underpair binking was on display. And yet again here, just when it seemed like Wykin Yong was poised to find the double and then recollect his stack, he is mercilessly, savagely dispatched.
Listen, if you're picking somebody who ran the worst at this final table, probably it's going to be hard to top it. Definitely so far, it's Wykin Yong. I mean, the king on the river in that huge pot with Igor, ace-queen to ace-king. Queens versus tens, 10 on the river. I mean, these are savage beats. Wykin took it like a man, took it like a boss, great player, whatever. So you have that exactly. And I think that pot, even though he didn't lose, kind of just illustrates it. Just how much you can get picked on. Like Jack 10 off just seems like a pretty easy call. Nope, going for you.
2 red kings seems like a pretty lovely spot here on the button, fresh off of getting his hand smacked by that ace-king suited. 400K announced.
Oh my. And we're going to see another all-in. Some of these setup spots right here. After a long, long time at 8, we could be just down to 5.
This is a very sadistic deck.
1.6 million.
Samuel thinking, yeah, I get to feast on this guy again, and all of a sudden, before he even deposited the 3-bet, the jam comes in, snap call.
That was one of the fastest 4-bet jams I've ever seen.
I think he just did the math and was like, there's no world in which Samuel's 3-bet is being followed up by a muck.
Yeah.
But, you know, he did still have 3 million more. I might have taken a second. And if you're Samuel, how many wishes are left in that lamp? Give it a rub and pray for a queen, because that's what it's going to take to keep you intact. But as Mikolai can well attest to, 2 outers are available. This time, though, it goes to the hand in front. Not an out, but an icer.
Is he covered for sure? Yeah, it's on the...
And that 1.2 million he just gave him with Jack 10 off comes right back into his stack.
With all the rest.
Wrong for me, 25K before. It's not always 100%.
False hope.
But usually yes.
Bestowed upon Samuel Jew. We'll do a little accounting before making it official.
Oh, no. I guess they haven't updated yet.
And
do you want...
Dejan has to be pretty happy with this development. He's just kind of sat back, and he's now earned at least 1.43 million. But let's talk about Samuel Jew for a sec.
Well, this is your last chance to do so, because he's out the door. 7th place finish for Samuel. 6th, forgive me. 1.1 million for him, leaving behind 5, 1.4 million plus on lockup, as you mentioned. A delightful 300.
King Queen, because now you're covering the King X type hands that just call pre.
And that's because you think an ace X would always just jam it in pre.
So the ace over card's a little bit less, protection oriented. Like maybe he'll have some aces he doesn't jam, potentially like ace 6 off or whatever. But
I guess he also thought it was too suspicious to just check back this flop.
Yes.
Hence why he bet pretty much the bare minimum.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from here at the Maestral Resort and Casino. Ali Najad alongside Griffin Benjer, who spent the bulk of the day recharging his batteries.
Yeah.
Now he's here, ready to go. I take it you caught at least a few glimpses of what we just bore witness to, and that was, of course, Aleksejs Vaskaboinikau being crowned the 125K main event champion, a staggering $4.7 million going home with him, Griff. However, the matter at hand, of course, is a 200K. Got underway as this one wound down. And here is your first glimpse at it as we dive into the Triton Poker Plus app. Feast your eyes on who's up top, Griff.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn, I mean, you know, the man really here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. 10 titles, an incredible 10 titles, and, you know, a lot of really interesting figures to join him. We have, of course, Christoph Vogelsong, who's sitting there with 39 big blinds. We have Seth Davies, obviously a big presence here on the Triton Tour, another dangerous American. And, of course, the Finn, Patrick Antonius.
Yep.
So quite a table, yeah.
Now, when I said up top, I was looking at the 639,000 in front of the Spaniard, El Conquistador, who's already made some marks here. But, of course, the feature table, something to unpack as well.
Yes.
Looking at the chip counts, though, Dan Smith also up there, number 2, Mario Mosbach. All the big names are the ones that we anticipate each and every time the buy-ins really creep up to be there, ever present. Still day one action, though. Current shortest stack in the room belonging to, drumroll please, James Chen, just 7 big blinds deep. But, you know, this is a best and brightest kind of affair, and we're still early.
Yeah, and very, very brightest. I mean, we're talking the best of the best. 65 entrants in this 200K buy-in. You know, some of the other people in that top 10, you look at Steve O'Dwyer, Michael Soiza, who, you know, hasn't had a great deal of success so far here in Montenegro, but to save it here for the 200K would be great. Benjamin Heath, you know, we got Michael Watson, who's having a really incredible series here in Montenegro. So, you know, the biggest names, and it should be a really entertaining feature table with Jason Kuhn leading the way.
Plenty of entertainment in the room, unless, of course, you're maybe at one of these tables, which I have different ideas about how to entertain myself than getting sat in any of these murderers' rows available in the room. But this is the one that we've chosen to bring you here at the onset. 2,500, 5,000, the blind level. This peak brought to you by GG Poker. You can see Kuhn and Davies have been hard at work. Good friends, well familiar with one another. Orpin Kisicoglu will have the shortest stack, just 19 bigs, but no need to panic just yet. Re-entry is still open in this one.
Yeah, big favorite of the players here, Orpin for sure. Only glowing things to say about him. There's Elton. Getting a nice little massage. Feeling loose. 200K buy-in.
King 9 offsuit.
Oh, that bottom one kind of flashed.
Spade, I think.
This one flashed. Here, let me.
Medium spade or something.
This is, just flip that one. That's. He saw it. He said it was a spade, bro. He saw the.
I think I saw a medium spade. Maybe 6 or 7.
He clearly flips. Yeah.
He thinks he saw the card.
So we give you back information. It could be spade.
Early controversy.
Not only could it be a spade,
call it that.
No, of course not.
All right. Why don't I just tell you guys what the card was?
Maybe, like, I don't know if we get a penalty for it.
Yeah, I don't want to get you in trouble. Whatever. You guys both know.
I haven't, like, clearly saw it, but I think I saw, like, a medium spade.
Okay. Always looking to keep play fair. Orpin Kisicoglu suggesting that a card had flashed and that he had taken a peek at a medium-sized spade.
Might have been the
beneath
6 of
hood.
spades. We saw the 10-6 being folded, so.
Goes Vogel. Check back. Lean part of the deck. Squaring off. 6-5-4 board. Top and bottom pair up against middle pair. And the bottom end of the gut shot here.
Yeah, really nice flop for either of these blind versus blind hands. And I do wonder if Orpin was, deeper stacked, maybe we would see, him to start building the pot with a lead. But perhaps on these 19 big blinds, he wants the work to be done for him in the form of a bet from Christoph Vogelsang. But that's going to put Vogelsang in a bit of a hurt if Orpin does in fact come in with a check raise. Plan executed to perfection here from Orpin.
9K. Nibble from Vogel here. Into 15.
Yeah, quite a large sizing too. Really curious to see what Vogelsang, pardon me, does against a raise. Not too large, not even 3x.
Check pop. Up to 25K. And things do get a bit awkward here. This was limped pre, and Orpin.
Same seat you were in the other night when you ran that big stack back up.
Taking the aggressive line.
Same seat when I.
Same seat.
Same seat I was donating. Donated so much.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 spades here so far for Vogelsang is
donating?
definitely
What are you talking
relevant. I
about
think he would be
donating? You
less interested in this
but I
pot
first
where you'd have, say,
donated,
5
like,
deuce of
1.3
clubs
away.
and
Like,
Well, you
right
just
there
had to make
coming
it
to
count.
fruition. More reasons to stick around, but Orpin just pot left.
Oh my God.
On cue, the queen
Biggest
of
donator
spades
ever.
provides added equity.
I don't know why I always do it. Just,
Sometimes you got to.
you just got to call a 2x pot with like second pair, Just got to do it 5 times in a row.
Adrian told me he was bluffing a lot that night. I think you just got unlucky the times that you were calling and he had it. He said he had like 5 bluffs.
Against hand, maybe.
Yeah.
Not against me.
No.
No.
Orpin
No, you made him show you.
jamming full pot. Christoph's going to give him a
Christoph.
spin here.
Yeah, Orpin can have things like ace 7 of hearts, ace 8 of hearts, some other, maybe jack 7, jack 8 of hearts. There are a lot of combos here, not just these big value 2 pairs. If Orpin, if Christoph thinks he's behind, he can imagine that oftentimes his spade is going to be live, the 5 a lot of the time, the deuce some of the time. So 30%. Can it come in?
Oh.
It does.
Runner, spades. As they got on their back, and Christoph so incredibly fortunate
Now spade.
Didn't have a spade.
to make this flush and polish off the Turk.
No, 10 of clubs.
Yeah, ultimately it's hard to imagine this hand going any other way than all in by the river. Flop 2 pair against a backdoored flush. Not even 20 big blinds effective. Sometimes these hands just play themselves, and Orpin, unfortunately for him, was on the wrong side of it. But, maybe would re-enter.
Yeah, you were
assuming
just card dead.
Dude,
he feels up to
I
it.
mean, it was sick. Obviously I can't complain first hand getting aces and doubling up, but I just had like 9-4 off.
Bit of a somber walkout, but
yeah.
All of a sudden, this 200K can become 400 rather quickly. Now
It's all
Elton
good.
saying
To win, even.
You won though, right?
Yeah, small. 193,000.
Still something.
Yeah, no, to win in that was like
8.
a dream.
So at 10,000.
8, I said 8.
ace queen, min raise.
Oh. Okay. Okay, it's 2-5. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll let him raise the 8. He's VIP.
Discount for Jason, no problem.
Yeah, I'll call 3,000 more.
Kuhn defending with king jack. $27.5 in the middle, ace in the window. 3 spades, top 2 for Elton. Just the Broadway gutter with no flush draw for Kuhn, who checks over.
This hand obviously would be a lot more interesting were that king of clubs a different black king. Getting quite a nice price to fetch for Broadway here. Might think sometimes this would be a blockish bet with just a queen too, so maybe that king might be live. We can get check to showdown. So I don't mind this call from Jason Kuhn, but it is very sizing dependent.
$6K a man to the turn, which does not improve Jason. Left with nut, no pair. Well behind, checks again. Elton looking like we're doing a deltoid bicep tricep sort of circuit here on the left.
It's making me think I
arm.
need a massage, to be honest. It looks excellent. And there's the 25K bet.
Off of the excellent looking aces and queens, which will haul this one in.
Got fours?
Upset. Top
This
two.
round
Top two?
goes to Elton.
I had some answers to that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And a gut shot or something? Lucky it didn't come.
By the way, that massage therapist is Elton's personal one. Travels with him to the stops. Makes me want to ask Elton if I can get, like, you know, like, hey, listen, if they're that good, I got to know what's going on here.
Yeah, I'm sure only the best.
Oh, yeah. Elton, of course, coming off of having won a Triton title back in Jeju. Incredibly emotional moment for him and all those who were on hand. It was his first, and it came in the 150K 8 max, $4.2 million payday. Pretty staggering.
Checking in on the leaderboard, Dan Smith has now found himself second in chips.
Okay.
After winning a nice pot against Mario Mosbach, who falls to fourth.
All right. King 9-7 here, open ender versus bottom pair, blind versus blind. Kuhn and Anson 18 ahead to the flop. Kuhn does not follow through on the pre-flop raise, checking over and now facing a bet of 30 into 40.
Yeah, you can see Kuhn flinching a bit there. Maybe not thrilled by the sizing. I think his designs for this flop play were pretty much exclusively to check call. But now, facing that very large bet, it's deciding, all right, you got me.
That big pot we played, though, me and Tan, I probably should have shoved
Nice
the turn.
activations there for
He had ace deuce.
Anson.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah, like a queen 7-0. Probably have to call me off as well.
He would have folded, but
I think.
yeah, I think shoving's good. He's also just
Anson's
live
played
to
4
have
events.
something kind of silly too, like a pair that'll just call.
Already
The
here.
turn bet was really big,
Yeah.
but I still might
12th
put
in
it
the
in.
40K mystery
Should
bounty.
just put it in, yeah.
17th in a 50K.
I mean, you
8
almost
max
got
is
him to
only
bluff
2
it off.
cashes.
Yeah, I want it. Well,
That was
Yeah,
sick. Better than
very
the biggest
close
spot.
but no
I think the
cigar
biggest spot in
on this
TV
trip so
history.
far for Anson. Just
in history.
really
I
been
think
involved.
so.
A lot of
The one
final
Tom
two
played
tables. We
us
see
for
the
3
12th
million. I think it would've
in
been a
the
little more
700
than
mystery bounty,
if
the
it all went in,
17th
it would have been
in the 800
the
50K.
pot
So
yesterday
knocking
was
on the
like
door.
900, and I mean, 180, 360, 860 each on the turn. So 1.7, 860 each. Yeah.
860 each on the turn.
Yeah.
With another. How much?
500, which didn't get called.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Still would have been a pretty fucking.
But if it did get all in, it would have been like, yeah, like a nice 2.8.
Been a pretty heavy one.
Bogle
heavy.
making it 11 to go.
Fold.
Hello.
Oh,
That would
same
be-
table. Different seats. Well,
That would be a sick game to run really, like, have tons of big hands in. You would win so much money in that game. Because everybody's just all in so often, you know? You just wake up with it a lot. But if you're card dead, you just get steamrolled.
yeah. Yeah.
The only thing that worries me about that game, like, playing it with you guys is great, but, like, the structure of the game, there could be a lot of collusion.
It could be, yeah.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
worrisome.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think I've played it quite often enough. I don't think people do that because, you know, we kind of all know each other. and
Yeah, you
stuff.
play with the right bunch, but, you know, if people's incentives are to cheat, some people are going to cheat. Like, not your bunch, but people will, you know?
Yeah.
Believe the topic of conversation between Elton and Jason is regarding this recent phenomenon, the Squid Game.
So much funner, though.
Right, yeah, I've been hearing about this. Don't know much about it, but
it's really bringing poker back again.
Davies, King 9 suited.
Yeah.
Probably big in Korea just because of its name.
Hmm?
Dead giveaway now. It's definitely Squid Game they're talking about, based on that comment.
Okay.
Queen Jack off. Elton folds.
Everybody's playing that version as well. This new version we're doing.
The progressive?
The limited progressive.
Davies picks it up.
It's ridiculous.
Huh?
I mean, when the 5K Squid was on, it was like, it was insane.
Yeah.
Everyone was like, yeah. It's like, all right, I have 300,000, I'm all in. With fives.
Yeah.
You know, it's like.
That's why it's better to play like smaller blinds, but higher. I mean,
yeah.
Davies up front sitting this one out. Christoph will carry on with his munch.
always a treat to have Jason Kuhn on the table. You know, really, obviously feels very comfortable in this environment to sort of open up the conversation and.
No courage anymore.
Yeah, well liked, well respected,
Big hand.
very familiar with the bunch.
Maybe I will win a big pot if you call.
Yeah. Jack 10.
Triton ambassador for a reason.
I actually even wrote down some fitness tips. One of
NA?
the times he was talking about that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, my hand was bad
Griff?
because if you did have Jack 10.
No.
So
When I
50.
turned
You want to hear one? Well, I got one for you. Ready?
Listen, I just want you to know I'm not going to write it down.
No, don't write it down.
I'm
it's fine.
unlikely to
no,
practice
I will text
it.
it to you. It's all good.
Please don't do that. It's just wasted. I don't know if you're on a limited text plan, but that's save that one, you know.
I'd have to ask for your number.
All right, go ahead. What is it?
He says that after you've had a big meal, the worst thing you can do, which is the thing that you and I probably always do,
sleep,
is sit.
Oh,
That
really?
You should walk for about 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes after a big meal, and it makes a world of difference.
So interesting. I just wrapped up a big meal, and now I'm here at the booth. I don't
You
really
walk-
have the option to
I
walk.
saw you walked up those stairs, though.
There you go. Fair. That's only because you were
And
right
it did
there
take
with
you
me.
15 minutes, I know.
It was a protracted walk, weighed down. Ace-9 suited for Anson. Makes it 10,000 to go.
And the other one was when you eat your food, eat the protein before the carbs, like in that order on your plate. It also says it makes a difference.
Really?
Yeah. You don't believe me? I wrote them
I
down.
mean, it all goes into the same
You would think
satchel.
so. You would think so, but I mean, look at Jason Kuhn.
Buddy, I think it's about a little bit more than the order
No,
in
I'm
which
pretty
he's
sure
eating.
it's the stuff. I mean, listen, I've been feeling pretty great the last few days.
Okay. Jack 8-7, second pair. Not feeling particularly great.
A lot of nice turn cards. That's not one of them.
Anson did check back with the gut shot straight draw. Backdoor spades were what both parties were really hunting. Instead, hearts show up. Second check in front of him, and now Ensign decides your disinterest is my opportunity as he bets 17,000.
Yeah, and what's really great about this bet is that it really is designed to attack the exact kind of hand Seth has, those 8 and 7X that flop pretty well on the flop, you know, but now are just looking way worse on that Queen of Hearts turn. Really, really nice sort of construction of betting there, I think, from Ensign. Bit more difficult had he, say, bet the flop and then not really know what to do on the Queen of Hearts turn.
Thank you, ma'am.
Little tableside dinner for Seth Davies. Remember, protein first, Seth.
I suspect he's on the same program.
Yeah. Elton with the very strong pocket nines at the hijack, playing about just under 40 big blinds. Going to quickly clear out both Patrick Antonius and the newly stacked Orpin back in action. Davies, King 5 of spades in the big, going to be happy to peel this one. Pardon me, in the small. And now Christoph, an opportunity to complete there as well. We're going to go 3 ways.
Price is right. 35K in the middle. Ace, Jack 4 on the board. So Vogelsang actually has the lead, but note that Davies has picked up the nut flush draw. Not sure how much continued interest Elton is going to be showing, given the 3-way pot and 2 overs out there. 2 checks in front of him, though.
Yeah, everyone might get a free card here. Elton is considering maybe, yeah, is going to, well, shouldn't speak too soon. Playing with those chips does put out 10,000. Just going to be easier to play, he thinks. Maybe clear out some equity. Evaluate down the streets. Maybe use this 9 of spades blocker. Of course, what we know that he doesn't is that Seth Davies, he's got spades on lock. Now Davies deciding.
35.
Yeah, does go up with it.
Interesting choice here. But obviously you can see the immediate benefits. Not only does he clear out a jack, but in all likelihood these 2 9s as well. Elton, though, a little bit curious as to what it is that Davies would play in this manner. The ace X's are supposed to be a little bit wary.
Yeah. But not much of a defense with 2 9s. You know, you are ahead of those king and queen X spade draws, but, you know, 4 is certainly possible. Ace Jack even doesn't always play as a 3-bet from the small blind,
Sure.
so certainly that's possible. And just puts a lot of pressure on the, you know,
Nope,
Jack
one
X
of
and
mine.
even weak Ace X that Elton could have down the streets, of course, you know. And when Elton doesn't have either, and especially not the ace, gonna find it into the muck.
Well, if you haven't already, head over to the world's biggest online poker room, GG Poker. Our official partners, where you can get in on the action of Rush and Cash. Play with the pros. Every Friday, get free dollars in stream tournaments. Cash drops will be doubled up to 120 bigs with GG team members at the table. Head over there today. 9-10 suited. Christoph in the small blind.
Actually got a fan on YouTube of Vogelsang's attire today. AC Plus saying that person in the gray hoodie looks cool.
Obviously someone who is a fan of Assassin's Creed, the video game. So last time we saw a hoodie of
And the guy's
that
name's
caliber.
AC Plus too, yeah, maybe.
Oh, you're right.
There's a
I didn't even
connection.
think about that. Suited one gapper. That's the connection for Vogel. Offsuit connector for Jason that turns
Oh
into
my.
trips on a queen high texture. The issues are self-evident for Christoph. 47K in the middle.
Yeah, a bit unreasonable here to find yourself with this board with such a strong blind v blind hand with the queen 10 of clubs. Vogelsang going to be acutely aware of how bad this can get if Kuhn does in fact have an 8. So instead is going to sort of bluff catch / keep the pot controlled as he expects to be ahead quite a lot here.
Christoph's choice to check now does present options to Jason.
16.
He's going to look to get chips forward here and now. Looks like 16,000, is it?
Mm-hmm.
2 5s, 6 1Ks. And for Christoph, that 8 of clubs interaction coupled with this top pair, it all feels so nice, and yet as we can see, it is terrible. In comes the call. Installment plan.
Pretty interesting turn card. The deuce of clubs does, in fact, give Vogelsang every reason to put pretty much as many chips as Kuhn wants to put in here. As long as, of course, it's not all in for the 247. And Kuhn will really start firing heavy, I think, on this turn, really wanting to pay, to get the Queen X to pay. You know, any potential diamond draws, club draws. I wouldn't be surprised if we see close to pot here. And you know what? Screw close to pot. Let's go with exactly pot.
79,000. Now Christoph has 247. Jason was the covering stack by about 15K. Not to get ahead of ourselves here, but one could see some explosive runouts potentially. I'm looking at you, 7 of clubs. Now, once Christoph makes this call, Jason understands something's brewing across the way, and there is the club.
Wow.
Vogelsang makes the flush, paid to get there. This is a sizable pot. 237 in there already. 178 back for Jason. There's so much that missed in terms of diamonds and straight draws, although with the pair on board, unclear whether or not Jason's going to assign those combos across the way. And if he can't assign that, then he does need to start considering some of the Queen X and maybe even the clubs. But as we can see, he's not so worried about the latter. But he is going to be worried once Christoph starts measuring out chips instead of coming out from under this hood to suggest that he's potentially going to be folding.
Yeah, I think just a bit of housekeeping here to make sure that Kuhn covered him.
Ouch.
And once again, Ali, the story being these massive coolers blind on blind. You saw what happened to poor Orpin. And now Kuhn falling victim to the trips against the queen high flush. Doesn't even seem fair.
It's pure pain.
A pot of 572,000 chips. You know, 115 big blind pot.
One that's going to leave Christoph 4th overall.
Well played
behind
by both
Dan
of you.
Smith, Mateos, and now Michael Soiza leading the way.
We're gonna learn from the best.
Yeah, just 2 big blinds for Jason Kuhn. You know, it's not ideal, but something he's used to.
I don't know how used to being on just 2 bigs Jason is.
I mean, you know,
He's
busting
been
an
there,
event
but
and having to
yeah.
rebuy.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
You're right.
But I'm just saying, this isn't some sort of stack depth that he oft finds himself on, but when you get runouts like that, this tends to be the result.
And funny spot actually there for Davies, a hand that maybe, you know, having a lot of chips, the cutoff.
Have you looked?
You want to play 8-6 suited, but you're just not supposed to when Kuhn is going to be forced in.
I'm printing.
So Kuhn already had the small blind in there. Anson, it isn't personal, but let's gamble. Queen 6, lagging behind and staying there on a King Jack 7 board. As the rebuilding process is underway, foundation laid.
You try that trick on me.
And running jacks do make it official.
Yeah.
Well played also.
Thanks, man. Batting 1,000.
Boy, Jason and Elton are so familiar with one another from the cash game streets, let alone many of these Triton Super High Roller Series. They both date so far back in terms of their participation. Jason's first event, Montenegro right here in 2018. He placed 4th in his first ever Triton event. It was a 250K Hong Kong dollar short deck. And then won the million HKD short deck. Obviously, 10 titles since then for Jason. Davies raising it up to 11,000. Looking at Elton's Triton resume. Jeju in 2018 was his first appearance. And it wasn't until our last festival in Jeju that Elton claimed his first ever Triton title in the same span of time it took Kuhn to win 10. Here he is with King Jack fighting. 3-bet to 17,000. Very clicky over the top of Davies, and this is the bulk of his biscuits.
37.
How about another click?
Yeah, Elton. Queen 10 suited. He'd like a table for 2. Davies being made to feel like a third wheel.
Yeah, going to be forced to fold the best of it.
Sure.
And Jason's going to be very happy to see
Something like that.
one of the few hands he's actually just going to be beaten based on this action.
We got a flip.
This is where I really shine. My time to shine.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Always.
So we run it. And a king in the window, followed by no other concerns, is a beautiful sight. If you're Jason Kuhn, and the turn will ice it.
27.
Elton draws dead, and
27?
Kuhn enjoys his second consecutive double up. Granted, these are modest pickups, but they leave him with more playability than he had just moments ago, sitting on 2 bigs.
Bro, yeah. You saved me. I wasn't even looking. I'm too stiff.
Nice. Maybe I hit. How about I can hit a straight? Trips. One cup flush.
Well, if you haven't already, download the Triton Poker Plus app. Use the QR code on your screen to get it done. It truly is the best way to watch any given Triton festival. As you get a peek here at our next feature table in that app, you can see not only that table, but all others in the room, track hand-by-hand histories,
Pretty hard to hold.
follow Player of the Year and Player of the Festival implications, watch highlights, and of course, stream live events.
I think he's finally going to die on the feature.
Danny Tang, Ivan Liao Player of the Year, award leader here at this last festival of Season 3. Will be coming to the stage.
And wow, Jason Kuhn, the man that refused to die. 73K, 15 big blinds. Puts it all in there.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
This is not right. Consider the sense of false hope that 2 doubles, followed by an opportunity to jam over the top of a Vogel saying open light with Jack-9 suited, are going to feel like once Anson rolls over aces.
72.5.
Playing it as a flat, by the way. Hoping to get somebody in trouble behind.
Check.
Vogel saying.
Oh, you're about to get checked, all right.
Heat has been checked. See ya.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
An incredible and unlikely cooler here. Jason asking for a heat check, and then he gets it in the form
Yeah.
of aces.
I doubt it, bro. I'm going to go ahead and bet against it. But I would take it.
No, you need kun. Yeah.
Spades.
Mm.
Spades will do it.
Spades will do it.
8-8-9 board. And that's
Boys,
GG.
enjoy yourselves.
GG.
the mighty Jason Kuhn has fallen here in the 200K. Who can fault him? Flop trip 8s. Picked up an ace-king. And that was all it took. With what seemed to be a spin-up in progress in between.
Yeah, a nice little last stand there from Jason Kuhn, the 2 doubles.
Well, I don't see a revisit to the registration desk just yet. Although it is outside the room. Payouts desk is inside the room. We'll keep an eye on whether or not Kuhn's going to plunk down another 200 to get back in this saddle. You touched on the total entries. 71 of them with 49 runners remaining. That's where we're at right now. Players no longer with us include Roland Rakita, Big Al Dicarolis, Jozo, Dan Dvoris, Masashi Oya, and of course, Jason Kuhn. Now, Elton. Diamonds are smothered. A button open here. Orpin. He's visited the re-registration desk. Draws right back to this table. 3 bets with ace-queen suited. It all checks out. Take it, sir.
You win.
Says Elton.
Not disappointed.
No. I just look at your stack. I thought you had more than I realized.
You know?
With the departure of Jason, Elton actually is the shortest stack at the table, 26 bigs deep. Ace king now for Anson. 10 to go. Little suited connector in the big blind awaiting Seth Davies.
Patrick, can I have some change, please?
Yeah, definitely going to call here.
Yeah.
Pretty fair fight, all things considered.
Open ender, the product of the defense. 2 overs for Anson.
2,000.
KC bet.
It's going to be interesting to see how Seth Davies reacts to that. You know, we just saw in the last rotation or so, did check raise with a flush draw.
28.
And does it again, goes aggressive, and has found a great hand to be up against. And this is, you know, part of the risk of betting something like an ace-king on this board against these types of players that, you know, when they do flop equity in the forms of straight draws, flush draws, you know. But Anson says, I know exactly what this means. It's not just pocket 4s and pocket 7s or 7-4 suited or queen 7 suited. These are draws a lot of the time, and that card does not help you, Seth Davies. No. And it does create a Broadway opportunity.
So the check raised to 28. Didn't shed the ace-king, which now, as you mentioned, has the Broadway gutty, 83 in the middle. And with no improvement, is Seth one and done, or is he going to continue to barrel?
65.
Wow.
There's your answer, as he claims 65,000.
Yeah, now things start to get a bit serious, right? We're talking about almost a quarter of Anson's remaining chips. If you are up against the value range, you're, you know, dead to a 10. 10 of diamonds might not be good. So you can see the power of, you know, these check raise, bet big if you find yourself with kind of the bottom of your range, as Anson did. But good for him for calling the flop. You know, if the board paired on the turn, or say it was an ace or king, we'd be singing a very different tune. But Seth Davies found the second barrel on the Jack of Hearts. Good job.
So tough to summon the courage in spots such as that.
Yeah.
So tempting for us to tell ourselves that extra 20K gets called, and how on earth are we going to be able to take it with the barrel? But nevertheless, Davies did summon it to great effect there, as the ace-king conceded. Ace-4, the party starter here. Patrick Antonius, the guilty party.
Seth finding himself very active from the blinds. We just saw the 6-5 of spades play, the king 5 of spades. Check raise on that 2-spade board now with the queen jack in the small. Against Antonius' cutoff range, probably going to be slightly ahead of the average hand. So going to be happy to continue. Vogelsong saying now, also going to play.
So 3 players take the flop, 11,000 ahead to the king 9-7 board. Davies, a gutter, second pair for Christoph, and Patrick runs in third place of sorts with 0.3% equity. Although ace high is Still better than queen high for the time being.
So we haven't seen a check from Seth Davies yet. And perhaps that's because this particular texture eventually does check. Wants to consider maybe, since this board maybe favors his range out of the 3 players, does he ever want to consider leading, but does check. And now this does open up the door to potentially fold out some ace highs, you know, maybe something like a pocket 6s, pocket 8s maybe. Bit tougher to navigate 3 ways. Both players have hit their kicker, but it's not, you know, the 4s obviously, yeah, gonna check again.
Antonius has connected with the 4. Vogel's saying might be feeling pretty good about second pair top kicker, just given a round of checks on the flop, a second check in front of him. It's not to say that Antonius can't have this ace-9 beat, but on average, I think he's feeling pretty good about it. Nevertheless, he does check, though, and Antonius doesn't waste any time. Closing the action with the check back, and how about a big, beautiful 10? Mr. Davies, gut shot, comes in. He's not going to have to bluff his way through a straight draw this time. He's actually made it. 36-5 in the middle, but not sure how much value he's going to be able to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, it's too bad the hands he's up against, but very nice that he hit one of the 3 cards he needed. But yeah, checks, because no one has shown that they have a king here. Perhaps if someone has rivered a 10, wants to go for some thin value, like let's say Antonius has an ace-10, you know, I think would value bet here on this river. And certainly if someone has something like a 10-9 and it's going to be checked through, Davies shows the nuts.
Yeah, I don't think he can beat that one.
Everybody avoids temptation to great effect, and we always feel a little naughty when we roll over the nuts there. Everybody knows it. We had bad ideas on our mind.
Yeah, aiming to misbehave, but nobody wanted to play with him.
You ever walk into a poker room and they got that sign that says check and raise is allowed? You ever seen a poker? They actually have, I don't know if it's Nevada Gaming Commission. I'm like, I should hope so. Like what?
But I've heard of something like this, that there are some games, like maybe just sort of like, you know,
low ball back in the day.
Yeah, there would be no check raising or something. It would be considered very out of pocket.
You actually had to bet certain hands in self-draw low ball, self-dealt 5-card, ace to 5, draw low ball. I think it was single draw. But yeah, there were rules like a 7 or better must bet no matter what.
Yeah.
You can't check raise.
We used to be a civilized society. What happened to us? You know?
I don't
now
know.
we're out here just...
In terms of the poker, I got to tell you, I like where we're at now a lot better.
Me too.
You know?
Of course.
Put me to sleep.
Of course, of course.
No checking around. Nice hand, Harold. Come on, man. What are we doing?
Nice hand, Harold.
Cut off, small blind here. Orpin set 11 to skate. Christoph was his Huckleberry. And remember how Seth had a straight? It's Orpin's turn. The nuts on an ace-king-jack board, which Vogel has connected with.
Yeah, should get one straight here as long as Orpin doesn't get too greedy. But the problem is he has every right to, because he unblocks. You know, we talk about this principle often, but when you do flop a straight on a board such as this, because you unblock all the pairs, it's more likely your opponent has something like an ace or a king. You know, so, you know, isn't too greedy here at all. Bets under half pot. Still a bigger sizing than maybe we're used to seeing on certain textures, but Orpin is acutely aware of how this board is going to interact with what Christoph can continue with, and I think Christoph has good enough.
And also the fact that, you know, Orpin's a cutoff opener here means it doesn't have to be the type of holding that has this king 6 beaten.
Certainly could be a jack 10.
Ooh. Problems now, courtesy of a king of diamonds on the turn. Again, trips. It's good, but it is a bit scary, perhaps, if all of a sudden Orpin starts putting a little heat on us. In terms of options, does Vogel feel like the King X belongs more to him as played as a small blind flatter, and therefore he shouldn't expect a bet out of a lot of the Ace X combos for Orpin? We get to betting ourselves. There's your answer. He decides to check.
I mean, it's a great question. You know, we do see this sort of principle of leading out when the middle or the bottom card especially are paired in these blind versus, but it's interesting is deciding to check here. You know, Orpin's certainly going to be thrilled to keep betting, but it's going to look incredibly strong to the German. You know, oftentimes if a player has something like an ace here, we'll check back or bet something very blocky. An ace-queen might bet again for value, expecting Vogelsong to, you know, still call with a worse ace, and then maybe you check back the ace-queen on the river in case he has a king. I mean, there's so many things, moving parts to this particular hand in the ranges. Vogelsong should be pretty strong from the small blind here in particular, right? Like, isn't really going to just have Jack-8 suited. He's going to have King-Queen, King-Jack, King-10. That's a big bet.
60,000. See Christoph leaning over here. Remember, this is Orpin's second bullet. Christoph was right there when Kiszczykoglu got polished off the first time. Would he come in guns blazing here as a little bit of context perhaps skews his hand stronger? The flat by Vogelsang.
Yeah, wow.
Look at this breezy river card.
I think a brick river is quite interesting because Vogelsang is not going to be thrilled to see an all-in. I don't know. It's going to be tough. 182 out there.
$112 behind. Does Orpin want to go for it all? Just about. Almost full deployment. 111.
The other thing to consider, Ali, is that, you know, a lot of aces from the small blind here are going to play as 3-bets, right? You think of the suited aces, they're not really flatting so much from here. So Orpin should think that Vogelsang has a king a lot here. And if he thinks he has a king, why would he be running a complex bluff on his second bullet? Do you know what I mean? It's just like, it really feels like, I think if you're Vogelsang, I think I might be getting coolered here. Can I find a way to fold? I have the worst king that's possible. You know, my kicker is somehow not good in this situation. So it's just...
So we consider ace-ace, pocket jacks, ace-king, better king X, in terms of king-queen, king-10, maybe
king-9 suited, king-8 suited, king-7 suited, like... all of them are going to be playing them the same way, right? And then,
now, of course,
all
those
the queen
kings
10 combos.
we chop with, though, right? Because the ace and jack on board. King, queen,
right,
king,
right.
jack.
Yes, of course. So also a consideration. You would hate to fold. That's actually, yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. It's a bit of a miss by me. But, yeah, in the case that it is a king 10 or, you know, a king 9 suited, you would hate to fold a chop here, right? You're getting a pretty incredible price. The bet's only 111,000. There's 182 out there.
I like the point you made about Christoph kind of understanding and giving credit to Orpin for understanding in turn his range. And so the river barrel versus that range, which should be strong, begins to leave us concerned.
So
what do we beat?
I imagine he's doing a lot of complex math right now in his head. He's counting all the different combos of king that he thinks Orpin would open the cutoff with, that he is chopping with, which is all of them except king-jack, ace-king, king-queen, right? Now, then you think of all the combos of Queen 10. You're losing to all those. Then the Jack's full. Then the Ace is full. The Ace can't. It's a lot of hands. If we assume that he is almost never bluffing here, based on how we've broken down the hand.
I mean, what bluffs make sense?
Reaching for the chips.
Oh, he does pay it off. Man. And the longer Chris went into that tank, the better Orpin felt about it. And this second bullet is going considerably better for him than the first. As Vogelsang gets chomped on here. Short-lived was his time toward the top of the overall leaderboard. As Kishikoglu now rests in front of Seth Davies for boss stack status. At a feature table that will be giving way to the one everybody had their eyes on. We gave you a sneak peek of it not long ago. Bringing you back to the desk here. Ali alongside Griff, and I'm going to be calling it a night. We're going to be bringing in some reinforcements over here. You know, that FT of the 100K left me a little low on gas in the tank, I'll be honest.
It was a long FT. You did great, man. That was something.
But also low on chips, obviously, was Jason Kuhn. He got vanquished. Now fewer than he had moments ago. Christoph Vogelsang, some big exchanges have transpired. So with that, I don't know if I would call it any final thoughts. It was just a brief frame of play.
No, I'll say one thing. I think that last hand is a really good reminder of how small the edges are in this 200K. We saw a big cooler between Christoph Vogelsang and Jason Kuhn to eliminate the 10-time champion. Suddenly he had all these chips and he's going on this great roll. Then he gets into a huge cooler against Orpin on his second bullet, and Orpin is able to vanquish him in this small spot. So the reality is like a lot of these hands, you're going to see some pretty amazing moments, some near big folds, but a lot of the time it's just, I mean, these are the best players in the world. And if you're on the other side of the bad cooler, you know, it's just, there's nothing you can really do.
It is what it is. And what's coming to the stage next? O'Dwyer, Spencer, Ivey, Brewer, Mateos, Haxton, and Stephen Chidwick. You don't want to miss this. We'll be back in just a few minutes with continuing coverage of the 200K.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Welcome back to Montenegro here for the Triton Super High Roller Series. I'm Griffin Benger. He's Randy Liu. We're very excited. Yes, you are. We're very excited to be covering this 200K. We just saw a couple of big cooler hands on our feature table, included the likes of Vogelsong, as well as Jason Kuhn, who was eliminated, who we didn't see rebuying right away. But if I had to check, I bet if I checked the leaderboard right now, we'd see him in there. But we are going to be moving on to our next feature table, which is pretty incredible. I guess pretty much all the feature tables are going to be incredible, but this one really stands out. We have Phil Ivey, obviously fresh off his 4th place finish in that 125K main event. Chris Brewer, who was a part of an absolutely massive hand there towards the end of last night in that main event that did not go his way. Steve O'Dwyer, we got Spencer Lewis, who's been on a lot of these feature tables. Adrian Mateos, I feel like I'm burying the lead with a massive stack of 623K, which is good for 4th in chips. Ike Haxton, a little short, and Steven Chidwick. I mean, I feel like I should maybe, usually I only mention 3 or 4 of the guys, but it's hard not to mention all of them, right?
You have to mention every single one. This is a stacked feature table. So I'm pretty excited as we are playing a $200,000 buy-in, and we know that prize is going to be juicy.
It's exciting. It's really exciting. I mean, I know we're commentators, but we're poker fans, and we see a table like this.
I'm really excited. For
this.
It's
really it's exhilarating. So we're really happy that you're joining us, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. Here again is the table and the chip counts. You can see Adrian Mateos, 104 big blinds, like I mentioned, 4th in chips. Steve O'Dwyer doing excellently as well. He is just in 6th with those 571,000. Brewer doing well with 69 bigs, always seems to. Lewis Spencer, the young Brit, 66 big blinds. And then there's a big drop-off we can see between Kuhn all the way down to Haxton, just 33, and then Ike with 12 big blinds. So some work to do for those bottom stacks, but we have a couple more levels before we have an earlier finish than usual tonight. Randy gives more people some more opportunities to rebuy for the start of day 2. See how high we can get that field up to. 77 players so far. Pretty amazing turnout.
Yeah, for a $200,000 buy-in. And as you mentioned, registration still open.
I did it.
What did you flash, Haxton?
Well, just show
Just flip it all over. It's Queen 6 offsuit.
That's actually funny because maybe this is a thing when a table starts, or it's just I just have a really small sample size. But last level, the first hand of the last level, the exact same thing happened. There was like a card flashing incident.
Have you heard it?
Well, to be fair, I've heard players say that the size of the cards are different on the feature than the outer, so maybe they're just not used to it.
Growing pains, yeah.
But whatever. Let's play some ace jack.
When we call you, get up and wave at the camera and walk on and whatever. And the whole time,
a spot of trouble here for Phil Ivey. Spencer going with the 3x line here against Phil's 29 big blind, 30 big blind stack.
He goes, he's like, can you
is going to call.
Tell me that again? I wasn't listening. I was being a naughty schoolboy.
Him or VVV are the two most likely to say something like that. But VVV would have something weirder that still makes sense.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Randy.
He had an incredible one the other
But
day.
when I sort of had I flashed out there when I was naming all these amazing players on this feature. Did I happen to mention Jason Kuhn, or did he just take that seat?
He did just take that seat.
So this table is an all-timer now. I mean, my goodness. As Ivey gets lucky on the turn here amongst the giggles at the table.
There's some inside jokes going on over there.
Like, hey, Yaroslav, is it insecurity? And he goes like, yeah.
So I would have to get the actual numbers. Maybe I'll make producer James look it up. But the combination of all these players in their tournament lifetime, they've made over 100 million in tournaments earnings. Like this is crazy how much these guys have won in poker, right?
Because all of us were trying to guess the answer.
Yeah.
And Slava
There's
thought he
also
wanted to
Talking about it.
whisper it into his ear.
A lot of Triton titles.
But it makes sense.
For everyone here.
Oh, I was just meaning in Triton. 20 million Triton.
He told me the
for
answer.
It was
Chidwick.
blowing a kiss, wasn't it?
27 million for
Something like that?
Kuhn.
Yeah.
Blowing a kiss. And the clues were something about Greek
This is me
statues?
testing myself in the app to see
and
if they can do
romance.
this. So far, not so great.
Rivered by
12
the jack.
million
Oh,
for
Greek statues
Ivey.
were bigger at
Yeah,
some point.
Jack on the
Yes.
river.
Blowing a kiss?
The thing we
No, you had to
misunderstood
blow a
was
kiss to the statue
second
that got
clue.
taller. It's a very strange. Okay,
sort of
what were the other
trivia.
clues?
We-
This became more popular during the Spanish flu.
But we thought it was
Okay.
another
Okay,
disease
sure.
during the Spanish.
Right.
That was the big misunderstanding.
That's a really, I mean, that's a really
I heard that
strange
clue
way to
was
say blowing the
during
kiss.
the
It
Spanish
became popular when everyone was dying. and they kissed
Yes,
each
we
other.
all misunderstood the clue.
Oh, okay.
I mean, to be fair, Dan was speaking Russian with him and also didn't understand the clues.
Okay.
So it was
And
more
what
than
the
just
other
a
clue?
language barrier.
I mean, so far it seems impossible.
Yes.
I don't think so.
You just have to stand.
Which seat are you?
It was nice to see the players.
Yeah,
having a
Jason's
laugh.
5.
No, they told me.
This is table 1.
I have table 1.
They literally, the guy told me table 3.
This is.
Showed me on the screen. They put me in the wrong.
Wait a second. Call the floor. Yeah. There's no action there.
Floor table 1.
So, looks like there was a bit of a mishap with seating. Daniel Dvoris is supposed to be in Jason Kuhn's
I think it might have been
appears as though Kuhn was
We are
either
playing.
misunderstood or misdirected towards this seat,
No.
and now they're going to try to resolve it. You know, there's been one hand. Kuhn wasn't involved. Not a big deal. You know, a little unfortunate, but these things happen.
What's happening? And do we just get Jason?
I think
What's
that
happening?
what is happening? Because I'm at the wrong table. You realize that, right? Somebody set me at the wrong table. And then I go to the other table and pay the.
I think
big
it should.
line
I think it should be like survival style. We vote as a table which player we want.
Can we just like
You
high
go
cards
by.
for half of my chip stack?
Can we vote Ikoff after
That
opening?
goes away.
I just go to table 3 and we just swap these cards. He just gets to put this back. Peacefully be on my way.
What do you have against the survival
Does
method?
anyone object to this?
Jason has a hand to play with.
Yeah, and he had every right to be like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be playing this hand, then maybe I should be going to the other table.
So he will be playing this hand and
Yeah.
being moved after. Axton with the gut shot. Really taking his sweet time here.
You guys take care of that. Was a treat.
So Jason Kuhn will be replaced.
So now the new player can play or in the small blind or not?
This is where it is. The signal listen to button.
Phil's
Okay.
Wow.
The new player incoming.
I mean, I guess that makes sense. I have no clue. I've never seen this before.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same as if Jason had busted and Dan got that seat before.
All right, so Dvoris going to replace Jason Kuhn. Both players very strong, of course. Not sure which one they'd rather see, but maybe neither.
I would say Daniel, but like slightly. Like they're both like cream of the crop. But, you know, Jason Kuhn has earned that distinction with the 10 titles. We take a look at the chip counts. Not much clearly has changed. A little small pot for Lewis Spencer.
You want a fun fact, Griffin?
Sure.
I think maybe we were 6 hands.
This table, well, I don't know. Before Divorce came, I was counting.
Oh, you did it for me.
And when Jason was at the table, it was 23 titles.
Wow.
For the whole table. With the removal of Jason Kuhn, now we removed 10.
Yeah, we're down to 13.
And then we had Divorce.
Lewis Spencer looking down at that Queen 9 suited. You're up against one of the best in the world.
Raised to 40,000.
Yeah, I mean, like almost all the tables are
decide
six-handed.
to 3-bet it.
How much you say,
Ivey,
Lewis?
perhaps
40.
not realizing it's on him, spacing out a
Yeah,
bit.
we should have had a player taken off also because like most of the tables are six-handed and we're eight-handed.
Or perhaps actually listening in on more of the... There he is.
There was some confusion with everything going
Yeah.
on. Feels like it's resolved. This is quite out of line from Lewis Spencer. 3-betting Mateos is under the gun with Queen 9 of clubs. Could easily get him in trouble. I don't think that Mateos will be folding this hand, given it's suited.
Is going to put in the extra 28,000. Wow, what a monster of a flop. Not just the gut shot straight flush draw for Mateos, but a mid pair for Lewis Spencer, but backdoor clubs. Every single card in this deck interacting with the 4 combined cards of these two individuals.
Because he's got middle pair, he's not going to want to bloat this pot with a bet and be faced with a check raise, especially with that backdoor clubs, which he wants to realize a little bit.
Yeah, so does check. Good call, Randy. And another
Spicy,
interesting
spicy.
card. My goodness. Who ordered extra spicy for this early clash between the Spaniard and the Brit?
Normally, when you don't have the king, you'd want to bet in Spencer's shoes to rep the ace king, but with his pair and equity, there really isn't that much value in betting because you never get a better hand to fold.
Yeah, very, very well put. Yeah, I agree with that. And Lewis, yeah, does find another very smart check and has gotten to the river now. Adrian Mateos going to come out of the woodwork and frankly punish the weaker hand that 3-bet him pre-flop.
I expect him to go to Value Town because the turn wasn't bet by Spencer. He doesn't have to fear the ace king anymore.
68.
He can go quite meaty.
Saw that one coming.
North of 60% pot. Now Spencer actually hero calling here with the 9s. No good. Can't miss with Mateos.
How does he do it? How does he get them to 3-bet him with Queen 9?
You guys.
And then how does he get a board like that?
Good luck,
How does he
good
get paid?
I thought you were just staring me down. I didn't know you didn't know it was on you. I was
Bill was taking a sip.
Yeah.
He thought Ivey was staring him down when he had
There's
to.
so many unusual things happening at the same time. Bill got lost.
Looks like we're losing Mateos. Getting moved. Takes those Spencer chips elsewhere.
And after that hand, Adrian Mateos.
It was very unusual.
First in chips here in the 200K.
I thought
Which comes as
he
no
said
surprise
you
to
win.
much of the field and all
And
of
then he
his
flipped
legions
over
of
king queen,
fans
and I'm like, oh.
on YouTube, Twitch, Spain, all around the world.
I had a good hand.
Oh, friend of the stream, Jonathan Jaffe, third in chips, 651,109 big blinds. Great to see that. He's been so generous with his time and his wisdom here in the booth. It's been a pleasure to have him in here. And if you do have the Triton Poker Plus app, you can click on, say, Jonathan Jaffe's name and see his graph. See what big hand catapulted him up there. He won 297,000, which is Effectively a 600K
Yeah,
pot.
I
Against Ding Biao. Pocket nines against ace-jack suited.
Sometimes they put butt on it, sometimes not.
And wow, it's a blind-on-blind confrontation. So a very, very big pot.
You'll get the bottles that just don't open.
Yeah.
It just twists.
If you find another bottle cap and you press it on top of that one, then you can.
I don't think you should do that. I think it was very unlucky.
I think you accept that you have gotten the whammy bottle and go get a new bottle.
I don't know. It worked fine.
Did you hear that?
Wait, the
Griffin?
bottle is
No.
unlucky, or doing that is unlucky?
Doing it is unlucky. A lot of bad
I'm
things
hearing it. I
happened.
just don't know what they're talking about. Please
in
tell
the-
us.
Was that the day where I
36
did
hours after you did that.
There's an anomaly where some
One
of the
thing that I
water
could do is
bottles
I could have crushed the bottle against the floor, and then the shards would
Spin
have just slipped my wrist open.
infinitely.
That would have
the
been
cap
very unlucky.
unable
Well,
to
no,
be open.
because I would have missed
not the
the
only
last
one.
36 hours.
Sounds like a very Randy Lou thing.
They might have even given you a refund for your stack.
They are rather lively for this feature table in this 200K. Queen
Even
Nine
if it
Club's
was
going to defend.
self-inflicted. You didn't give him a. I would object.
Bird, that 3-bet pre-flop. Wins it?
Every time Dan's about having a bad day in the tournament, you bottle it.
At what point does at what point do the rules become exploitable?
Oh no, the rules, Dan has to make the injury worse every time.
Phil Ivey's just thinking, what are these guys talking about?
Yeah, everyone's having a ball here, but
Except Ivey and Chidwick.
Ivy and Chidwick's like, come on.
Actually, Chidwick might be involved. I don't want to speak for him.
True. But Ivy, he's,
how many times
he's not
Dan slit his
participating.
wrist?
I'm just
Debut
imagining
of a tournament.
I'm just
200K
imagining
boys,
Dan
let's
losing
play.
a flip. You watch him like walk over the floor.
12.
I mean, the first event of this series, he was talking about cutting off one of his own fingers.
Was it this series?
Yeah,
Feels like so long ago.
it does feel like a long time ago.
Ivy with the rejam. This might be difficult for Spencer to call, right? Under the gun versus +1.
Monaco?
I'm pretty sure.
20 blinds.
Very difficult.
No, it was in America's room.
You know, I think he
Yeah,
would call
it was in America's
nines,
room for sure.
nines, ace, queen plus.
Sounds about right.
I'm
One-
sure it was in America's room.
122.
I think eights would be
What was the context?
maybe a
of me
side
cutting your finger?
fold. Maybe sometimes you call
Oh, you're right,
sevens.
because the dealer who was that dealer is
And also
not
the masseuses were there. Because
You know, you just, the problem I think you run into, right, Randy, is just, oh my God, so he does go for
Makes
it.
the call.
Is that no worse pairs are really shoving on you here, so you're just taking your flip equity at best. But
You're
right about that.
yeah, Lewis is happy to go for it.
Yeah, I remember
wrong.
this.
Yeah,
Perhaps the stare down earlier had something to do with it.
It's personal here, guys.
That was in Paris. Because then I said I would do it for 100K, and I think Makita like.
It was like,
I guess Makita likes asking that question. 'cause
No, that wasn't even.
Monster flop for Ivy.
Still a fair fight. 54% for Ivy, 46%
randomly
for
were, like,
Lewis
walking
Spencer.
along the mountain.
What about that
So
turn card?
It was like
Drawing dead?
Pays
there
that
was,
man
like,
his
a free
money.
roll, and you had to free solo like the mountain in Monaco. And the worst thing that would happen is if you fall off, you don't die, but you're just paralyzed waist down. Like
You're gonna what?
You have to like free solo, like climb no
No,
ropes.
but what
up
was the
mountain.
last thing you said?
You
You're not
can't
gonna
die.
die, but
You can
You
get
get a free roll. How much would the free roll need to be? You can't die, but you'd get paralyzed waist down. And then so I just said like probably no amount because like I just don't want
that.
like, be able.
I actually might rather do it if I got to die in this situation. I failed. The bail eyes is worse.
But anyway, and then I forgot. Was it?
I don't know, man.
No, not you. Maybe Orphan was just like, how much to cut off a finger or something, like while over during this
I
conversation.
thought it was because you were suggesting punishments for Alpen's employee who was late with our food.
Oh, yes, yes.
That makes sense.
This is not getting better.
This is exactly what they wanted out of the feature table.
These conversations are cruel.
Yeah, and then the conversation shifted to like.
And then we were just asking how much people would do it for.
But just like to cut off a finger.
Aren't you playing now?
171.
This reminds me of one time I asked your dog about, it was like something, I was like, oh, like how much would you, you know, you play Russian roulette, but if you win, you get like how much money? He goes, oh, you're just giving me a free roll?
Queens for Dwyer are
Sounds
going
odd.
to play this as a limp into the 30 big blinds of Lewis Spencer. Maybe thinking that Spencer won't be able to resist, but
Anyway,
does in
I was
fact
thinking,
resist.
Like,
You know, I
was
actually have
thinking of getting
quite a
ring-
deep
rid of
connection
the
with
ring finger
Steve O'Dwyer.
because I just
Go on.
figured these two are the strongest. and then
Both
the
both
pinky gives
him and
you the
I
most
are
free.
Irish
So I'm like,
Poker Open
ring
winners.
finger, whatever.
Oh.
Yeah, we both won the Irish Open.
But
Thought you were gonna
after
say that you
talking to
visited
the
his shaman
Zeus's,
shop.
Joining the,
they said
joining
that
the
they
likes of
actually
Neil
use their pinky
Channing
a
and
lot,
Mickey
and it
Finn,
obviously,
Joe
like, gives
Beavers,
you
The
leverage
thumb
and
for
it's
most
very-
the lore of
These
Irish
people,
poker. We,
unfortunately,
I'm
not coming off
sorry.
the
dude, I
top.
went there this past year. There was a little digital thing with me there and everything. I'm
But
telling you.
They were actually saying
So we're always
Say
connected,
LBs
whether he
without
likes
the
it or
index
not.
finger.
Oh.
Steve O'Dwyer.
'Cause it's the one with,
Deep
like, the
connection to
least,
his Irish heritage and roots.
But you're not Irish.
Yeah, and then your
I'm
middle
not.
finger
You're
would
Canadian?
become
I'm
your
Canadian.
index finger.
He
Nice
is
chocolate
actually
chips, though, that's
Irish
the real question.
American.
I mean, I'm sure. Oh, also, it's not on both hands.
Maybe you could get
Well,
like
it depends.
a mechanical.
Maybe I think it's a really good deal and I do both hands.
No, you just have to be fingerless for the like that's.
There's no mechanical finger loophole.
No.
No, you don't get to be Darth Vader.
You just have to be fingerless for the rest of your life.
Why was Darth Vader the person?
He got his arm cut off and.
Do you
know,
get this feeling that Ivey's just thinking, what conversation
it's not
is
that
this?
one.
They're talking about Darth Vader, cutting off fingers, free soloing, and being...
Yeah.
Like,
Part of me thinks they're even getting a bit too comfortable around Phil Ivey. Like, listen, he's
Yeah,
you know, he's the cool kid. You know, maybe you shouldn't be talking about Darth Vader at the.
I mean, I like table chatter, but this is it's getting a little much. Spencer jams 30 blinds into Ivey with ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah, because I remember getting moved to the table, getting asked the question, and then Makita was like astonished that I was like, "Oh."
Last time I had one of these conversations, I ended up with a mullet for a year and a half, so this is going in dangerous territory for me. Also, really bad negotiator on that one. They snap accepted my offer. No good.
At least Mullet was lucky.
Mullet was not lucky.
Oh, Mullet?
Haley calls Mullet. Haley put some fucking black magic into that deal. He had been
Ike, our
storming.
shortest stack at the table, we've been seeing him trying to maneuver a little bit. We saw the min raise with King 10 off on about 11 big blinds. This time, yeah, going to probably do the same with the King Jack.
Similar
Using those-
concept?
Yeah, using those blockers, right? Trying to just get it through.
I assume it was an early position too when you mentioned
Yeah,
him.
with the King 10, it was.
Good timing for him to actually min raise rather than jam, as Spencer's going to give action here in the form of a 3-bet.
5 seconds.
And then Willie took over the negotiations and said $2K a month minimum if she had to look at that every day.
I mean, clearly you could have worked both of them and just like negotiated with Gary to like always wear a wig around him.
I have my Pogo Go
Spencer,
wig waiting for me.
3-bet ripping it in.
One of the goals I knew in Vegas, she like done
Gonna pick that one up.
stuff. And she's like, you need to start offering them options. She was like giving me like a serious conversation. She's like, tell them that you can dye the hail for extra peel seeds, extra money.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Technically, that's my landlord.
I would have liked to see the dime.
Exciting news, poker fans. Triton Poker is launching a 24/7 subscription-free streaming channel on Pluto TV, which is a leading free streaming television service. It's operated by C15 Studios. It'll be available in the US for the Super High Roller Series. And fans can tune in to watch wall-to-wall live coverage of all these Montenegro events on the Triton Poker channel, which started on May 12th. You can enjoy your favorite Triton events like never before. More than 400 hours of live high-stakes action every year, plus hundreds of more hours of curated tournament replays, highlights, and expert analysis like me and Randy.
There we go.
I do think it would be funny to like spend an entire series and dress like a different person every single day. Because like you come in like KO's outfit, and then you like come in dressed as like Orphan, and then just
You have to buy the Artor hat.
yeah. You do exactly. you don't say anything ever about it.
Yeah, you just show up with the same hat as Artor on.
Yeah, don't even
like a
acknowledge it.
tracksuit.
You have one Goldie.
Brewer weighing his options, presumably between shove and call, but yeah, seems pretty clean. It's just a call, Randy.
You lean towards shove when
to
it's a
10 of
late
us,
position open.
And then we all like simultaneously decide to dress up as like the same person that day. And just do that a few times a festival.
It would be better if it's just, you just pick one person.
Yeah.
And then it's just all of you do.
Yeah. I mean, you have like obviously like the people that stand out. You like throw the names in a hat, and there's like a dozen people.
You just have 12 people come in the JNT police costume.
Yeah, and that's
it's just the whole time.
I mean, J&T is not bringing handcuffs when he wears the police hat, okay, guys? $18K C-bet getting called by Brewer with 2 overs. Backdoor hearts. Interesting, right? Because Chidwick picks up an open in a straight draw.
Yeah.
But it's a tough one to barrel, I feel, just because check call flop kind of improves on this type of card on the turn, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Chris Brewer happens, we can see he happens to have pretty much the bottom of his range, I would say, calling this flop in a lot of ways. So Chidwick doesn't know that, but does know that he's increased the equity significantly. Is going to just take the free card. We hate to get check raised here. And rivers the straight. And not only is that great for Chidwick because he has made a straight, but this is now a mandatory bluff for Chris Brewer.
Agree. Right.
Yeah.
Because Brewer's he sees the 4-liner. He's got king high. He knows early position's got weak range to check back the turn. He's going to try to represent the straight or the flush.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't just check here and be shown down ace-5. It's a complete disaster.
No.
How long do we play?
All in.
Gosh.
We're done.
So he puts him in for 120,000 here.
It's probably about 1.5x pot.
I think it was a bit more. I think it was 69K in the pot, 120 all in. That's almost 2-1.
There we go.
So
Snapped it
Chidwick
off.
with a huge double up there. And very fortunate, can't really fault Brewer with the queen of hearts in hand and finding the bottom of his range, expecting that to just get folds almost always. Instead, he finds himself counting out the chips to pay off the great Stephen Chidwick. So that escalated quickly.
You see Chidwick wasn't
that really got out of hand fast.
He wasn't even phased about this flush. He was just like,
No,
look,
show me the flush.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
let's
got it,
go.
you got
Like, I got it straight, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Can be
interesting.
long though. Bye bye. Good luck.
Yeah,
You did save me.
See
I
Haxton?
needed saving.
Later, Ike.
We'll see if the conversations continue after that pretty big pot. Some blood was shed.
Jackson Dickery asks, is that a snap, though? What is CB Crispier floating flop with that isn't a flush or straight?
You saw
Maybe
it.
something like King-Queen with the Queen of Hearts. Would you like some more? King-Queen with the King of Hearts, King-Jack with the Jack, or King of Hearts.
To be fair, I actually discount the straight a bit once he makes it, near 2x pot, as you mentioned.
He's repping strictly a flush, yeah.
Yeah.
I would see if he had Ace of Hearts 6, he would do that. Ace of Hearts 5 might call the flop because he has the Ace of Hearts, because he can credibly rep the flush by the river. So, listen, these are the best players in the world playing a $200,000 buy-in. They are going to have a lot more bluffs than you're maybe used to seeing where you're playing. And I mean that with no judgment whatsoever. These guys are just the absolute best, and they're going to have a lot more bluffs.
Elton saying 3-betting Queen-8 offsuit. Love that one.
Frisk. He's a loose cannon.
Yeah, I love watching Elton play. Elton had an amazing Jeju, if I recall correctly.
Give it to me. Tell everyone. I want to hear about it.
Yeah,
love that 3-bet by Elton. Hitting him where it
captured
hurts.
his first Triton title.
Okay. How much? What tournament?
$150,000 buy-in, $4.2 million.
Oh, that's like practically a main event.
You know what he did after that?
Tell me what he did.
Third in the 100K main for $2.1 million. So he cashed for $6.3 million.
That's awesome.
Elton is everyone's favorite
player
to watch. He's just always laughing. Like, this guy is just
always got
splashes,
a smile on his face.
but not just smile. He's playing crazy. Like, he's just well loved.
So we may have lost an Ike.
We did lose him. He did walk away.
But we did gain a Mike as the new chip leader of this tournament. Michael Watson, the Canadian.
Okay.
You
just wanted to shout out the Canadian, right?
No, I just wanted to make a Mike and Ike joke.
Okay.
That was what that was.
I used to like those.
Yeah. Well, that was my sweet
I like
joke
the
about
orange
Mike and
ones.
Ike's. Michael Watson, 728,000 with 121 big blinds. Mateos dropping to second. Downswing.
Oh, well, that's so unfortunate for you.
Yeah.
Mateos, you were just behind by 3,000 chips.
Michael Sois is in third. Jaffe in fourth. Rounding up the top 5 is Dan Smith with 96 big blinds. 7th place, Nick Petrangelo, fresh off what I believe was his first Triton title.
He did win.
He won the 50K Turbo. Man after my own heart. I love winning turbos. You feel like you've accomplished something, but really, most of the time, at least at the stakes that I played, just gotten lucky. Him probably played brilliantly. Advantage Brewer here.
This did go raise pre-flop from Spencer. Brewer flat on a button now. Spencer is checking. Making a call.
Lewis Spencer, more like lose this hand, Spencer.
He's on pace there at the moment. Don't really see a path to victory for him unless he can find the 6. Although I'm not even sure he's going to get there as Brewer's got ace-jack. So losing this hand confirmed?
Confirmed. For Spencer's sake, though, let's not, make it a thing. That won't be his new nickname or anything.
You
lose
said
this
it.
hand, Spencer. No, I just want to make clear. I want it to be like a one-time thing,
Yeah, I think you should make that clear, buddy. Because Lewis Spencer is
wins a lot of hands.
He's a crusher. All right, let's not do that. Disrespect.
As a matter of fact, I did a little thing with Lewis Spencer today. I don't want to give it away because I'm sure it'll be coming out in some of the socials at some point. But I will say that there was some teasers, and he did better than everyone else when it comes to
fair enough
poker hand stuff. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't want don't want to get slapped in the wrist for revealing these fun little things we shoot.
Your way.
What?
Smart kid.
Your way.
No, you're fine.
I'm better.
Johnny Hicks wants to know who won the 100K. The person that won the
Nikolai
100K.
Vaskaboinikau.
No, wrong. That was 125K. Can you let me finish, Randy?
Go on. You got me,
Alex
though.
Kulev won the 100K at $2.566 million.
The funny thing is, I think he's actually referring to the main event.
I'm sure he is, but
Johnny
I
Hicks
just
didn't
wanted
realize
to,
it was 125K.
But I knew it was a good way to put you in your place.
I got baited, actually.
Yeah, you did get baited pretty hard. Yeah.
You triple checked me to
did,
not
yeah,
finish you. And I was like, all right, I'm going to move in.
So Chidwick saying, all right, Elton. Oh, and look at just the way his mouth moved there. It was so great. He's just like, okay.
Oh, is this a real jam or is this a pump fake? Yeah, he tried to fake him out. Didn't work. Looks like we are just swapping players over and over again. Long Chen is going to be joining the table.
Dave.
The Triton OG.
Are we 8-handed again? And everybody else is 7?
There is Long. And Long Chen is coming with a fresh stack of 200,000 in chips. Good for 33 big blinds as registration is still open until the start of play tomorrow. Unclear whether it's his first or second bullet. But I guess that's a good way to plug the app.
What an app it is. I can't even tell you.
I mean, you have the option to see all the hands that someone has played.
You can see every result they've ever had in Triton. You can see cool, profile pictures for each of them.
I mean, I don't know if that's the reason why people are going to the app, but
I'm just saying,
if
on
it's
average,
for you,
they've picked good photos for the people. Like, they look
yeah,
good, okay? That's all I'm saying.
I would say they probably wouldn't pick bad photos.
You could check the leaderboard. I think the thing that I didn't fully appreciate with the app until I really started getting into it was the functionality of just checking someone's history in a tournament. You know, you go to the leaderboard, you click on someone, you just see their graph in the tournament, and you see these little spikes up or down. You can see the exact hand of what went down. We have.
Oh, he is going to jam this time.
Ooh.
Last time he stacked it, he didn't push it in, but ace-2 suited.
Good candidate, and this is why sometimes we do 4-bet shove.
There we go.
The suited ace, because we do get folds from hands exactly like what he was 3-bet by. And sometimes you get called and you just suck out.
And Elton, thank you for interrupting Griffin's pitch for the app.
I'm just saying they look good in the photos.
That's not what you were last talking about. You were talking about something else completely.
I mean, look at Mario Mossback, for instance.
No,
it's just a great photo. You know.
All right. It's
might be hard to find a bad photo of Mario, but it's not my best example.
That's nice. Nice.
Triton 200K.
Yeah, just
hope you're enjoying
Triton 200K.
Randy and I's nonsense. We've had a long day of coverage today. You know, so many hours in the booth.
Not Randy and I's nonsense. It's your nonsense.
And I've been in the booth for an hour.
Plus Randy's.
Plus Randy reeling him in.
Queen Jack for Elton. In +2.
So we do have a question on YouTube. Radev wants to know how much is first place for this. So because the field isn't closed yet, we won't be able to tell you that. However, you could do a little fun math in your head of the buy-in versus how many players there have been. You know, if there's 83 players and they all put in 200K, that's going to be what, over $16 million prize pool. You know, you start thinking about what first place is usually compared to the prize pool. You'll figure something out. As an example, I think the 125K prize pool was 21 million, and first was 4.7. So if they get up to 90, 100 players, that's going to be a similar prize pool, and then a similar first place. Maybe even more than the 125K main, but it'll be tough.
Currently 83 entries. Definitely feel like we're a lock for at least 90.
Mm-hmm. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, 83 now. You know, people can still register tomorrow. Presumably, you know, part of the reason they've structured this to have a shorter day today is so that, you know, people can even maybe arrive tomorrow and jump in.
Sure.
So we could be seeing some new faces. Maybe some people just will bust late in the day and need a little bit of a break to reset, come back tomorrow.
Yeah, it will be cool to see how many people will last minute rebuy. But there are new faces showing up. Maybe not too late register 200K. That's unclear, but definitely to play the PLO, which is the next section of this festival, where we even have a 100K PLO main event. 3-bet incoming for Ivey.
Yeah, and Spencer is going to feel pretty protective of this holding. King Jack is a very strong button open hand. You know, it's well ahead of his average raising hand range. He's getting quite a nice price here, just a 3x 3-bet, playing about 30 bigs. I could see him shoving or calling. I would be very, very surprised if he folds. But he is literally in the worst shape you can possibly be in when it comes to a poker hand. And look at that.
Yeah. Well, you called him names. You think he's going to listen to your advice after that?
I mean, technically, he's still
you gave
lose
a whole,
this pot.
You gave us
Spencer,
a whole
he lost
speech,
the pot,
my friend, and he just
lost
said,
the pot.
I don't want.
He made a great fold, but he lost the pot. That was a very excellent fold from Lewis Spencer, showing why he's, you know, in these fields, the talented youngster. It is interesting, though, that spot, if you think about it right.
I hear
King
you.
Jack is one of the, you know, one of the better hands you are raising, but one of the ones that plays the worst against the value range, right? You might rather have something like 9-10 suited. I mean, you're dominated by ace king.
What if he just had a live tail on Ivey? Just kidding. Come on.
Whoa, Randy. You know this is live, right? You know Phil's watching this right now.
You think Phil is listening to our commentary?
Kidding me? He's the #1 fan. Every time you see someone say something nice on YouTube about Ivey, it's just him on one of his burners. Can you imagine?
How many burner accounts do you think he has?
Can you imagine he's just in his hotel room on like 12 laptops writing nice things about himself on here?
Yeah. Like he's got to multi-count a lot of different devices.
21.
Ace King suited going to make it 21. Divorce. Will we check limp folding?
Yeah. Speaking of YouTube, if you're watching and you're enjoying the coverage, as a matter of fact, even if you're not enjoying the coverage, do me a favor and please like and subscribe on YouTube. We really, really appreciate it. We give you all this amazing content for free out here because, you know, I mean, I don't know. I just work here, but the higher ups are just very generous and they want you to like and subscribe, and so do I.
And also makes it seem like we're doing our job, right?
Yeah, please.
So
Please do us a favor.
A couple commentators out here.
Listen, even if
you're thumbs up.
Even if you're having the worst time, which, let's be honest, you're not. You're loving the coverage. Get to watch Phil Ivey and Stephen Chidwick, Melton Sang. You get to see Chris Brewer.
Look, at least one person liked it, so I think,
so.
we did a job. No, this guy said he liked it.
Oh,
so Carl
man, thank you.
Backler,
Can you
so
please
thank
also
you.
subscribe? Wishing our luck.
Come on,
Dwyer
come on, all right.
with the large
We
stack.
got him already.
And the pocket fives. Steve O'Dwyer, frankly, a phenom when it comes to his poker career. $7.6 million in Triton earnings, including 2 titles and 23 cashes. Hasn't had much success here in Montenegro, but that can all change with one event.
Yeah. This would be the one to change it.
Mini 咩？ 唔要啊，上一站面咁多。
The Frisky Clicker says, a subscribe is just too much of a commitment compared to a like. I'm not even mad. That's a funny response. Can we keep liking each other for a little bit, and then if you start to love me and love Randy and love the stream, maybe then you can subscribe.
Look, I just asked for a like. Subscribe, no need.
Thank you.
If you want to, sure, but like would make my day. Ace-8 suited. Gonna make it 13,000.
Elton doesn't appear to be in a folding mood. At least some deep consideration with this pretty King 7 of spades against the cutoff range. See much of a mix from hands like this.
Yeah,
sometimes we see some 3 bets. I think we do see more calls more often than not here.
Invite Swilong Chen to come along 8-4 offsuit.
Wow. Okay. Why not?
Pair of aces in the lead. Going to imagine both of these hands will be hitting the muck shortly.
Nice and small from Dvoris. About 30%.
Shall we raise the stakes, my friend?
Raise them.
So this will be the last level of play for tonight.
Oh yeah, Chidwick more than happy to complete with the King, Queen of Diamonds.
This is a flop that Chidwick will certainly continue on if a C-bet does come in from O'Dwyer. Although a bit unclear if sixes will bet. There's actually merit to even check raising this flop with King Queen, right? You've got lots of turned equity. You can just really barrel away if necessary. Check call, certainly fine too. Never really see a check fold.
Yeah, on this board, you know, obviously Steve O'Dwyer still has the favorable range technically being under the gun and having the only overpairs, but yeah,
I like this.
Stevie does agree. You can see how much pressure that puts on a hand like pocket sixes that is well ahead 70% to 30% against the king queen of diamonds. But with this kind of pressure,
2 overs as well. And if you're up against like some kind of draw, they also have many outs against you. Since it would be pair and straight outs. Nicely played. This is a nice counter to, you know, small C bets at a high frequency.
Yeah.
Chidwick's been one of those guys this festival that it's been really fun to watch, right? Like, it's just not... It's him calling down and making plays regularly and more often than not being right about it.
Yeah. Might try to go home for a day or two, but otherwise spend the next 2 or 3 months in Vegas. Yeah.
Starting off with the call. Nine, 6 offsuit for Dwyer.
Yeah.
That's a fun one.
oh yeah, and you know, pretty decent flop for O'Dwyer as well. The mid pair, bottom gutter.
Curious to see how Chidwick approaches this one. Lots of equity.
Yeah, I would expect him to bet because, you know, you don't want to, you really want to build a pot for this big hand you could be making, I think, right?
You can also really put a lot of heat on a 7x.
Yeah.
That's naked. Right, you just bet turn. They can't really call down too well unimproved. That's an interesting one because you do improve your hand, but it does bring the 4-liner.
Yeah, and of course, an 8x hand open-ended on the flop, so, you know, does make up part of Steve O'Dwyer's range, surely. More so than 6x hands, but the 6x hands, of course, can be connected with a pair as well, like the 9-6.
Seems like a clear check for me. In position, just a pair of 9s. This board is looking very nice for Chidwick because his opponent didn't represent the 8. Maybe they'll represent the king. The question is Chidwick going to give his opponent rope?
Probably over 100 entries. Probably over 100 entries.
Yeah, we might get it in there. Yeah.
I kind of like checking just because your opponent might turn something to bluff to rep the king. He goes with,
I guess the merit
18.
in betting would be it does serve as kind of a good bluff card. If you were Chidwick and you didn't have a good hand, this would be a good card to bet if you were trying to bet out a 9 or a 10. And then maybe, you know, if O'Dwyer does have something, say something like a 10, or say he rivered 2 pair, would call a small amount.
Right, but they're never going to bet themselves.
Yeah.
Some people already.
I hear you.
And people like just waiting until tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I think. See ya.
So we'll take a quick break from the action here. As we do, be a great time to check out GTO Wizard's new ebook, Daily Dose of GTO. It's a free interactive ebook full of quizzes and short lessons to help you master some of these GTO concepts that you see these pros utilizing in these Triton events. Just 5 minutes a day. Check it out now at dailydoseofgto.com. 5 minutes is all it takes. Look, you can scan it right there. 300 quizzes. Just take out your phone right now. You don't even have to put in the site. Scan that QR code. Okay, it's gone now, but maybe it'll come back. Is it coming back? No, it's not. Beat the rest, crush the rest. Oh, you can even type in exclamation GTO Wizard in the chat to learn more.
Like, I think he's just got like 3.
I think a bot will help you out with that.
He told us that he has like
Ghost
12
of
of
M
the
bot?
same one. And we were
Is
trying to
Ghost of
figure out
M
how
a
many
bot or a
he
person?
travels with. He says the really low.
Someone tell me. Maybe Ghost of M can tell me.
He says the really low quality.
Pretty sure it's
and
a
they
bot.
rip and stuff. Yeah. So he keeps having to buy new ones.
A7 of diamonds for Divorce. Certainly going to be played.
I think I may have asked him, actually.
Oh, you did? Do you remember the answer?
Ghost of M says, Raffle, I am human, which is exactly what a robot would say. They want it to sound like a human. Jury is still out.
Have you seen ChatGPT these days? Much
Frisky
more clever than that. Let us 3-bet these 2 queens.
Yeah, I think a 3-bet sounds pretty good to me. Something to the tune of like 66,000 I would probably do around there. Oh my God!
Wow, please.
Did I really yell that?
Even... Wow, okay. Okay, you're right there, Griffin. You're popping off on bet sizes.
I heard him say it. I heard him whisper 66.
You were excited,
and then I wanted the credit, and then I oversold it.
Is it your first birthday? You got a toy you wanted? Well, I mean, what is going on?
And now everyone knows I'm a fraud. Yeah, Divorce knows, doesn't have an antidote to that 3-bet. And the best hand wins.
I'd probably set the line at like 3.5 packed, and plus 1 that he wears.
Okay. I thought he might bring one for every day.
No, come on.
$34 minutes remain on level 10 here. 4,000, 8,000, 8,000.
Like the wait for like
Our last level of the day.
I mean, it's his most important item, though.
That's true.
Pocket jacks. On about 17 big blinds.
But I think he wears one, so like 4.5.
Really hoping to get some action. Won't get it from Ivey's King 5 and Divorce's Queen Deuce.
Same story.
I don't know. Probably the same story. You might say 40,000. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Nice
maybe he
calling.
just says call.
He's actually
So
just
this
doesn't even have anything
story
underneath the sweatshirt.
has found a path.
No, he has his one soccer jersey he always plays in.
Okay, now we gotta think the story of this Queen Deuce will be ending, assuming.
Yeah, this
likely
hand's,
see
this
bet
hand's
incoming,
over.
right?
So, Randy, I did just want to remark on something I overheard there before we went on that.
Okay, yep, sure, go for it.
Little GTO Wizard thing was that they were saying that they expect, the players were talking about expecting over 100 players. You know what it made me think of? It made me think of the fact that there were 83 players in this, 48 remain. So if we imagine of the, let's just say another 3 people get knocked out. Let's say 5 people get knocked out for fun. That would mean 40 players were knocked out today, and they will all be able to re-enter tomorrow. Now, of course, not even close to all of them will, but let's assume that 25% do, that 10 of them re-enter. And then we get, 7 new players that are just arriving tomorrow. Part of the reason I think why we decide to allow registration until day 2. That is 100. I think it's a good line, 100.
Okay, but you do realize that all of the eliminated players right now are not uniques, right?
Ooh, God, you are so smart sometimes. That's a really good point. Randy, what would I do without you? What would Grandy be without Randy? Just G. Well, I still have the R because I'm GR. You know what I mean?
I can go solo.
You're the
It's all
Andy.
right.
You're the Andy. I'm just saying you're the Andy portion, and then I'm the GR. You don't get all the letters but G.
I think
and
you just need to
Grandy.
stop. I don't know what else to tell you. You just need to end it.
How many players do you think? What would you, if you set the line? I'll bet over under, and we'll bet money on it.
302, I believe.
O'Dwyer opening from the cutoff, King Jack.
So the line that they suggested was 100. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty solid, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So how about?
I'll take the other side because I think it's a good line. O'Dwyer getting some interest from Brewer in the big blind, but range advantage, Steve. Quick fold from Chris Brewer.
Yeah, just queen 9. Nothing he can do.
Artur Martirosyan. Big player. Second in chips now, behind Michael Watson. Just $2.5 million in Triton earnings over 16 cashes. That feels like it could have been a lot more with the success that he's shown in his career. So poised for a breakout, I feel like. Back at it again. Steve O'Dwyer been raising with the King 10 at the hijack.
Just a basic raise and take.
Conversation not as lively as it was earlier, perhaps last level. Maybe getting later in the day. Players starting to wind down a little bit.
Also thinking, yeah, I don't want to be
things can pop
in
off
for
at any
another
time.
200 and make a mistake.
Yeah.
At this point, I mean, that's
a good point.
It's a big buy-in, obviously, but to get this many entries is amazing in itself, right? Like years ago, you say we're gonna get at least 83 entries in a 200,000. You'd be like, what? What are you talking about? What's nice too, this is an open event.
Yeah, that is a treat. Hasn't always been that way, but anyone could play this.
Long Chen with King Deuce of Clubs will be defending against Chidwick's Undergun Open.
See what happens. I don't know.
Decent piece for Wiley Long Chen.
Chidwick finding himself with, one of the worst hands he can sort of have on this texture. Is that fair to say, Randy?
Yeah, I would say so. Does have that heart now. 2 overs. He might actually stab at this point. Perhaps he feels he can shake out An ace high if he bets large enough.
Yeah,
It doesn't have a heart in hand.
A hand that looked pretty decent on the flop, like a king deuce of clubs, open-ended with those backdoor clubs, certainly shrink up on a turn like the 9 of hearts. So I think it would work. Doing that thing where he peers at his chips twice and then reaches for them.
But Wylong Chen is going to check call because it was just 11K bet. Very small. Jack comes in for Chidwick. Now he was thinking at first what to bet to bluff off some sticky hands. Now it's value town. Feels like the main target is 9 and 5x.
Yeah.
These are reasonable for Wylong to have. That's full pot. Trying his best to polarize his range as like King Queen, 1 heart. King Deuce unable to call.
Last level of the night here in the 200K Triton Super High Roller Series. We finished the 125K main event earlier today, which this man right here finished 4th for about 1.7 million. So Phil Ivey's having a good day. Wylong Chen, the 10-8 of clubs in the small.
It's getting a little short.
Yeah, it feels like he, wants to play.
You felt it.
Yeah, certainly not standard necessarily on 17 big blinds to be flatting from the small blind with a hand such as this. But perhaps wants to try to spin it up here. Not going to have many more opportunities as we finish this day one.
This feels tricky for Chidwick because the open is from +1. He is still going to squeeze.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense to me, the way it sort of interacts with what Wylong Chen can really have here. Just you're prepared to get it in for those 20 big blinds, not expecting a lot of traps. For Ivey to have just a big nutted hand, it's hard thing to get. If Ivey does 4-bet click it there, I think Chidwick's okay with having effectively turned his ace-jack into a bluff by then having to fold pre-flop, but plays real nice and clean. Really good couple levels here for Stephen Chidwick, which is what we're used to seeing here. Ace-jack for Daniel Dvoris on 20-ish bigs.
Not a bad start.
Yeah, will get tricky if people put more chips in the pot pre-flop, I'd think, but can have an opportunity to maybe see a flop with a dominating hand if people come in there with any aces or jacks.
Plus 20K for DeBoris there.
Nice little shot coming out of the plant there. Beautiful plants here at our feature table.
Plant cameras.
DeBoris thinking better of the Jack-8 suited. There certainly has some playability, but you know, not a hand you should really get involved with under the gun.
For a pitch 7-6 suited, early position. Ivey with ace-9 suited. Big blind versus button. Playing deep enough as he makes the call on the big.
Yeah, an argument for shoving the 25 bigs, but deciding to play it passively, which I think is the really close other option. You know, your chips are just so valuable in this thing. Don't want to run the risk of getting coolered, putting your money in pre-flop in a spot that, you know, you're never getting a worse hand to call.
There's actually a little something here for Ivey if he wants to be aggressive, but the 28K bet is not small. Hard to react against that.
If you're thinking of slipping away for 20 minutes, maybe you have something to go do, you want to get some food, don't do it. We're only on for another 19 minutes at this level 10. And then we'll be back to action tomorrow for day 2.
Didn't play this one down to a winner.
Yep.
Should we take another peek at the leaderboard, Randy?
Go for it. Take a look, my friend.
So Dan Smith now up to second. We have a new leader, though.
Oh, Tan Xuan.
Yeah.
That is a fan favorite.
Tan Xuan with 871,000 chips, good for 109 big blinds. Oh, but how did he get all those chips? Well, let me try telling you.
I mean, he probably...
One highlight. Oh, look at this.
People
No.
to oblivion.
Oh, no. No,
Well,
he
tell
did
me.
not. He won. I mean, this looks nice and dirty. So Jules Dickerson raised to 12,000, and after JNT called the button, Tan called in the big blind, and it came deuce, deuce, 9, 2 spades. A lot of raising, a lot of action until the river, and Jules Dickerson had pocket aces, and your man Tan had deuce 10, the Doyle Brunson.
There we go.
It was suited, in fairness. I guess it's only Doyle if it's offsuit, but nice spot to win a massive. So that explains, you know, the chip lead that man has right now. Hailing from China, 2 titles and 17 cashes, totaling nearly 10 million in Triton earnings.
He might be one of the wildest players I've ever watched play.
Oh, yeah?
So
I'm
I
not
think
too familiar with him. I'm excited to watch him play. Maybe we'll get him on
you'll
the
love
feature
it.
tomorrow. Yeah.
I'm saying I'm gonna bet this king queen 9 flop. Perceived range advantage from +1. Top pair for divorce. Seemingly nowhere to go but check call.
Call from divorce. Oh, and
Oh.
Sang gets exactly what he's looking for.
How did he find
Turn,
that
he
ace?
ripped it out there. He's like, oh, look what I found.
Because when you bet the ace on the flop, you're like, all right,
Oh yeah,
I guess
and
I'm
King
just
Queen
check,
9.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
check it
oh,
down.
so
I'm
you don't
dead.
have 7-8 off. I'm just gonna like give up on this hand. No, ace on the turn, changes everything. Now can I get some value from something like that King Jack or that Queen 10?
Right, there's merit to protecting against that. Those hands can call.
And bets 30,000 into 66. And Daniel, surely not thrilled.
It's difficult. If there was a presence of a flush draw, be a much easier call, I would say. But when you look at the run out as played from +1, it's hard to find some bluffs here. We'd have to be talking about like a hand like, I suppose 10-9. That's the bet the flop.
This is a very tough spot. Also, just sort of take stock. Daniel Divorce's stack of 137,000. You know, 96,000 in there after this bet. The big blind is 8,000. You know, only 15 minutes left in this level. Suddenly it's going to be 10,000 tomorrow. So if he calls this 30,000, he has to really decide as well, I think, how often do I want to be calling the all-in on the river? Maybe I need to get out here and make a big fold and still have 17 big blinds, to still have leverage, and does find it. So very, very good discipline from Daniel Divorce. He made the right decision, and, you know, Elton did everything right as well. He got to bet that card, didn't get too greedy, put a little under half pot, tried to get him in there, but Divorce, I mean, he's just one of the best for a reason.
Do have Jack-9 for Divorce in the small blind. Default is to limp in the spot.
Wow. You have 136 or something?
I feel like Brew's just going to rip this one in.
137.
That would also be my expectation.
Just take it down pre, use the raw equity of the hand.
On.
And then what, is it in a day? Is it the end of the day?
Yeah.
So early?
Oh, yeah. Veg open tomorrow.
So Elton just learning that his poker day is going to be over quite a bit earlier than maybe he was expecting.
He wants to play as long as possible,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
He likes the little action. I'm like, oh, ends early. Sad.
Dvorak with a hand maybe with a big stack would be exploring some raises. Bit more difficult on the 16 big blinds. Let's see if he tries to get away with it anyway.
He's actually opted to limp the button. This is something I've seen Dvorak do in another tournament as well, limping off these stacks.
And Elton has not checked here. Maybe still feeling like he wishes he could play with more poker. Maybe got to get a little rushed by making a big raise here, and it might have worked and knocked out the very dominating Queen Deuce of Clubs.
He's also not seeing this line too often from his opponent, so just trying to figure out what that range consists of. Oh! Did he just flop the wheel with 3 deuce off? There we go. And Dvorak
Are you guys seeing this?
Yeah,
and Dvorak has reasons to be invested in this pot, not just because of that deuce, but because of the 3 clubs that he now has in total. And not to mention the fact he really is the only one that can credibly rep an ace. So, you know, if he does bet this flop, going to have reason to bet the turn to try to attack the perceived 5x and 4x.
and there's
that
a
Elton
lot
Sang
of
might have.
5x and 4x because it's a limp pot. Elton can have any 2. He can also have 3 and deuce x that would check call, check fold, turn.
And you have to imagine Elton is going to be acutely aware that Daniel's going to have a lot of random continues here. He's not, you know, he's not going to be trying to raise here, you don't think, Randy?
I don't think so. Also, stacks are a little bit shallow where he can still get a lot of chips regardless on later streets. Don't want to lose your customer.
Yeah, and a comment from God's Child here on YouTube saying, flop the nuts, too bad no action. I disagree. I think Daniel Dvorak could find many reasons, like a club on the turn, to up the action. A queen is interesting because, you know, while you might think, okay, now he's hit middle pair, he doesn't really have any reason to bet, but Elton shouldn't really have an ace in his hand, so Dvorak is going to think this queen is good, maybe does want to extract a little value from a 5 or 4x, or you think this is just a safe sort of like check back,
he could value
pick
bet
off some bluffs on the
here.
river?
I don't think he'll go for 3 straights. He can also check
Definitely
back and
not, yeah.
induce from a 3 and deuce x. Maybe like 6, 7. Dude, there are hands that can stab unimproved.
Yeah, but I just think it's interesting because I think that, I mean, certainly we might see a check here from Daniel Dvorak, but also if you are going to get value from a 5 or a 4, going to be a lot easier here, right, than on the river when the river is a jack or a king or a 10 or whatever, right?
True, there's always going to be an overcard to
So
the 5.
Elton might not believe him here if Elton was holding something like 7-5 and call again for the 28K.
And he seems... So it does seem like Dvorak is in your camp that he just thinks Elton should not have an ace. Therefore, he can value bet the 5, the 4.
Yeah, I expect Elton still to play this passively.
Play this as check call because if you raise now, it just looks way too strong. There's no semi-bluffs you can represent on the queen turn.
Yeah, Elton Sang milking this for everything it's worth, and you don't blame him. Certainly, I would imagine in time bank territory, presumably getting more tomorrow. May as well burn them here. Make it look like you have a big decision. And there is the quote-unquote reluctant call from Elton.
That's actually a bad card for Dvorak because he might be thinking, maybe I can get a little bit more value from a 5, right? Unlikely your opponent have an ace.
Well, the other thing is, too, remarkably, Randy, is that he blocks 2-3. Right? So he shouldn't really be worried about 2-3 so much. He shouldn't be worried about pocket 5s or 4s. I think those probably shove on the limp pre-flop for the 17 bigs a lot of the time. So if we eliminate the aces if we eliminate those pocket pairs and we mostly eliminate deuce 3, kind of hard for him not to go for value here. I mean, even if you thought your opponent could have queen 5 or queen 4, that's now been counterfeit, so
You got, yeah, you're safe from that.
it feels like a bet. I know it's when you're looking at this at home, be like, how could he bet this for value? It seems like a really nice, very thin, value bet.
Yeah, I completely understand. And divorce.
Yeah. And it's
he agrees with you.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, though, is that his opponent's got the straight.
And what a brutal. So I have to take a little credit there because God's Child, you called out the hand. You said, oh, too bad no action. And we just got massive action between Elton Sang and Daniel Dvoris, resulting in an elimination towards the end of the day. And obviously Daniel's not happy, but I think that he read the proceedings, in my estimation, quite well. Just happened to be up against a really limited part of Elton's range there.
Okay. Divorce does have the option to plunk in another $200,000 if he wants to get back in this one, but maybe not today if he is.
Oh, he's definitely taking the rest of the day off.
Take the rest of the
and
day
by the
off.
rest of the day, I mean about 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, a few more hands.
Yeah, so he'll get some rest, maybe make an educated decision. Tough to re-enter on 20 big blinds, but certainly there are going to be players more than happy and prepared to do it.
There will be entries.
Oh, there will be entries.
Aces.
Yeah, almost shoved.
Steve O'Dwyer just getting the blades right out of the gate. Can we get a little break here? No, they're going to cram in as much action here at the Triton 200K.
Oh, I got stuck in my hand.
Raise 18.
Is that a boomerang?
Is this a glitch in the system?
Aces right back at him.
Did you guys all see the aces the last hand, or? So this is like, this is rare. This is exciting. Seeing a little history maybe here on Triton feature table. Aces back to back. Wow, wow, wow.
He will get some action this time.
A little bit.
The
Little nibble.
poker gods were like, hey, come on. You can't just take down the blinds and antes. At least see a flop. So that we will. Steve versus Steven.
No blood.
That's what some people said on the last hand.
What are the odds? Aces back to back. I mean, someone surely has told me this statistic more than once in my
Seriously?
poker career.
Someone's told you this?
Yeah, for sure. James, can you get on this, please?
No, we don't use producer James for unnecessary.
He just slumped his head like he's had a long enough day. He doesn't want to look up the odds of back-to-back aces. How about our the bot, Ghost of M?
The only thing producer James does is open water bottles for me. Other than that, he can just sit there.
So I'm getting 1 in 46,000. That's interesting.
1 in 46,000?
That is currently canon because it's the only answer that we've received.
Okay. Sounds insane.
That's how we're going to do things here.
Doesn't sound right.
16.
Okay.
It doesn't sound right? It sounds like too much or not enough? Oh, James just did the math in his head because he's a little player of himself, you know. 48,400, he says.
Is it?
So it's about right, yeah.
Okay.
Just under 50,000. Nice. Well, I'll tell you what. I bet Steve O'Dwyer would have preferred to flop a set and double up than get aces twice in the row and just have us talk about how unlikely it was. He got no action on the first raise and just completed big blind, but is back in action here with the dominating king-jack against the American Chris Brewer's queen-jack off.
Yeah, we'll get a little bit of action here.
Yep, I have 280.
On the last hand.
Salt the hand.
Ooh, I like this body response from Ghost of M. Each deal is completely independent, so calculating the odds of back-to-back deals is mathematically misleading IMHO.
But if there is actually a number, if you ask. So
I'm gonna trust the robot.
Queen Jack versus King
Brewer
Jack.
getting lucky, flopping top pair.
He's going to get some resistance from O'Dwyer. O'Dwyer with the check call. Pairs the top card, and while players do tend to lead on board pairing turns, you don't tend to do it as much on a top pair pairing, just because it's a bit more still in your opponent's c-bet range.
$45.
Brewer pushes in 45,000. Dwyer deep in thought with King Jack. Thinks better of it as he does lay it down, and I think we're done, Griffin. Are we?
Yep.
Sounds like I heard a yep. Bunch of people have sat up. And that is how our feature table here in the 200K finishes. O'Dwyer with the lead, 59 big blinds at 587,000. Chidwick, another good level there, 45 bigs. Elton Sang, 40 after eliminating the unfortunate Daniel Dvoras, who got very unlucky there with that queen deuce. Chris Brewer, up and down, failed bluff against Stephen Chidwick, that 2x pot shove. Ivey, pretty card dense, not a lot going on. And Wai Liang Chan wasn't really able to get much going here today. The blinds will be going up to 5,000, 10,000 tomorrow. Earlier finish, as we've sort of discussed here, Randy, tonight. Maybe allow more opportunities for some people to get here tomorrow to register for this day two, coming in with the 20 big blinds registering. So I don't know. I don't know what the field's going to look like. We have, what was it, about 84 so far?
84 right now.
Yeah.
At the top of the leaderboard is Mike Watson taking the chip lead, followed by 10. Schwen and Dan Smith.
Yeah, and you can see exactly half of the field has been removed from the day one. A lot of very interesting figures in that top 10. We saw Patrick Antonius and the like. Very, very important. Tomorrow, I know you guys have been getting used to the schedule starting 2 p.m. local time here. We are actually going to start an hour earlier, 1 p.m. local time. So please do tune in, and we'll see you tomorrow for day two of the 200K here in Montenegro Triton Super High Roller Series. See you tomorrow.